What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, January 10th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you from the next 2 hours live from the Sheraton in Arlington. We are just hours away from kickoff of the 2025 Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic between the Texas Longhorns and Ohio State Buckeyes. It is game day. We'll be talking all things Texas, Ohio State on this show. We'll also recap last night's Orange Bowl. What a thriller as Notre Dame knocks off Penn State with a game-winning field goal in the final seconds, so we know who the opponent will be in the national championship should Texas find a win tonight. We will talk about the keys to a Longhorn victory. We'll talk about the NFL postseason, which of course gets going tomorrow. Can the Houston Texans pull off a first-round upset against the LA Chargers of Anaheim? We'll get the Bucks Gold Star locks. We've got some Texas basketball to get into as the Longhorn men host the #1 team in America tomorrow. A lot to discuss on a fun, fantastic Football Friday edition of Bucky and BK. Also a game day edition. Happy game day, my friend.
Yeah, same to you, buddy. It is a cold game day here in Arlington, Texas. It is, still remnants of a lot of cold weather and rain last night has now turned to ice. And, we had some snow earlier this morning in the early morning hours. But, dude, it is absolutely icy outside right now. And if you made a decision to come up here today, good luck. Be careful, please. But if you want to start your trek up, you better start now because it's going to take you probably an hour and a half to 2 hours more than you're used to coming up here because it is treacherous outside right now. I mean, just this parking lot alone is awful. So it's not going to be much fun coming up here today. But you want to get here? Let's go.
Find a way.
Just find a way. Get on up here.
We found a way.
Absolutely.
The team's found a way.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
We're smart enough to come up here on a Wednesday, but it is it's cold. It's slick out and tomorrow's scene will be different because all this stuff will start melting away as it's going to be in the 50s in this area and Austin area. So if you can get through tonight, get up here and I got my fingers crossed for the folks that there are people that will go to the game, BK, and leave tonight, and this thing will be something else. I mean, they had there's a lot of water on the roads out here right now.
It's sloggy, it's slushy, it's pretty nasty.
Yeah, and I should have known better. I came up here with 2 pair of sneakers and no boots or anything like that. I was thinking, this isn't really going to be that bad. Of course it's going to be that bad.
Come on, you're the Yankee.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I'm supposed to have some hard leather shoes on somehow, not these sneakers where the water just comes over the top and right into my socks. But that's all right. I'll survive. I do have 2 pair of sneakers and tons of socks, tons of underwear, of course.
There you go.
As always.
Yeah, because you wear 2 pairs at a time.
Because it's so cold. It's cold up here, man.
Now, that's more for leakage than for anything
else.
No,
it is cold here. It really is. I did go outside just before we started. I stuck my head out there. I'm like, wow.
We are in the warmest room in the city of Arlington right now.
Man, oh, man.
This little Stanley Cup room that they've got us posted up in is like 80 degrees here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is kind of nice. Like, normally I'm like, too hot. I don't want to work in a place like this. But when it's 30 degrees outside, we'll take it.
And it's going to stay in the 30s today.
Yeah, I think the high here is around 38. The good news is the game is inside, so it'll be
a
nice 71, 72 degrees inside the friendly walls of AT&T Stadium tonight.
And we got all kinds of stuff lined up, pregame shows and the whole works up at Texas Live.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. So this will be the first of 2 Bucky and BK shows. We'll be doing our pregame show live from inside Texas Live. That's the key word right there.
Yes.
Yeah, you could tailgate outside if you want. Do your thing. That's fine. But if you'd rather be inside to avoid the cold, come hang with us. We'll be at Texas Live right by Lockhart Steakhouse. So inside, but outside of Lockhart Steakhouse.
Yes.
Going to be a lot of fun. We'll be there from 1 to 5:30. Our pregame show will be from 3:30 to 5:30. But Chip will be there doing his show with Zay from 1 to 3.
So we're going to join those guys, hang out with them?
Absolutely. We're going to have a presence there pretty much all afternoon as we get you set for the 6:30 p.m. kickoff at the Cotton Bowl tonight. So we've got y'all covered. Come see us.
Absolutely. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do for us. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, thank your families for sharing you with us. And to the folks out in California, many prayers to you and the families out there, and to all your loved ones that are in that area. I know a lot of people know folks that live out in that area, but my goodness, what devastation out there as it continues into day number 4, I believe. Fires are still going. More loss of life and more loss of property in the Los Angeles area. And hopefully that will settle down and the winds will stop and they can get those fires out, because that will be years and years and years to that place even looks a semblance of the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods are all totally destroyed out that way.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is no more loss of life. Just if you have to go, you got to go.
I think the death toll has reached double digits out there, and that's what we know as of now. And the fear is there might be more that we don't know about. So, yeah, well said. Thoughts and prayers to everybody affected by what's going on out there in California. It is a scary, scary scene, and not sure if there's a true end in sight, which might be the scariest part right there. So thinking about everybody affected there. A couple of early comments on the Coda text line and on the YouTube comments line. Our guy Jason says he's got his Altstat Kolsch ready to go. Is it too early to pregame? No, it's not. It's Friday. You're not working anyways.
Yeah, who are you kidding?
Why not get started for the game? Our guy Quad Standard Labs asks if Keenan made it safe last night. Yeah, our guy Keenan Womack from False Start drove last night. He did text our group text this morning, so we know Keenan has made it here in one piece. Hopefully that's the case with everybody who tried to make the trek
Take your time. Be careful on the way, please.
Yeah, absolutely. But hopefully you're already here. And, yeah, we've got a big game tonight. We'll be talking all about it. But I want to start with last night's game, Buck, because if Texas wins, we now know who they will play in the national championship in Atlanta on January 20th. That is your Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Boy, what a game last night. What a physical 4-quarter game that was. You know, it was like a tale of not two halves, but two about series and the way they played. And, you know, I had my friends from Pennsylvania, of course, text me all night long and said, boy, it's hard to be a Penn State fan. And, you know, they've got a pretty good – they had a pretty good defense last night, I thought they were playing really, really well, especially in the first half. And once again, they did the thing that Texas does in the third quarter. They fell asleep, and Notre Dame took the ball and drove it right down the field, I think over a 10-play drive to open up the third quarter. And you just can't let that happen. That's got to be that's probably the most important series when it comes offense or defense. If you're Penn State and you've got the lead that you have and you're feeling good, you got a 7-point lead. You know, they came down, they got 3 points. The backup quarterback got them 3. Okay, but you're still up 7. What you need to do is that first series, you need a 3 and out so that you get the ball back and kind of pad your lead. They did not do that. They looked like they put on their regular clothes and came back. It wasn't the same Penn State defense.
No, it wasn't. It was an 8-play, 75-yard drive.
75 yards.
It opened up the third quarter for Notre Dame. And look, Penn State led 10-0 late in the first half. Remember, the Nittany Lions went on that 15-play, 90-yard drive that took up more than half of the second quarter. But Notre Dame put together a good drive. They kicked a field goal right at halftime. And
yes, they did.
They got the ball back. They did the double dip and tied it up at 10. Oh, man, that fourth quarter hurt for the under bettors out there.
Yes, it did.
Including my cousin.
Because that looked just like we're going to have under.
Yeah, it was 10-10 after 3. It's like, all right, this is perfect. We're not even halfway to the total yet. But Notre Dame puts up 17, including that game-winning field goal with 7 seconds left. Penn State put up 14. Look, it was spectacular theater. If you didn't have a dog in the fight, you just wanted a good game. We got a good game. Maybe the best game, probably the second best game of the playoff. I still think the Peach Bowl that Texas played against Arizona State is number 1, but we haven't gotten a lot of great games to this point in this first ever 12-team CFP. We got one last night.
Well, we did.
And
there were some hard hits in that game.
Yeah.
There were some defense guys getting slammed to the ground. There was some great run game stuff by Penn State. I just thought, you know, at the end of the game, I thought James Franklin got a little too excited. Big game James got too excited and just trying to end this thing with 37 seconds. I'm like, dude, don't do it. Don't put your quarterback. Don't put Aller in a situation where you think that guy is Pat Mahomes and he can take you down the field. Forget about it. And they didn't. He's not good when he's got pressure around him in the pocket. He will throw it up to anybody and everybody, and he did just that last night. I thought it was a time for them to go overtime. You've already dodged a few bullets in this deal.
Yep.
You've got the better of the running games going. I know Notre Dame got a couple plays off in their run game finally. It took them a while to get going, but Penn State throughout the night, their runners, those two guys were fantastic, and the offensive line was fantastic. And I thought let me get to overtime. I'll run this ball down your throats and demoralize you for 7. And they did, and they tried to win it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Penn State got away with a couple of things late. Remember, they had that 15-yard hands to the face penalty on Notre Dame's previous drive. And I thought, the Irish are about to march into field goal range. They're about to bleed the clock to 0-0s, and then they're going to kick one, and then the game's going to be over right there. But Notre Dame with some questionable play calls, like 3 straight drop-back passes.
Yes,
Riley Leonard takes a sack on 3rd down. And then, like you said, Penn State got the ball back. They got it at their own 15 with 38 seconds left. And, Buck, I think they were trying to get it to overtime because they called a run on that first play.
They got a nice gain, huh?
They got 13 yards, and I think that changed Penn State's thinking. It's like, all right, well, now we actually did something here. We still have a couple of timeouts. Maybe we can find a way.
Maybe we can run a screen or something where it's safe. That's what we should have done.
Well, they didn't. Yeah, Drew Aller with an inexplicable late throw over the middle of the field. He was getting roasted by Greg McElroy on the TV broadcast last night. A hell of a play. Christian Gray with a diving interception by Notre Dame. I mean, he had to step up and make it happen.
Yeah, and of course, all the announcers are talking about how responsible this kid Aller is in the pocket. He's not going to make a mistake. He doesn't make mistakes. Go for it. They were all saying, let's go for it. He doesn't make crucial mistakes like that. And what did he do? Threw across his body.
Oops,
yeah, a mistake.
You know what Drew Aller did not do last night?
What's that?
He did not complete a pass to a wide receiver the entire game. He had 12 completions. They were all to running backs and tight ends.
Yeah, Penn State will have to fix that in the offseason.
It's kind of amazing Penn State got here, and that's one of the reasons why I picked Notre Dame. I said it on the show yesterday.
Somebody throw the ball to her, you're right.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough on the outside, and I thought Notre Dame could do a good enough job containing Tyler Warren and the Penn State rushers. They didn't do great, but I guess they did enough.
Yeah, even Notre Dame has more wide receivers. Greathouse had a fantastic game last night. That guy's done nothing all year, but 29 receptions during the course of the year. And last night, he must have had about 7 or 8 receptions. The 1 touchdown. He had some big plays in the game.
Yeah, 7 catches.
He hasn't been great all year long.
Spoken like a true Lake Travis broadcaster.
Yeah,
right
I mean,
there,
really.
Not giving any love to the Westlake.
Yeah, he had
Shack.
29 full catches during the course of the season.
Yeah, 7 catches, 105, and a touchdown. Not only did he have that touchdown, he had that huge conversion on 3rd down.
Which I can't believe they threw the ball in that crowd.
Hey, yeah, it was
what a great grab that was.
It was a bold play call and a bold throw, but it worked out for Riley Leonard and company. And yeah, Jaden Greathouse made that play to keep the chains going, which allowed Notre Dame to once again bleed the clock out to 7 seconds when they kicked that field goal. So they find a way to win. We've got some coaches sound before we dive back into this game. We'll start with the winning coach, man, Marcus Freeman, as cool as a cucumber. That guy, I don't know how he keeps it together the way he does on the sideline. I don't know how he keeps it together the way he does in these post-game interviews, but here he is on the field with Molly McGrath.
A special group. You find out a lot about your team at its lowest moments. And this is a group that continue to stay together. They trust each other. They leaned on each other, and they got better. And that's the reality of this thing. In those toughest times, that's when you make the major gains. And I'm proud of this group, proud of this place, proud of this university. And let's go celebrate a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's still going all the way back to the Northern Illinois game where they lost, where everybody counted them as dead in the water for the remainder of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And they just fought back and went on that winning streak. And right now, one of the better teams in the nation.
And they've earned it. I mean,
yes, they have.
They won 3 games to get to this spot. They beat an Indiana team that was one of the best stories in America this year. Then they beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, and then they find a way against Penn State. So 3 impressive wins against power conference teams for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They're going to be an underdog in the national title game. I saw some look-ahead lines on SportsCenter last night. If Texas wins, Texas would be a 3-point favorite against the Fighting Irish. If Ohio State wins tonight, the Buckeyes would open up as an 8-point favorite against the Fighting Irish. But, hey, I don't think you should count this Notre Dame team out. They've been a resilient bunch all year. And like you said, a lot of people left them for dead after that.
Yes, they did.
I mean, they went on the road in week 1 and beat A&M, like an impressive win in College Station with College Game Day there and 100,000 Aggie fans going nuts. They win that game, and it's like, Notre Dame's for real. They might do something this year. Then they go back home and lose to Northern Illinois out of the MAC, and it's like, well, we don't need to pay attention to these guys anymore. They're done. And then here they are. They're going to be one of the final 2 teams standing when it's all said and done.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game by them. That was, as I said, when they came back in the second half, when Leonard went out and the kid took him down the field, mean, that showed an awful lot of resilience for that whole entire team as they backed that kid right down the field, and he stood in the pocket and got rid of the ball in a hurry. I mean, that ball was gone. I mean, he didn't hang in the pocket. They never got pressure on him because the ball was gone so quick. They changed their offense an awful lot, and I thought in the second half they were going to do the same. But for Leonard, he didn't have to hold on the ball because he took some hits. Now, he was getting plowed over. I mean, hits to him after he threw the ball. Of course, they hit him when he ran with the football as they piled on the top of him, but they didn't. They just went back to the normal offense with Leonard as their quarterback. They didn't do any quick drops or anything else. They just went back to their normal offense, and they survived that.
Yeah, well,
they really did.
Leonard got hurt in the second quarter, and I think one of the unsung heroes of that game was Steve Angeli, the backup for Notre Dame, because he was the guy that led the Irish on that
3 points.
That field goal drive that gave him a little bit of momentum going into halftime. He was 6 of 7 for 44 yards, coming in cold off the bench. That guy deserves a lot of credit for keeping Notre Dame in the game and actually helping them score their first point. So he was impressive there. And then, Notre Dame making the plays when they needed to late. And for Penn State, a chance to put a lot of narratives to bed. I mean, you can't call this a bad year for Penn State. They were one of the last 4 teams playing football. They won a couple of playoff games. It was their first ever trip to the college football playoff. But James Franklin in a big game. That's probably the biggest reason why I picked Notre Dame yesterday. How about this stat? It hurts. James Franklin now 1-15 against AP top 5 opponents in his career at Penn State. So he's done a great job winning the games.
I'm sure he thinks it's going to be things will get better for him. I don't think so. This is as good a Penn State team as they've had in a long, long time. This was their real chance. You got 2 NFL running backs, a couple NFL offensive linemen, and a lot on defense on that defensive front that are NFL type of players. And if you don't get it done this year, and you got no wide receivers. Now you're going to have to go in the portal or NIL. You're going to have to pay some guys to come play there at wide receivers. Now, if Aller is coming back, which probably should after last night's event, but you're going to have him throw to somebody. Your tight end's gone.
Right. Yeah, here's James Franklin. He did kind of talk about that in the post-game press conference that his team will be back.
It was going to be a fourth quarter game and come down to a possession, and that's exactly what happened. So give Notre Dame a ton of credit. I wish them the best of luck moving on to the national championship. But I love every guy in that locker room. I love every person in that locker room. Proud of them. Played our tails off tonight. Obviously, we made too many mistakes that were costly. So give Notre Dame credit, and we'll learn from this, and we'll be better.
No, you won't be better. No, Coach, you're not going to be better than you were this year. This was your year. This was your golden opportunity. It was right there, at least to play in a national championship game.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be as good as you were next year. Not without that tight end. That tight end's gone. He's 50 to 60% of what your offense was all about this year. They're going to find another tight end. They've got 2 or 3 of them, but nothing like that dude.
No, they've got 2.
And those 2 running backs, I think, are out the door too.
They could be. Yeah, they've got 2 top 20 picks in April's NFL draft.
Oh, yeah.
The tight end, but also Abdul Carter, the edge rusher, who
that guy played hurt. Wow, was he good?
Yeah, with a bum shoulder last night. He was still one of the best players on the field for Penn State.
And as I said, the other dude on the other side, number 33, is a monster himself. They've got a couple guys on that defensive line, the nose guard. Yep. Coach, it won't get any better.
I know. Yeah,
it's not getting better next year. You may think it is. That's a good thought.
The other edge you're talking about, denied Dennis Sutton, had that crazy interception, right? The D lineman dropping in coverage and going extendo arms to make that
He's had back-to-back real good games.
Also had a couple of sacks, and then Abdul Carter had a sack and a few TFLs. So, Notre Dame has some studs, Penn State had some studs on its team. Notre Dame does too. Don't want to discredit them.
No.
But it's going to be tough for the Nittany Lions to get back to this spot because they do lose a lot. It's just insane that they didn't have any receivers who caught a pass.
And that's
last
something.
Night. And they've had receivers, right?
Oh, yeah.
Chris Godwin was there. Jahan Dotson was there. Like, they've had some really, really good difference makers on the outside during James Franklin's tenure in Penn State.
Yeah, and the years of the transfer portal, I would think somebody else would love to have gone to Penn State and been a wide receiver.
Yeah.
To see what they have and then end up there.
Maybe not catching balls from that quarterback the way he played last night. Come on, man.
He was not good last night. He was so inaccurate. He hit a couple passes over the top, but they had some wide open guys that he missed.
He did. Yep. 12 of 23 for 135 yards.
He will need to come back another year.
Yeah. He was kind of improving his draft stock with what he did late in the year and in their first couple of playoff games, but that one's going to sting for a little bit. We'll see what Drew Aller decides to do. He could go pro or he could return for one more year. So congrats to the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Their first national championship appearance since 2013. They're looking for their first title since 1988. Of course, one of the most historic programs in college football. It's been a while since they've won the whole damn thing. They are one win away from doing that. Of course, Marcus Freeman making some history, the first black coach to make a national title game and the first coach of Asian descent to make a national title game as well.
Boy, are they good in the secondary.
Yeah, they're so well coached too, aren't they?
Yes.
I mean, Marcus Freeman's the defensive guy, and a lot of people were a little surprised that he got that gig, and a lot of folks wanted Notre Dame to go out and launch this big national coaching search to try to bring in a bigger name with more experience after Brian Kelly walked to Baton Rouge.
Dude, watch their recruiting pickup. You're talking about a group that if they start recruiting the way they've been known to, look out.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. So Notre Dame, it feels like they're in a great, great spot. And obviously the addition of Riley Leonard for them and the transfer portal was huge. He hasn't had to be perfect, but he has driven that bus all the way to Atlanta.
I don't think that you don't think they'll be playing transfer portal stuff now at Notre Dame. Yes, they will.
Yeah, they might.
NIL, transfer portal.
They got to ease their restrictions that they've got a little bit, right?
Yeah, the only restriction they have is, are you good enough?
Yeah, and look, the good news for Notre Dame, I know people lose their minds by the fact that they're not in a conference. Well, they get to keep all this money that they're making from this college football playoff run, whereas Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, all of these other teams, they've got to split it with the conference. Notre Dame, they're getting to cash in right
yes,
now
they are.
For a number of different reasons. So congrats to the Irish. We hope to see them in a couple of weeks in Atlanta.
That's interesting. They said they share absolutely nothing with the ACC at all.
Nothing.
Wow.
Not for football. No. All that.
That's why it's called it independent, huh?
Yeah, all that TV money. Part of me is like, everyone's mad at Notre Dame for not being in a conference. Why doesn't everyone leave conferences and all be independent on their own?
Why doesn't Notre Dame share a little something with those lousy teams they play from the ACC? Give them a little something on the side.
At least $5 and a pair of socks.
No kidding.
Give them some. All those, Florida State could use it right now.
Some of those teams that they get to play during the course of the year.
Amen. All right. So there's that game. And we've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian. We've got some sound from Ryan Day. Both of those guys held a joint presser here in Arlington yesterday. But before we deep dive into the other semifinal in the college football playoff, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and, of course, non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement. Of course, if you got problems with that elbow, arms, neck, ankles, the whole works, call on these guys. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Should probably flip my microphone back on. And a joint live read for all of our great travel partners.
Yes, indeed.
Who have allowed us to bring you boots on the ground coverage from Arlington. And, of course, our pregame show coming up later this afternoon from Texas Live. Thanks to all of our great Cotton Bowl travel partners, AV Consultations, McCall Custom Homes, Sue Patrick, Domino's, 34 Wine and Spirits, Austin Duck Adventures, and Covert Bee Cave, who, of course, hooked us up with a ride. We were driving up 35 in style the other day. We'll be making the trek back home tomorrow, hopefully celebrating a Texas win. But major love to all of our travel partners. We love these guys, great people, great businesses, and we think y'all will too. So if you're looking to upgrade your life, reach out to any and all of those travel partners, and they will do that for you.
And say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick. Of course, get those national championship shirts ready, Jay.
There we go.
Got to get them ready, my friend. They're located at 5222 Burnett Road. Head on over there, of course, right after the victory. Get over there on Saturday afternoon. Start picking up the gear for the national championship game for sure. Go for more information. Go to SuePatrick.com. Free curbside pickup. Orders over $49, free online service just for you. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information, folks.
Free shipping.
Free shipping.
Free online service. What do you normally have to pay to go on websites?
Maybe some of the ones I do.
Hang on. I thought that stuff was illegal in Texas now. You found a way, I guess. Yep. Shout out to Sue Patrick for
Love
looking us up. All right, let's start with Steve Sarkeesian. Once again, some sound from both coaches. This comes from yesterday. So just one day before kickoff, these coaches held a joint presser together. And here's Steve Sarkeesian, his opening statement one day away from kick.
That being said, we've got a great opponent. That doesn't need to be said probably much more. I mean, Coach Day's done a great job. He's got a tremendous staff, great talent on their team. They've navigated the season tremendously. I think in this day and age of college football, to think that you're just going to go unblemished is probably not realistic, especially not in our two conferences with the amount of quality teams that you have to play week in and week out. And the grind that it puts on your team, not only physically but mentally, and I think the ones that can be standing here January 9th and 10th, playing for an opportunity to play for a national championship. I think the credit is due to all four teams, but obviously the job that he's done to get them here. So it's a great honor. It's humbling, but it's also a great opportunity and one we're looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, it's as he talks about these teams that are surviving to the 9th and the 10th of this month. It's been the longest college football season of all time, and for the strength and conditioning people, the trainers, everything to do with college football. The four teams that are still hanging around. Boy, oh boy, you had to have done a fantastic job because this is long. This is a grueling season for the players themselves. We know we always give thanks to the players and the coaches, but the people behind the scenes, to keep these guys going and focused on the task at hand. Plus, some of them do play school. Some of them do want to graduate.
No.
And yes, they do, and get an education. Plus, everything else, all the demands that are put on those guys. Then to show up on a Saturday or a Friday or a Thursday or whatever and have to perform on that football field against now a lot of like athletes. You don't really have many advantages right now. You may have had advantages during the course of the year by playing some subpar teams, not quite that have the things that you have. But boy, now it is rough and tough, and everybody's in a struggle right now.
Let me ask you this, Buck, because you talked about the wear and tear on these players going into their 16th game of the year tonight. Are you at all worried that there's going to be some after effects from needing 2 overtimes to beat Arizona State just 9 days ago? I mean, the defense was on the field for almost 40 minutes, right? Arizona State ran 97 plays on offense. Are you at all worried? I know Texas got 2 extra days compared to what they normally get from week to week in the regular season.
No, I think you can survive, BK, the 2 extra days that you said. I think those 2 extra days will mean a lot because probably one of those days is full rest. Guys will go over and watch film, but there's probably, hey, no, we don't need you lifting weights today. What we need you to do is watch film and let your body relax. So I think you get a full day of body relaxation. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's the whirlpool or guys getting, just treatments and nothing to do physically. But it's that mental grind too. I mean, your body starts telling you certain things like, when you have off a matter of days, I like it better than to have that whole 3 weeks of not playing football when your body just says, okay, what you're telling me now is I can really shut down. But then all of a sudden you go back and, hey, you got to go to practice. Now you got to pick your body. Your body's going, wait a minute. You just told me for 4 days I'm off. I'm done. Give me a couple of weeks to settle in. And then all of a sudden you got to start going back again. I think that's harder on you than the continuation of going right now. These guys are young enough that they can continue to go. If you get 2 days, an extra 2 days, that's a lot.
That's the hope. And
yes.
Look, Texas, I guess, is at a bit of a disadvantage. Now it's Texas's fault, right? Like Ohio State was able to play some reserves in the second half of that Rose Bowl win against Oregon because they took care of their business. And unfortunately, Texas couldn't put Arizona State away, so they had to play their guys for a couple of extra periods. So maybe Ohio State's got the advantage there. And also, I'll tell you what, I'm looking ahead, and I hate doing this because I'm speaking in a universe where Texas loses this game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Notre Dame did not play a conference championship game. If Ohio State wins tonight, the Buckeyes did not play a conference championship game. With all the overreacting going on to the first ever 12-team college football playoff, I do wonder if there's going to be some freaking out about, do we even need these conference championship games? Like, is it even a benefit to play in these games, or should you just do enough to get into the field and then
have a week off and everybody rest up and let's go give us the best games we can get?
Yeah, because Ohio State's been a different team in the playoff, and once again, Notre Dame got that extra week of rest, and it's been working for them. So
yeah, well, we'll hope these extra 2 days, because as crazy as that overtime game was against Arizona State, they weren't the most physical team that Texas has played this year. They really weren't.
No.
The only guy that was getting physical was Scadaboo. He was the only one puking on the sideline. So everybody else seemed to be, it was a rough game, but they didn't hit any harder than anybody else, I didn't believe.
Ohio State's going to hit hard.
Ohio State's going to hit hard tonight.
Yeah, they are.
This is Georgia all over again, and maybe better.
Mm-hmm.
So on the offensive side, this is even better than what we've seen of the Georgia team. So there's going to be some hard hitting going on. This was going to hurt. This was going to sting.
Yeah, the good news for the winner of this game is the national championship game isn't until the following Monday.
Yes,
so you get
those extra days again, a couple extra days once again. So
I think either team is going to need it because this one should be physical at Jerry World.
Well,
tonight.
you hope it is. Well, you hope so.
Yeah, hope it is. All right, one more. Well, plenty more, but we'll go to one more right now from Steve Sarkeesian. Texas is the underdog. We talked about it yesterday. It feels like nobody is picking Texas to win. Even Longhorn fans aren't confident that the Longhorns are going to get the job done tonight. Steve Sarkeesian was asked if he talks about his team being underdogs in the locker room.
Don't talk that way. It's Coach Day touched on it. It's a clean slate. And the reality of it is you don't get any points for being an underdog. They don't – you don't get to, hey, we lost by 5, you win. It doesn't work like that in our world. You have to either win or you lose the game. And so our job is to put forth the maximum effort with great attention to detail to make sure we're right in the mental frame of mind to compete and then ultimately perform and to perform in those critical moments. And so we don't only talk that way, but again, human nature is human nature. You can't sit and think that our guys aren't sitting around and looking at Twitter, because that's what our guys do. When they get on the bus, they pull out their phones like everybody else does. And so they hear that, but we don't really speak that way. But I do think human nature is human nature.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've ever heard him say great attention to detail. I've heard him before say you got to pay attention to detail, but this is great attention, and he's absolutely right. In order to beat Ohio State, you have to have great attention to detail, and that's everything from your special teams to penalties to holding to hands underneath the face and everything that you do as a player. You have to have great attention to what your training has been. You can't slip in this game. A slip here and some guy drops a flag on you, is going to be costly. Penn State saw that last night, and I think we saw that in some pass interference calls and some questionable calls, and you're thinking, in the end, if you broke down some of the things that were called in the game last night, it's like you didn't have to throw that flag. Well, it is a penalty. You know what I'm saying? If you're face guarding a guy, it's face guarding. I mean, I thought the interference in the end zone, on the interception that Notre Dame had, I was like, you don't need to call that penalty.
That's Big 12 refs. They have to call it. They got to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
I'm not watching the game for the players. I'm watching it for the Big 12 officials.
Well, I'm like, let the players play. That's not enough. If the ball would have been right there at the guy, he would have been able to make that catch. You're not really interfering, but for the way the rule goes, that's what it is. Even though they got an interception, the ball never even got to that dude. Yeah. It's all that if the ball would have got there. Well, the ball never got there. It wasn't going to get there because it was intercepted, but you had to call that penalty. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, let that go. Why are you dropping that flag on that? But according to the rules, that's the rule.
Yeah.
Well,
Steve Sarkeesian in that answer, he started with coach speak like, nah, we don't really pay attention to that stuff. Nah, that's outside noise. We don't talk about that.
You need that. You need a little bit of that.
And then towards the end, he's like, but human nature kicks in and our guys have phones and they see all this stuff and they hear what everyone's been saying about them. And that was Sark kind of telling you the real answer, that shit, yeah, they've been talking about that in the locker room.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Like, Sark would be a bad coach if he wasn't talking about that. I think of Kirby Smart, who right now is the best coach in college football. And 2 national championships. He's the best in the business right now. That guy, I'll never forget it. After Georgia won its 2nd consecutive title in 2022, and they beat TCU by about 100 in that championship game, Kirby Smart said, nobody believed in us. Nobody gave us a chance. And all of his players said the same thing. That guy was able to convince his team that everybody doubted them, even though they had just won the title before. They were preseason number 2 or 3, and they ran through everybody that they played.
Yeah.
Like Steve Sarkeesian, he doesn't have to make that shit up. Against Arizona State and Clemson, when you're 2 touchdown favorites, might be a little tougher to get your guys amped up because everyone's praising them like, oh, you guys are going to win this game easily. You don't even have to worry about them. Just focus on the game that's coming up after that. In this game, shit, you get all that extra motivation.
I guarantee you this. If he doesn't believe that, Ohio State thinks it's them against the world, because Ohio State thinks everybody hates them. You think people don't like Texas. Well, there's a whole crew of people that just can't stand Ohio State, whether it's NIL money, the best team money can buy. They don't like their head coach. They want him fired. They've been living that way, all year long just about. So, and the thing about them is they're playing their best football right now. As I said, despite the coach or the coaching, all their talent is now coming to the forefront. So Texas better be up to snuff and better pay attention to all the details in this football game. And if you can get a little firepower from being the underdog and nobody believes in you, take it all. You need to take it all in right now because Ohio State's been taking it all in all year long.
Oh, really? Since that Michigan game?
Since that Michigan game, they've really been taking all that talk.
This is the first time in 3 college football playoff games where everybody's picking them to win. Remember, they were favored in both of their games, but a lot of people were picking Tennessee in round 1 because of how bad Ohio State looked against Michigan. And then it was, Oregon beat them in the regular season.
They're going to beat them again.
There are a lot of people, myself included, who picked Oregon to win that game. This is the first time since that Michigan game where everybody in the country is like, Ohio State's going to win. They're so much better than their opponent. They got nothing to worry about. We said it earlier. I heard Patrick Murphy, who covers Ohio State. He was on a couple of different shows this week, but I know he said it on Chip and Zay. He's like, Buckeye fans are treating this like, we don't need to go to this game. They all went to the Rose Bowl because that trip's a lot of fun, and they're saving up their money to go to Atlanta because they don't think there's anything to worry about with Texas. They fully expect to win this game. So, look, I wonder, Ryan Day's been saying the right things, but there's human nature on that side too.
Sure.
Those guys have phones. Those guys hear that everyone's picking them and everyone expects them to win. Last time Texas was an underdog in a similar spot, they went on the road and beat Alabama by 10 last year. So maybe that's what the little kick in the rear that Texas needs to actually play an all 4-quarter game. The fact that
they have to
for the first time in a while. Both Georgia games, Texas was favored this year. First time since week 2 of last season, they've been underdogs. Maybe that's what they need to get them going a little bit more.
Well, hopefully so, because this team right here that they're playing this evening is so talented. When they're playing full go, and they're playing full go right now, they're hard to beat. I thought they'd be hard to beat during the course of the season period. Coming into the season, I thought they were the best team in college football. And as of quarter of 20 of 9 this morning, I still feel like they're the best team in the nation.
I'm trying to convince
and they're just going to be hard to beat. They're playing too well right now in all phases. And as good as Georgia defense is, this defense is maybe faster right now.
It is. It's the best defense in college football.
Yeah, and so I think that's going to be hard. There's a lot of things that Texas will have to do today, and one of those things is they're going to have to run with some efficiency. I'm not saying that they have to run the ball 40 times, but when they do run, BK, this can't be stuffed again. It just can't be. They can't put everything on Quinn Ewers' back today. I just don't feel like Texas can survive it, because this line can get to the quarterback. I expect this line to have a couple sacks.
Sure.
Against Texas. I don't think Texas can stand their quarterback's not going to stand clean today.
Well, a couple of sacks is fine, but
that's what I mean. If 2 sacks is fine. 4 sacks is going to be a problem today, because through that 4, somebody's coming from the blind side. So I'm worried about that part of it. I don't see Texas getting. I'm trying to find a way they can get to 120 total yards of rushing. I just not seeing it.
Oh, you were at 130 yesterday. Now you're not even at 120. You're not even to 120 now?
If they can get 120, you're in it. Oh. I don't see that unless I see some different types of runs in the game. But this is an Ohio State team that I felt like was the best team in the nation before the season started, despite Ryan Day. Right. Well, whether it's the best team money can buy, it's there. They're the ones who are going to show up today.
Yeah.
And they're playing like money ballers right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you had this matchup on your bracket before the playoff started. You did pick Texas, but you're going with the Buckeyes. They've been the more impressive team in the first 2 rounds of the playoff. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And yeah, there's no doubt that Texas is going to have to play a great game to get it done today.
For me, are you going to have to play 2 or 3 different types of games in this game? The game within the game. Are you going to, this particular series, have to slow it down, speed it up? I know there are times when you have to do those things depending on if you're ahead or behind. But can Sark call a methodical game where he controls the tempo of the game by breaking the huddle? Let's go up. Let's look at the clock. Let's not give them the ball back. Let's make sure that when we throw a pass, that it's for yardage, or let's not get into helter-skelter just because we want to rush up and this whole speed up the game. I don't speed up the game on this group, I don't believe. You know, I think every play will count. I think you have to think about every play in this football game. So
yeah, you want to win the time of possession battle.
oh, yeah. Can you do that against them?
It's going to be tough. I mean, if you could do what Arizona State did against you,
yes,
which is keep the opposing offense on the sideline, then that's Texas's best chance to win. But obviously to do that, not only do they have to go slow, they've got to be able to run the ball effectively well.
Yeah,
they can't average less than 2 yards a carry like they did in the Peach Bowl. They've got to be closer to 4.
Yeah, no, and it counts. If you get fly sweep and some guy gets around the corner for you for 18, 20 yards, that's the run game. That's a part of it. So it's not just the running backs. Everybody's involved in this deal today.
Yeah.
And who else, as you said yesterday, who else is going to step up? We know there's a couple guys at wide receiver that can step up. We know the tight end will step up in big time, but who is the other wide receiver that's going to have to step up today? Somebody else is going to have to step up and be that guy. And I'm saying it's got to be Mr. Moore.
Yeah, it can't just be Matthew Golden.
No,
right?
It's got to be Mr. Moore. He's the guy who's been around most of the season until lately when he's had some drops here or there or hadn't run great routes. He has to come through now.
Yeah,
the way he played earlier in the season. That guy who got a position on the team where he was playing a lot.
Sure.
Who deserved it, needs to get back to that part of it, I believe.
Well, he was great in the SEC championship game. Went over 100 in that, had a touchdown against Georgia.
That's the guy we have to see today, I believe.
Would like to see that. Yeah, you can't just rely on Matthew Golden and Gunnar Helm. And I'm a little nervous about Gunnar Helm because Ohio State's done a great job covering tight ends this season. Now, Gunnar Helm's one of the best in America. He should find his way open, and hopefully Sark's able to scheme him open a little bit. But point is, yeah, you've got to have some good play on the outside from your receivers to make sure this can be a balanced attack.
Yeah, and they've got to be in tune to Matthew Golden. They're not letting him be the guy. You know, they're going to be, we worry about Smith on the other end, but they have to worry about Matthew Golden. That guy can screw up your game plan too. If you're deciding that, oh no, we have guys that can cover him. We're not worried about him. We cover these other guys that practice all the time. He's a cut above, and he can beat you a lot one-on-one if that's what you think you can do. And try to focus in on somebody else. That's the guy you have to focus in on. He's the game wrecker for Ohio State. They understand that in the passing game
for sure.
So who else is going to step up? Somebody else has to step up. Somebody's going to get some individual coverage where they have to beat that.
Yeah, one-on-one matchups.
Yes,
absolutely. Because Ohio State's going to try to get after Quinn Ewers a little bit.
Yes, they are.
They're going to try to make Texas one-dimensional and slow down the run game. So there will be some one-on-ones on the outside, and you hope Texas's athletes can beat Ohio State's athletes pretty often tonight. This one's interesting. Good for Danny Davis of the Austin American-Statesman, who finally, and this is not a Danny Davis thing, but finally somebody asked Steve Sarkeesian about the kicker. I couldn't believe this. I mean, we've had plenty of opportunities to hear from the coach since Bert Auburn missed a couple of field goals in the fourth quarter on January 1st.
Don't just call him Bert Auburn. Call him your guy.
That's your guy now. Don't call him my guy. That's your guy. I'm not a Bert Auburn believer anymore. Steve Sarkeesian was asked about the possibility of switching kickers, and he didn't say no.
Well, I think that's always the challenge of a coach, right, is, you think about some of those positions. Football is an ultimate team sport, but there's some specific positions that are very kind of individualized. Obviously, you think about snapper, punter, holder, kicker, quarterback even at times. Of when do you do that and what does that look like? I think ultimately there's a psychological approach that we've tried to use, and there's obviously the physical approach. And then we'll monitor that thing through pregame and make a decision and go.
Yeah, I don't like the one where you put your arms around him and whisper sweet nothings in his ear. That's not the psychological approach that I like.
Well, I have no problem with Sark trying that because he didn't do that on the previous kick and he missed it by more. So, Sark was trying to switch it up because Bert Auburn hadn't been reliable at all.
He hadn't been hugged.
No, it didn't work. And I get you saying that. I get Nick Saban after the game saying you got to treat it like a normal kick. Well, guess what? The normal kicker wasn't making normal kicks.
No, you got to try something. You're right.
And my problem is he didn't be harsh enough with what he said. He should have said, "You're walking back to Austin if you don't." It's
cold out there.
Hey, Bert Austin, because that's what Rooms to Go guy kept calling you on TV. You're walking back to your namesake if you don't make this kick, so you better effing make it. That's what Sark should have said. That was the problem there. But he said, we're going to see how it is in warmups. That was the end of that cut. It wasn't like, oh, we're for sure sticking with Auburn. We believe in him. It was like, we're going to monitor the situation.
Dude, what if somebody else came in and kicked a 25-yarder?
And then we'll decide.
How about
I don't
new
know.
kicker kicks and he makes it? Do you then go to Bert Auburn? Then nope, it's over with.
Yeah, I think if Will Stone is your first kicker tonight, Will Stone will be your last kicker tonight, right?
Unless he misses.
If he misses one, then you try Bert Auburn again.
Yeah, you do. Of course you do.
You think that will help his confidence, him getting benched? Do you think he's
Yeah.
going to be better after that?
Yeah, if you bring in somebody else and they miss, you go back to that dude. Hell yeah, he got to make it, and he probably will make it. Then
No,
there's no more pressure than that.
there ain't no probably he'll make it. Yeah. I was just like watching Chase Jeter at Notre Dame bury that 41-yarder in the final.
There was not
seconds.
any thought that guy was going to miss that field goal or any other field goal that he attempted last night.
By the way, that guy was not good in the regular season.
No,
Notre Dame was the only team in the country that was below 50% on field goals. But most important time of the year in the college football playoff, that guy has stepped up.
Dad's a chiropractor. He healed him.
Yeah, he was giving him all those groin massages with
There you
Deshaun
go.
Watson. Those guys
There you
were
go.
hanging out, getting it done.
Dad did a good job.
But I'm just watching that kick, and it's like, must be nice. Because if Texas is in that exact same spot tonight, 41-yard field goal, tie game at the end of regulation, if the Longhorns win it, they're going to the national championship. I'm not going to feel good about that kick. I'm not going to be able to watch. I'm going to have my eyes closed at Jerry World
you
tonight.
really?
Yeah. You kidding me?
Bert Auburn's going to be just fine.
What does that mean?
We don't need to worry about. All we need to do is for him to do is kick extra points. Let's not worry about field goals.
Like he's not going to miss a kick tonight.
No, he's not going to miss a kick.
All right. Hope you're right.
No,
I would love to be wrong on my Bert Auburn nervousness.
there won't be any sun hitting him in the eyes or any of that other stuff in there tonight.
Maybe that's what he needs.
Could.
He needs something different.
Something to ricochet.
Got to switch it up a little bit.
No, I feel pretty good about him tonight.
I just thought that was fascinating because Sark is a guy publicly who always has his players back.
Mhm.
Remember, after Quinn Ewers got benched in the first game against Georgia, he's like, no, Quinn's our guy. Quinn's our guy. Quinn's our guy. We're going right back to him. We believe in him. We just wanted to switch it up in this game. And there's countless examples you can point to over Sark's tenure in Austin where he will always have his players back, even if us fans are like, why the hell do you have that guy's back?
Yeah.
To hear him say, we're going to monitor it and we'll see what happens on game day, that's a little different, and that tells you that Sark is at least
a lot of things
considering
happen.
something.
The president is now going to be the president at SMU. Sark's probably going, I got to make something different happen here. I got to say something different. I don't have the same president anymore. That dude's leaving town.
Yeah, Sark was asked about that. I didn't cut that up. That's for another date. But
I just talked. He only said wonderful things about.
yeah, of course. I don't think anybody has anything bad to
No.
say about Jay Hartzell. The only
Hartzell,
bad
good
thing
guy.
we have to say is that he's leaving.
That's it.
He's a traitor. There's no loyalty with presidents anymore. I mean, what are we doing here? Is Trump about to go take the president job somewhere else if he gets a payday?
Could be the president of Canada.
Is that how it works? Well, I think he might be trying to be, but who knows? All right, so that was interesting there from Steve Sarkeesian. Something to look at. I'll be there tonight. I don't know if I'm going to get there early enough to see warm-ups, but I wonder if Will Stone will be kicking a bunch of kicks right next to Bert Auburn, and I wonder if Sark and Jeff Banks are going to be right there like eyes of a hawk.
Yeah, tell Jeff Banks to look at some extra film tonight of the fourth down plays by Ohio State when they get ready to punt.
Yeah,
tell him to check that out.
Tell Jeff Banks to donate half of his salary to the Texas One Fund so Texas can get a kicker in the portal and some better special teams players in the portal.
Well,
interesting.
Tell him to make sure that, yes, they may try a fake punt here tonight or a halfback pass there for you guys on defense.
Yeah, they might.
All is out there today to get to the championship game.
Absolutely.
And that's what it has to be for Texas. Like you said, you've got to make sure if you don't feel good about your kicker and he's out there missing kicks and warm-ups, you got to go with somebody else. You got to win this game.
I think it's going to be a heavy fourth down day for this Texas offense. Like, I wonder if Steve Sarkeesian, when Texas crosses midfield, is going to treat every sequence like he's got 4 downs to pick up 10. Like, it's not 3 and then we'll try out the kicker. It's like, I have 4 downs. Give me 4 plays to pick up 10 yards here. That's how I'm going to call this thing.
Or it depends on how his defense is playing too.
Yeah.
The defense is playing lights out and they're in it, and Ohio State is having a hard time, and you got to punt the ball down to their 10-yard line and they've got to go the length of the field. That's fine too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe inside the 40.
Yeah.
More than inside the 50.
I would say probably inside the 40.
I don't think Sark will punt inside the 40. But
yeah, I think if you get to the 35, 40-yard line and you've got 4th and 7, 4th and 8, BK, go ahead and go for it.
I will say this, like as good as that sounds, you love being aggressive. Look, Texas was 2 for 2 on 4th down against Arizona State. Obviously, the 4th and 13 was there. They did struggle on 4th down in that first game against Clemson, and something that's incredibly important, regardless of where Texas is on those 4th downs. They've got to get 7 tonight. Like three's not going to be enough. And once again, I don't know how often Sark's going to even try out his kicker to attempt 3, but Texas is scoring touchdowns in the red zone just 64% of the time. Ohio State doing it 76% of the time. Texas has to find a way to convert good drives tonight because there might not be very many against this Buckeyes defense.
And I'm really, before, we were wondering when Arch Manning gets in the game and what does he do? Does he get more than 2 or 3 plays and we don't see him for the rest? I'm real interested in finding out what they have in store for that kid in this football game. Not just the 1 or 2 little snaps. How many other times is that guy going to get in the game? Because as I said, if you have talented players, this isn't the game where they stand on the sideline.
Talking about Arch or Jaden Blue?
Arch. Oh, I know about Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue has to be in this game today.
Yeah.
No matter what you think about his fumbling, if he's not fumbling the ball and he can give you a little bit of an advantage with his speed, you got to use him.
Let me ask you this, Coach. I'm gonna give you an over/under. I'll say 3.5 snaps for Arch Manning tonight.
I'm going over.
Okay. He had 0 in the game against Arizona State. Remember, he did drop back to throw in the first-round game against Clemson. He ended up taking off and running, picked up a first down. It was the right decision there. But, yeah, we didn't see him at all in the most recent Longhorn game.
Yeah, I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him get in with the kind of a direct snap where he does do just regular quarterback draw, not quarterback power, but drop back to pass, and those guys go, oh, hell, he is throwing the ball. We've been waiting for him to drop back and pass. Let's drop back also, where he takes it and tucks under with a quarterback draw that way. Not straight quarterback power. They snap it to him and he takes off with the running back. That can be a part of it. But I'd like to see real quarterback draw with him also.
Yeah.
And what the hell? Throw the ball too.
I'm going to take the under on 3.5 snaps.
Are you?
I'll say we get 2 Arch Manning snaps tonight.
Okay.
I think they're going to be in the red zone, short yardage situations, maybe a goal line type.
Will you freak out if he's in there for a series? If he's at the 40 going in and the dude is in for the remainder of that series?
Yeah, because that means Quinn Ewers has thrown 3 picks and he's getting benched. They're not giving Arch Manning a series just for the sake of giving him a series. If he does something like that, that means either Ewers is hurt or he's playing horribly like he did against Georgia, and Sark feels like he has to make a move to win the game. So no,
because he's done too many good things. You're right.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not going to take a guy out of a series who's an experienced quarterback in the scoring zone just because you want to get fancy with everybody and say, here's what I did, here's what I thought he could do. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, Sark has been loyal to Quinn Ewers. Like, let's go back to 2022 when Quinn Ewers was playing way worse than he is now. Sark didn't make the move then. I don't think in a win-or-go-home game with the spot of the national title on the line, Sark's all of a sudden going to be like, yeah, I don't trust Quinn.
I think once again it depends on how the game is going, what the flow of the game is. Yeah. If you're sitting in a territory of stalemates and it's a close game and you have an opportunity that Arch comes in and he plays and he does something on first down, I would expect that, yeah, I'll see him on second down too. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think you have to substitute Quinn Ewers back in the game. I think whatever you were going to do with Quinn Ewers, you still do at Arch Manning for that next down. And hey, if the ball moves again, what do? You think you'd then bring in the other guy? No, you play him in that series, but that doesn't mean he comes in he's the next quarterback in.
Right.
You go right back to your guy.
You'd be
shocked to see if you saw that on a series.
I'd be pretty surprised if there are 2 plays in a row where Arch Manning is on the field.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see that tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
Where he's there for more than 2 in a row.
I think a lot of Texas fans agree with you. I think they'd like to see that, especially with some of the red zone struggles this offense has had.
And it's got to be the right time of the game. I mean, it can't be the panic time where you're down 17, or it can't be the time that you're up. It's got to be in a really good situation that works for, I think, both Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning, and for the football team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I think that's a feel. That's not a James Franklin thing where James Franklin will screw that up. This is a Sark thing where Sark will make, he will make spin goal out of shit. I mean, Franklin will take goal and turn it into shit, but this has got to be where you take shit and turn it into goal. I think Sark can do that.
Can you do that?
Yeah, you can do that.
You can turn shit into gold.
Yeah, Sark can do that. James Franklin can't do that.
I was wondering in real life.
No.
Sark actually turn his own shit into gold.
If he does this and it works with Arch Manning and he's in there for 3 or 4 plays and it works, that is spinning shit into gold right there.
That is spinning shit into gold.
James Franklin found a way to take gold and turn it back into shit last night.
Oh, in a big game? Does that surprise you?
Of course. No.
Big game, James?
No.
Oh, man. All right, one more from Steve Sarkeesian here. We'll get some Ryan Day and Steve Sarkeesian audio again in hour number 2. But talking about Quinn, Sark was asked about Quinn's journey to this spot. Of course, Quinn started his college career at Ohio State. You're going to hear that about 17 times on the TV broadcast tonight, so brace yourselves for that one. But Sark was asked about Quinn's journey from there to his 3 years at Texas, and obviously having the Longhorns one win away from a national championship from for the second straight season.
But it has not been an easy journey for him. You know, there's been ups, there's been downs, there's been injuries, there's been great moments, there's been tough moments, there's been playing his best when his best was needed in critical moments. Last week was no different. But at the end of the day, he's always stayed true to who he is. The guy's been he's been a steady sea for us, you know, and as much as the rocky waters could be around him, he remained very steady, very focused, very attentive to the details. His work ethic has been unmatched. And I've just been proud of him because I think he's found a source for him that has been a motivating factor where he can play free and play loose and play confidently.
Yeah, you know, there's one thing about him that's been pretty consistent. He hasn't been a flaky dude. You know, I've been around flaky quarterbacks, you know, in coaching, and that guy is not a flaky guy. I mean, he's been pretty consistent by the way he handles himself. I think he's done great with the media. They haven't put a lot of pressure on him. He's had the pressure's just been on him from the day he was in, you know, when he was in high school.
Sure.
And making the decision to go to Ohio State and getting a bunch of money and then coming to Texas. Because I got to believe if he would have started at Ohio State, he would have never left if things would have worked out the right way. He would have got that money and stayed getting money at Ohio State. But sometimes things work in different ways, and you end up, you know, you can say that I always wanted to be at Texas. You know, I'm like, yeah, well, not really. Didn't always want to be at Texas. It just happened that way that things didn't work out where you were, that you ended up at Texas. And that's fine too, you know?
I think in Quinn's perfect world, the Texas NIL rules would have allowed him to
make some cash,
get the $1 million that he got in his first season at Ohio State. But because the UIL rule in this state didn't allow for that to happen, Quinn Ewers got a big offer somewhere else. He decided to go to Ohio State. And look, I don't blame the kid.
No, things have just worked out. But along the way, I don't think he's been a flaky kid about it. I mean, you know, I've never noticed him as being, you know, even at times when things weren't going right with the great Vince Young, that guy, you know, was sitting by himself in the corner at certain times when they didn't have a big win. And I'm thinking, when is somebody going to go over and talk to that guy? They're going to let him sit by himself.
Yeah.
But this guy's never been kind of that pouty. He's been kind of a team guy,
yeah.
You know, and I don't have anything bad to say about him. You know, we all have those days where our heads kind of slump down when things aren't going well, but that's with everybody. That's not just with this guy. And he hasn't done a lot of that. He's been more of a leader than a powder.
Absolutely.
I mean, and he's been hurt and he's fought back through the injuries where a lot of guys may have taken another extra week or another extra couple of days. He seems to have wanted to get back with his teammates and really do right by the team. So, I commend the things that have gone on with this kid since he's been here. I think he's been a very positive force
well said.
For university football.
Yeah, he's the best quarterback they've had in a long time. I mean,
yes.
Sam Ehlinger was great, did a lot of great things for the university.
Stat was better.
Quinn Ewers was better. I mean, you got to go back to Colt McCoy. The last time Texas has had a quarterback this good and that has had Texas this nationally relevant. Look, regardless of how Quinn Ewers' season ends and how his career ends, whether it's tonight, whether it's in Atlanta as a winner or a loser on January 20th, I'll never forget what he did against Arizona State. I will never forget that because the Texas football house was on fire in that fourth quarter. Everything was falling apart.
Sure.
And Quinn Ewers, when everyone around him was collapsing, he stepped up. He put the superhero cape on. He put the team on his back, though, and willed Texas to a victory with what he did in the fourth quarter and in overtimes of that game. Like, that was a huge legacy moment for him.
It was.
He got very little help from the guys around him. The defense had given up. The kicker crapped the bed. The offensive line was committing false starts on every other play. And who stepped up and willed Texas to that college football playoff win? It was Quinn Ewers. So
yeah, and part of that is a lot of that is him, and part of that is that coaching staff.
Yeah, it's
that
not
understood
all Quinn.
what the kid is all about and how to handle that guy. Because, by the way, he is the quarterback,
right?
And they're handled differently than a lot of other players on your football team. And if you don't handle them the right way, they can just, you're talking about turning into a pile of crap. They can be poison to your entire football team, offense and defense. So this staff has found a way to handle his ups and downs, his injuries. You know, his sometimes when he doesn't have success the right way. A lot of places can't do that.
Yeah,
and Sark and his staff has done a great job in that.
Yeah, that interception he threw could have been demoralizing. I mean, Arizona State gets the ball back. They march down the field. They score another touchdown. They tie the game with a 2-point conversion. Like, that could have been the start of some real bad things for the Texas offense. Once again, Quinn led the Longhorns to 2 field goal drives that should have ended the game at the end of regulation. And obviously on 4th and 13 in overtime, and then on the very first play of the second overtime, he delivered 2 of his best passes of his Texas career to keep Texas's season alive. So hopefully we're talking about another Quinn Ewers legacy game like that after tonight. But, yeah, man, some people try to complicate his legacy a little bit more than I think they need to.
Oh, yeah.
That guy's meant a ton to the University of Texas, regardless of how this year shakes out. And us Longhorn fans have been very, very lucky to have him.
Absolutely. And that, like, once again, I give a lot of credit to Sark and his staff and the quarterback coach that has to deal with him every day. You know, I mean, those guys are, like I said, those guys are different. I mean, you got to deal with them differently. You don't get to scream and holler at them like you do, like the running back coach can do with runners. You know, you have to treat them a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going, "No, you don't treat anybody any different. You don't treat people different." Well, dude, you treat people different in your family. Everybody's kid isn't the same. You know your kid that you can yell at. You know, you've been around a family dynamic, BK. You know when your mom and dad can get after you more than they can your sister or whatever it is. There's different people who are handled different ways. When people think of teams, they go, "Oh, no. You know, the people that haven't been around sports think, well, oh, no, you treat everybody the same. Oh, no, you don't. You better not."
No.
You know,
quarterbacks?
No, they're not treated the same. And this group has found a way to treat this kid so he produces, and that's what he's done. He's produced for the team.
No doubt. Well said. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Shout out to a 254 area code saying, "Bucky, it's great to hear your voice in the morning again. You too, BK. First day back listening to y'all."
Very nice. Glad to have you back.
We're still getting new people every single day.
We love it.
On TSU. So spread the word about what we've got going on, live and local coverage all day, every weekday right here on TSU.
Damn, I wish they weren't playing Ohio State today. I wish it was anybody except for Ohio State tonight. I know it is.
You're scared, man.
Yeah, I'm scared.
You're scared. I've been trying this week to convince you to not be so scared,
Dude,
but I have failed.
Yes, you have. Right now, you have failed me at this time of the day. I'm still not there. I'm still Ohio State, 28-21, something like that.
So covering, not
still,
just winning, but covering.
But still. Oh yeah, I'm still there. What I saw the last time they took the field was they devastated Oregon. Oregon has one of the best offensive lines in football. They've got one of the better quarterbacks out there. Now they were missing their wide receiver. They don't have a dynamic running back, but they have a good enough running back that they couldn't move the ball the length of Wags as you know what. They couldn't move it that far.
Oh
and that ain't very far.
A half inch?
That's what I'm just saying. They couldn't do it. And I'm thinking, man, oh, man, oh, man.
Yeah.
And by the way, I like the runners at Ohio State, I think, a lot better than people like them. They remind me a little bit of the two dudes I saw last night at Penn State. And that's scary.
Yeah.
Those guys at Penn State, they didn't really need holes, BK, because when they made contacts with defenders, the guy who was going their velocity when they made contact, they know the body lean. And I think the kids from Ohio State know the same. And this defensive line for Texas has been fabulous over the last 2 years. But over the last 2 years, I don't know, with the exception of, the great one from Oklahoma State that they pounded into the ground up here last year. They haven't seen many running backs like these two guys.
What about the one last week? I know it was only one, but what about the one last week? Guy who finished 5th for the Heisman Trophy. They haven't seen one like him.
Once again, he got his.
I know, but they've seen him. They didn't do a great job against him.
He got his.
These guys together.
It wasn't like they held Scatterboot to 40 yards.
No, these guys are great, but I don't think either of them individually is better than Cam Scatterboot. Now, both of them collectively are awesome. Don't get me wrong. It might be the best 1-2 punch for any running back room in America, but they've seen a really good running back. Yeah,
I think I worry about that. I worry about the rushing game on both sides more than I do anything else.
Yeah.
I don't think that. I think the toughness of Texas will be there. I think that whole underdog mentality will be there. But when it comes to can they stop the run and can Texas run the football?
Big keys.
Yeah, that
almost cost them last week.
But once again, I'm thinking like every coach that plays against Texas, we are going to run the ball against you.
Sure.
No matter what you think you are or who you think you are, you will give in to our run game eventually during the course of the football game.
Yeah, you got to try, right? You want to be balanced. And look, Ohio State, I think, has turned into more of a pass to set up the run kind of team in this playoff because they've realized how good Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Egbuka are on the outside. But they're still going to try to run it tonight.
Yeah, in my mind in this game, I think that Texas will do you're not going to – Jeremiah Smith is going to get some plays, but I think he'll do a good enough job against him. when he becomes that reverse guy and all that other kind of crap, I think there's enough guys in the secondary who will come up and make a stick on a guy who's 6'3", 220. I have all the faith in the world.
I'm fine with the reverse because that means he's getting the ball behind the line instead of 50 yards past the line.
Yeah, and Texas has some secondary guys that come out of nowhere that will hit you, and they don't care how big you are. They will come up and strike you. They will deliver some blows. But Kuba will come up on anybody in the nation. I don't care who it is. If he's on a reverse and that guy comes out of the secondary, look out. There's going to be a collision. He's not going to make you miss. He's not going to miss.
We're going to get a targeting review today. Just get ready for that. Brace yourselves. Longhorn fans and everyone with Twitter fingers out there, get ready. Get ready to complain about something.
You think Michael Taft will be involved and Makuba will be involved in one of those?
One of those two guys, probably. Yeah. Or both of those two guys, probably.
Yeah, there was going to be some head hunting going on right here. Somebody wants to send a message.
Yeah.
And those two guys are the two guys in that secondary that will send a message with their play.
You've got to, because
I think so.
Texas has to land the first punch tonight. They've got to, because Tennessee got smashed early.
Once Ohio State gets in that rhythm, look out.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee was down 21 points before they even got off the bus in Columbus. And then Oregon was down 17 points basically before they walked through the parade of roses in California on January 1st.
And so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my thinking of a methodical, kind of game plan, maybe you're right. Maybe Texas needs to be the one to come out and let's get it down the field and make some big plays. I mean,
you could throw the first punch with a 12-play, 7.5-minute touchdown drive.
Boy, would that be awesome.
That's getting two birds stoned at once right there.
Boy, that certainly is. You tell me they get a 12-play drive and they score a touchdown on it, and there goes the first quarter just about. Now you're talking.
I'd probably cry if that happened.
I think you'd know you're in it if that happens.
Oh, my God. Yeah, if the Texas O-line is able to get that kind of push up front to put together a 12-play touchdown drive.
Yeah, well,
we're in it.
What you don't want to see is the first handoff, gain of 1, gain of nothing.
Yeah, tunnel screen, 2-yard loss,
run, no tunnel screen,
loss,
no swing screen,
incomplete pass.
You tell me, Jaden Blue's getting a swing screen to start the game with. I'm fine. If a guy from the secondary comes up and blasts him, that's okay. But if you throw a quick screen out there, and that thing gets blown up immediately, no, don't do that.
I was going to save this for the pregame show tonight, but I'll ask you this before we give some more sponsor shout-outs. If Texas wins the toss, Ohio State's the road team, so they'll make the call. But if Texas does win the coin toss, you taking the ball?
No.
You're deferring?
No, I'm deferring. I like what I saw that happened last night in Penn State game for Notre Dame. Give me something before the half and then give me the ball coming out in the third quarter.
They did win the middle 8. They got the double dip with the field goal at the end of the second and the touchdown at the start of the third.
Yes, they did.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. Once again, 512-222-9328. Plenty more to get to in the world of Texas, Ohio State, but also some NFL postseason to get into and some Texas basketball to discuss as the Longhorns will welcome number 1 Tennessee and Rick Barnes to town tomorrow. Before any of that, though, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Relax the Back, get on over there and find out about that zero-gravity recliner that they have. They've got tons of those, select office chairs, everything that's going to help your back feel a lot better. It's going to help your thighs. It's going to help your back, your neck, your thoracic, your lumbar area. They've got it. And they've got the Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows available for you over there at their locations. And 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Competitive prices, too.
Absolutely,
man.
All
of their great
Love
stuff.
Those Tempur-Pedic pillows.
Yeah, great people and great stuff at Relax the Back. Speaking of great people and great stuff, how about AV Consultations?
Great stuff.
Love Tom McKay, love the kid, love the whole team at AVC, and they can hook you up. We'll go live read today for AV Consultations. Hopefully you already have your TVs set up by AV Consultations, because this is one of the best football weekends we've ever had in our entire lives.
It's golf season too, man.
College football playoff last night, college football playoff tonight, NFL playoffs the next 3 days. Golf is back. They've got that random TGL league happening in the middle of the week. The Livers will be back soon.
Oh, your guys again.
We're still looking for that sponsorship money from the Saudis. So if anyone has a connect, please hook us up. But AV Consultations, there's never a bad time of the year to be a sports fan, which means there's never a bad time to make the call to AV Consultations. Upgrade your TV setup. You can get the man cave with the 4 TVs like I've got. You can get the giant 85-inch screen like the Bucks got, the home theater room, whatever you want. Our buddy Tom McKay and his team will take care of you. They've been doing it in Central Texas since 1988. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678, or find them online, avconsultations.com.
BK, I saw a live Olipop commercial last night. Did you see that one?
I did.
Oh, my goodness.
I was going nuts.
Olipop is national. They are everywhere right now. How about that national televised Olipop commercial?
Well, that's because we've been doing such a good job
Yes,
on this
we've
show.
got them national now.
And now we made them national.
Got those kids. Kids love soda, of course. And the taste of Olipop, it tastes like soda, but it's good for you.
19 different flavors.
Love
too,
it.
Buck. Yep. Great stuff. They've got it here all over the Metroplex. They've got it back home. H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries, you can buy Olipop.
Love the kid who was drinking. I think it was a white colored can. That is your Mountain Dew taste that you had the other day.
They've got a couple of white colored cans, but the Ridge Rush is.
I think it was Ridge Rush I saw that was on last night.
Okay. There you go.
Boy, a little kid just tearing it up. Dad saying, "Hey, this is good for you.
Yeah.
You like the taste of soda? You're going to like this."
You're going to live longer if you drink that stuff.
There you go.
I'm a scientist. I guarantee it.
Good job.
The Men's Warehouse guy. All right. Yep. Shout out to Olipop. Love the Olipops. Once again, 19 different flavors. And some quick love to centextickets.com. If you don't have a ticket to tonight's game, you can still get them. They still have plenty available online. Centextickets.com. Be sure to use the promo code CENTEX10. What about the double dip? Texas football tonight, Texas basketball tomorrow.
There you go.
CentexTickets.com, promo code CENTEX10. You could be at both of those Longhorn games.
And for sure, the weather will be nice tomorrow. It'll be in the 50s tomorrow back in Austin. So get on over to the mood for that game. That is going to be special. Rick Barnes comes back to town.
Second time he's been back since taking that gig at Tennessee. Tennessee's the number one team in the country. Now, they are coming off of a 30-point
They'll be a
loss.
little mad tomorrow.
They got boat raced by Florida. Both of these teams, of course, coming off losses. Texas fell short against number 2 Auburn on Tuesday. Now they welcome number 1 Tennessee to town on Saturday. That's as tough as it gets there. Tennessee's very good. Number 6 on Ken Palm. They're one of the best defensive teams in the country. No surprise because it's Rick Barnes. They have some offensive struggles. No surprise because it's Rick Barnes. But, Texas is they're going to have to play like they did in the final 10 minutes against Auburn.
Yes.
If they want to have a chance. And I think they do have a chance. I think Tennessee is gettable. I think we all saw that a few days ago. But the Longhorns can't give a 21-point lead to this team and expect to come back. That's a bad recipe right there.
Yes, it is.
So we'll see. Tennessee experienced 5 senior starters. Zakai Ziegler, that guy has been playing point for the Vols for at least 15 years.
And they play a defensive brand of basketball too now.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they're physical. And Tennessee's the best 3-point shooting defense in America. Texas, before SEC play started, was, I think, 3rd in the country in 3-point field goal percentage, which is amazing because Texas basketball has never been good at shooting threes, it feels like. But in the 2 SEC games against, teams with a pulse, they have not shot it well from beyond the arc. Going to be a tough sledding against Tennessee, the way they defend the perimeter. So, Texas is going to need a lot. They're going to need Trey Johnson to have his best game in league play. Hopefully, Kaluma can do something close to what he did against Auburn. They're going to have to attack the glass, though. They're going to have to be physical and bang bodies with the Tennessee team that has no problem doing that. So, no line yet. Tennessee favored by 4 on Ken Palm. I think they'll be a 4 or 5-point favorite tomorrow. You give the Horns any chance, Buck?
No.
Okay. Well, you're not confident at all in anything, Texas.
No, not. No, you talked about that the first 5 games that they'll be playing. So, and it started out with doom and gloom with the teams in the SEC, and the SEC is loaded.
Will they win any of these 5?
They may win 1 of the 5.
They do play the Sooners.
That one they have to win.
It is on the road.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's OU. They have to beat OU.
I think they're the worst of the 5 teams.
Yes,
Texas
because they got to play Florida. They, in order to win a possibility of winning 2, they would have to win on Saturday for sure. And I just don't know. I just think Rick Barnes' Tennessee team defensively, they did nothing defensively against Florida. I think they will come and play. At least if they play the kind of 3-point defense that they play, they can squeak one out against Texas. I don't think they run and hide against this group, but a loss is a loss. It can be 5. In basketball, there are no good losses.
Right. Yeah. The committee doesn't have a quality loss metric. They've got quality wins and they've got bad losses. They don't have a quality loss metric. So, Texas, they got to find some of these wins to bolster their tournament resume because right now their best win is at NC State, I think, and that's a fringe tourney team. Texas has played 3 ranked teams this year with UConn and then with A&M and Auburn, and they're 0-3 in those games. So they get another opportunity. They'll get plenty of
They'll
opportunities.
have, like every time they play now in conference play, they'll have plenty of opportunities.
No doubt. They got to start putting some good wins.
South Carolina ain't bad, and Mississippi State and Mississippi. Those teams are good.
Yep.
And on the road at Florida, they're all good.
And you've got to I think you only need 7, maybe 8 wins to feel good about getting in the dance. But for Rodney Terry, that's like you need that number of wins to save your job. Because
for sure,
I feel like you have to talk about Rodney Terry's job security every time you have a discussion about Texas hoops. I think the Longhorns have to make the tournament this year for RT to be back. And they're on the fringe right now. Obviously, a long way to go. We'll see how things shake out. But tomorrow would go a long way.
Certainly would.
Texas's chances. What about the NFL playoffs, Buck? You want to do your Gold Star locks right now?
Yeah, I'm the Ravens game against the Steelers. The Steelers has played pretty good against Lamar Jackson. Now they don't always win. It ends up being a field goal or whatever. But I think the Ravens will take care of the Steelers. The Steelers have been on that plummet over the last 5 games. I think the Ravens tomorrow. It's a high number, but I think they cover that at home.
Okay.
Tomorrow, I like the Ravens for 25,000 unit play.
It is a 9.5 point line.
Yeah, I think they win by 10 or more.
Okay.
I like the Chargers tomorrow. The Texans just have been struggling so much, and that Chargers defense is playing pretty well right now. If the Texans had the other wide receiver, if they had the young guy, but I just think that the Chargers defense is too much. They get to the quarterback. The offensive line won't be able to hold out that Chargers defense right now. I think Denver's getting too many points.
How many units on the Chargers?
50,000 unit
50
play.
on the Chargers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Denver's getting way too many points. I know everybody just loves the Buffalo Bills, but I think Denver is not just a young team. I think they're a good defense, and I think they will hold set with the kind of points that they're getting in the game too. I think that's maybe a touchdown win for the Bills or a field goal win, but I don't think they run away and hide against Denver.
Okay.
And I like their quarterback.
How many units on that?
That's a 50,000 unit play.
Broncos are +9.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take the Eagles. Jalen Hurts, they said, has practiced and practiced well. I think the Eagles is a 50,000 unit play.
Thank you. Eagles -5 against Green Bay Sunday afternoon.
I don't know what Jordan Love's status is. I know he won't have his wide receiver. I think he'll struggle against that Eagles defense. And I'm going to go with Baker moneymaker.
There you go.
50,000 units over the rookie of the year.
The Sooner.
Yeah, I think Baker. I don't know if they let it all hang out last week and getting their wide receiver his $3 million and historical
and his trip to the Hall of Fame when his career is all said and done.
I think they just have I think Baker Mayfield is playing well. He doesn't he lead the NFL in touchdown passes too? I think he's there. I think he's the guy.
Okay.
So I'm going to go a 50,000 unit play there too.
41 touchdowns for Baker Mayfield. Yes. Also 16 picks. I know he's amongst the league leaders in that. There you go. So no play on your Monday night game with your Minnesota Vikings.
We'll wait till Monday.
That game officially moved to Glendale, by the way.
Yeah, thank goodness. That's yesterday. A good deal for the Vikings.
Yeah, the wildfires in all of California. They didn't want to take any chances at SoFi, so they're moving it to Glendale. And our guy Lee Sterling hooked us up with some betting advice yesterday. He's like, if you want Minnesota, take them right now because the game's probably going to get moved to Glendale and the line's going to go up. Yeah, it was Minnesota -1. At this time yesterday, it's now up to 2.5 in favor of the Vikings.
Which will be 3.5 before it's all said and done. But if I'm leaning toward my Vikings on that, especially now in Glendale.
We can save that for Monday's show.
Yeah, let's save that one for Monday.
Any play
after I rack up all the money right here, I'll be ready to go.
You're on a little bit of a cold streak.
Yes, a little bit.
You're 2-5. You had Penn State last night.
Thank you, James.
That was your first miss of the college football playoff.
Up 10-0.
Yeah, you're 5-1 in your 6 CFP plays.
Wow.
Got to ask you, do you have a CFP play for tonight's game? Because there is a playoff game tonight. Not sure if you know.
Yeah, I don't mess with the Horns. Right now, for me, the Horns are. I've got Ohio State winning the game, but I'm not going to put units on that.
I would have been terrified at this time yesterday if you put units on the Buckeyes. Now I kind of want you to. I feel like you're starting to regress to the mean.
Well, no, you're looking for that us against the world thing, but Ohio State's been playing us against the world all year long.
Sure.
From we're the most valuable team to. Our coach should be fired to, oh goodness, we lost to Michigan again.
Yep.
So they've been that way all season. I just think they're the best team in the nation. I mean, full team. I think they've got it offense, defense, special team,
but no units on
no units. I don't do that. I don't bet for or against Texas with units. I just can't do it.
You've been true to your word all season long.
I can't do it.
So you're currently up 95,000 units despite dropping 50 on Penn State last night.
What is wrong with me? It's just because I can't do that for Notre Dame.
Yeah, you hate Notre Dame.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Our guy CB asked earlier if you're going to sing their fight song today.
No,
come on, man.
Forget them. No,
they won last night. They're playing for a national championship.
We'll do that when they play in the national championship, which they will. We'll throw that song out there.
I like it. All right, so you've got 225,000 units on the line in the NFL playoffs. I do want to get into at least the Texans game, right? The one Texas team that is playing in the postseason. It's the first game of the NFL postseason, which that's how it always works. Right, it's death, taxes, and the Texans playing the Saturday afternoon game during Super Wild Card weekend. Chargers are 3-point favorites. You already said you've got 25,000 on LA going into NRG Stadium and knocking off the Texans. How about this from Rex Ryan, who, of course, is with ESPN now.
And hoping he gets the Jets job.
Yeah, he interviewed for the Jets gig a couple of days ago, which I know he was really good with the Jets, but that's not going to happen, is it?
I don't think so.
I don't know if anybody else wants sexy Rexy.
Well, once you get to TV, you got an opportunity.
That's usually how it works. Well, here's Rex Ryan talking about the Chargers getting to play Houston in round one.
Chargers wind up the 5 seed. They're going to Houston. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I never realized the Chargers got a bye, that they qualified for a bye, but they did because they're playing Houston. This team right here, #1 in the National Football League in scoring defense. And by the way, Quinn Johnson, he actually can catch the ball.
He was unreal.
He had 13 catches. Remember, this is the kid that couldn't catch a cold. Like, all of a sudden, now he's catching the ball. They're moving it. They can pound you with the run game. They also realize they have a Hall of Fame quarterback.
So Rex Ryan saying the Chargers get a bye because they get to play the Texans.
Yeah, and he's given them a Hall of Fame quarterback already this time of his career already. I don't know. I think the Texans have pretty good defense, and yeah, Quinn Johnson's going to have to catch the ball because that's what he's paid to do. And the secondary for the Texans is pretty good. And if they can get pressure on the quarterback, but I'll tell you what Herbert is doing, BK, he's taking off and running with the ball as if he were the young kid playing at Oregon where he took off and ran an awful lot. He's doing that now in the NFL. I think he's healthy enough. He doesn't have that bum ankle anymore. And I think he feels confident about his ability to run when everybody's got their back turned.
Yeah, 69 carries this year. Very nice for Justin Herbert. Does have 4 rushing touchdowns, only 3 picks this season too. I mean, he's been very smart and efficient with the football, and he has played well down the stretch. You know who else the Chargers have that they're bringing to H-Town?
Who's that? Oh, they've got Zeke.
Big fat running back. Zeke Elliott.
Zeke.
So come on, you're not going to bet against Zeke in the playoffs, are you?
Well, you should. I mean, that dude has learned the 2 plays that they're going to give to him if he gets, and it's probably short yardage. He's not going to get in. He's not even going to get in the game. They're okay. Their run efficiency is pretty good.
Yeah.
Why they brought that guy there, I don't know. Just to talk in the locker room, to talk to other running backs or something?
Oh, their number 2 running back hurt, and that's Gus Edwards, and I don't think he's going to be good to go tomorrow. They do have some young running backs, Vidal and Hassan Haskins. And
they'll use Haskins before they put Zeke in the game.
Probably right. I don't know. Maybe a goal line situation.
He can get one thing. That's, as I said, he can do that. He knows how to get, at the 3-yard line. He knows how to get you in the end zone. Short yardage. He's been good at that all his life. So
once again, center gets hurt. You've got a backup right there.
You can't forget that part.
Remember, that was a great, efficient snap by Zeke Elliott. He did a great job blocking there at the end of that Cowboys game.
Let's not forget that part.
No, I'm picking the Texans in this game because the Chargers, there's a whole term for how the Chargers play in the playoffs. They charger, or there's chargering. They choke.
Yeah.
These guys are perennial chokers. Now, maybe that changes with Harbaugh as their coach.
You have seen the Texans try to protect their quarterback lately, right?
I know. C.J. Stroud's been bad. The offensive line's been bad.
They haven't run the game. Yeah.
It's disappeared. I mean, the Texas offense has all sorts of issues right now, and I know they won their Week 18 game, but that was against Tennessee, who's picking number 1 in the draft. So, they've got all sorts of issues in Houston. They have limped their way into the postseason, but it's the Chargers, man.
I know.
In a big game, it's like picking James Franklin in a big game. You just can't do it.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm giving the Texans a win. I think they pull off the upset, and Rex Ryan's going to be eating some crow next week. It's going to take, I think, a defensive score for Houston, though.
And they can get that.
They can. Once again, Herbert's been smart with the ball. He's not turning it over a lot. But this Texas defense, their secondary is elite. They've got talent at all 3 levels. They're as healthy as they've been on that side of the ball in a while. I think they forced Justin Herbert into a bad decision. They get a pick 6.
Yeah, I think his legs will be the difference.
Herbert's legs?
Yeah, I think
Yep.
that'll be the difference in the game for them.
I think most people agree with you. I think most people out there are picking the Chargers to win this game. Any upsets for you in round one? You said the Broncos are going to cover the 9, but it doesn't sound like you have them winning.
I don't think they can win that game in Buffalo with the rookie quarterback. I mean, I've already given Jaden Daniels the rookie of the year, and maybe that's too soon because.
Well, it's over. I mean, it's a regular season
Yeah,
award,
I've got to believe he's going to be rookie of the year. But Bo Nix has played some great football for Denver, a lot better than I know everybody thought he would be. I thought they would think it would be a couple of years, but it's Denver's defense is the one that's playing so well.
Mm-hmm.
They are good on defense.
So they cover, but they don't win.
They don't win.
Okay, yeah. Texans, Steelers, Broncos, Packers, Commanders, Rams. Your 6 dogs. And Super Wild.
I like the favorites.
I know you like the favorites. I was going to ask if there's any dog that you like.
No.
It doesn't sound like there's any.
As close a dog I like would be your commies.
I'd go all 3 NFC dogs. I think all 3 NFC dogs have a shot. I mean, I just picked the Texans. I guess they're there too. But maybe it's my Cowboys fan PTSD watching the Packers as a 7 seed go on the road against the NFC East champs and win that game. I hate that Jordan Love is a little bit banged up. He's going to play, but I'd feel a lot better about that pick knowing that he's 100%. The Bucs.
Dude, it can't be anything major with him. All he hit was his funny bone.
Yeah, he had numbness in his throwing hands.
Come on, dude.
And apparently some elbow soreness still, at least as of 2 days ago when Matt LaFleur was talking to the press. So
I know we all hit our funny bone and it goes numb for a while, but by the end of the day, we're back to normal, aren't we, generally?
Not a week, right?
Yeah, I mean, not a week later, you're still talking about his funny bone. Come on, man.
I've never hit my funny bone against a helmet from like a 300-pound player.
No, I mean, we've all hit it pretty daggum hard, falling to the ground or slamming it, but probably not like that. But by the end of the day, we are able to do what we need to do with our right arm, you know?
What is that?
Whatever we need to do.
What do we need to do?
With our right hand and our right arm.
What is that? Like
throw touchdown passes.
I don't have to do that. I don't play football. You don't have to do that either. What are you talking about? The people would like to know.
Golf swings.
Golf swings?
Yeah.
You're a one-arm swinger?
I'm a one-arm swinger, absolutely.
Interesting. I haven't seen too many of those out there. I like the commies too, man. And I'm worried about your Vikings on Monday.
Don't worry about them. They'll be just fine. Sam Darnold will be back to normal. They'll be able to hit some guys that are wide open in that game.
Matt Stafford, Sean McVay, a couple of Super
They're not
Bowl
at home.
Champs right there.
They're not at home.
They're not at home when they are.
That's
at
what
home.
I'm thinking. That's not really a home game anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see some upsets happening. I hope we do. I hope it gets a little chaotic in the first round of the NFL postseason. Could make for some great round 2 and round 3 games for sure. That starts tomorrow. 2 NFL games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. If you have any other plans, cancel them. This ain't a honeydew weekend. This is a sit your ass on the couch and watch TV.
Cold and wet, and it'll be a little bit warmer, but this is you sit back. This is when you sit back and watch some of the games.
Yep.
Tonight's game will be absolutely fantastic, I believe.
Well, let's dive back into tonight's game. But before we hear some from Ryan Day, the head coach of the Ohio State Buckeyes, let's give some more sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Hopefully, you're getting your champagne ready for the pop open champagne if you go to the national championship. Sure you do.
You can.
You win the Cotton Bowl, you need to pop over some champagne. Hopefully, you stop by 34 Wine and Spirits, 4106. Southwest Parkway, picking up your champagne for tonight's victory, and of course getting ready for the big victory. And if you have a big party plan for the national championship game, head on over there, talk to the guys over there, because they are a full liquor distributor. They are a wholesale alcohol distributor. You can go by there and pick up all of your alcohol needs, or you can go and have them deliver it to you. They'll do just that, and they've got everything you want. They've got your all-stat beer available there at 34 Wine and Spirits. Once again, it's located 4601 Southwest Parkway.
Yep, you can get your Altstadt beer there, like you just mentioned. Get you some of that for the big football weekend coming up. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. It's affordably priced. It tastes great. There's not a lot of bad ingredients in there that you see in some other beer brands out there. Altstadt checks every box, and it hits the spot every time. Please, whatever you're doing, remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. And a shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Rocking the TSU hat today. We'll be giving out some TSU koozies.
There you go.
At our pregame show at Texas Live. A reminder, TSU will be there from 1 to 5:30, 4.5 hours of live Texas-Ohio State conversation, starting with Chip and Zay from 1 to 3, and then our pregame show until 5:30. We got you covered. Come by, get some koozies, and listen to us preview the game. But shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you need koozies or hats or shirts or signs or anything to make your business or your event pop, reach out to our guy Adam and his team at Waterloo. 512-300-9641. That's 512-300-9641. All right. That's what you hear from Ryan Day. Ryan Day's beard is too dark.
It is. And he's got to have some of that.
He's using a little Just for Men.
You think there's some Just for Men? Because that thing stays totally black.
Totally black, right? It's like jet black.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool looking, but it's also like something's going on here, Coach.
Does a good job. Good job getting that stuff in there.
Yeah, I guess so. He's avoiding the grays and he's full jet black with that beard. Anyways, Ryan Day, a couple of cuts from him. We'll start with what's changed since Michigan. I think most of us watched that game. Big noon kickoff, the final game of the regular season. If Ohio State won, they would have been playing for a Big Ten championship with the first-round bye on the line. They were 3-touchdown favorites at home against the Wolverines, and they lost that game 13-10. It was a low point, the low point for this year's Buckeye squad, and one of the low points for any recent Ohio State team. Ryan Day was asked, what's changed about your club since that home loss to Michigan?
I think that this team plays for each other. And, all year I've been proud of our men, and they're men. They really are. I mean, there's a lot of guys on this team who played a lot of football, and they do play for each other. And that's one of the things that, I continue to talk to this team about is, one, you win, you move on, you get to play together for another week. And I think when they're playing at their best, they're playing for each other. And I think the second thing is there's great stories individually within this team and collectively as a team. But the only way that the story is told about your team is if you win. That's the reality. And so I think they realize that. I think it's a resilient group, and I think they know where they are right now. They know the opponent. I think we're focused on the opponent. But ultimately it comes down to our execution. And that's really what it is. And when we're executing well, then certainly there's a lot more emotion in the game. That's really what it is. And so we've all really focused on doing our job, coaches and players included.
Yeah, I think when you play up to what your talent is, I think that's important. I mean, it's hard to get guys to play up to, not what you always think as a player what your talents are, but what others think your talents are, that you can go far past what you're capable of doing. And I think this team is doing that right now. Everybody talked about how much money this group gets and everything else. That's fine. That's all fine too. But I think the individuals are playing to their talent level. This is an incredibly talented team, whether they got paid that money or not.
Don't forget, no women on that team. It's all men.
Yeah,
Not sure if you heard Ryan Day.
I heard him say they're
identify the gender of all his players.
You got some goofy kids on that team too,
all
Coach.
Men.
But what they're doing is they're playing up to their talent ability. And I think all the nation and all the people that have been around football saw that at the beginning of the season. And you can say it's about the money or whatever it is. You gathered a group of guys that money-wise nobody's better, but these guys are 5-star. They were good from the get-go before the money even came into play.
Yeah,
this was an incredibly talented and gifted group, and now they're playing to those talents. And the coaches have got them playing that way. And you can say the coaches got them that way, but the individuals, as you said, there's some individual stories here, but some of those individuals are playing, like they're capable of playing right now. And that's hard to beat if they're going in that direction and everybody's pulling that rope in the same direction. That's hard to beat.
Yeah, statistically, Ohio State has the most talented roster in America, right? We talked about this yesterday, the blue chip ratio, 90% of Ohio State's roster are blue chip recruits.
Yes.
AKA 4 or 5 stars. So they are absolutely loaded, and they've had some struggles this year. Obviously lost a couple of games, came up short of their goals to beat Michigan and to win the Big Ten championship. But like you said, they are playing their best football at the right time. And
I think when we saw,
talent.
I think when we saw what they did against Oregon, when we saw that's a really good Oregon team that beat them, in a really close battle. So you would think that there was still going to be a close game. It wasn't. There was nothing close about that football game. whatsoever.
That was 34-0.
That talented team just decided that, no, we're way too good for this. We're not going to let them in the game. They're not going to be in the game. And when they play at their best, there's nobody better in the country now. They can make mistakes, and they can do things like anybody else. A penalty here or there is going to cost you. But when they're at their best, there's nobody better right now.
There hasn't been since the playoffs started. No. They beat Oregon 41-21, but once again, that game was 34-0.
Oh, my goodness.
In the first half. And, of course, the round one victory, 42-17 over Tennessee.
And what people thought was a Tennessee team that was going to come in to Columbus and be right in the game or just beat them. And that wasn't close either.
Very trendy upset pick, and it didn't happen. Here's Ryan Day, one more from the Buckeyes coach. He was asked about those games, right? Like, you guys dominated Tennessee. You guys dominated Oregon. Can that stuff translate into today's game against Texas?
Every week is a whole new week. And so, certainly the way that Texas won the game last week, there's momentum there. And I think it's important for all of us, if we have momentum, to keep it. If we don't, we have to go get it. But the truth is that nothing that Ohio State has done or Texas has done up until this week has anything to do with what's going to happen in this game. Zero. If you think any otherwise, then just go back a couple weeks and see where we were a couple weeks ago. And so every single week, the slate is wiped clean, and you have to start from scratch again. And that starts with your meetings, with your walkthrough, and with your preparation. And so the bottom line is this game is going to be played, and the team that plays the best and executes the best is going to win the game. There's a lot of opinions out there, I'm sure, of what everyone's going to expect, but ultimately it's going to come down to the players on the field and how they play. And there's going to be a lot of great players on both sides, and it's going to come down to who takes care of the ball and ultimately executes better in the end. So it should be a great night for football, and so certainly we're obviously excited about playing in the game.
Yeah, and as Sark says, you got to have great attention to detail, and Ryan Day believes it's the same for his group.
Mm-hmm.
Week in, week out. It's different than playing Oregon, playing Texas. It's a different group that they'll be playing against, but it all depends on what you do, what's in the details, and how you pay attention to it. Do you play outside the box where it's about you, or do you play for your team where it's about how you've been coached? I mean, I'm looking at Ohio State over the last two times they've played. I've seen them play. It's about they've been paying attention to detail, and then they let their individual play speak for itself. So I expect that they will have that same type of game tonight, but I expect Sark's guys to pay attention to detail too. And it's the little things that we don't see from Texas that can get you hurt in a game like this. It's the sack. It's the sack. It's the fumble. It's the penalties will matter in this football game. It's the silly penalties. It's the not paying attention to special teams that get you hurt in a game like this. But you have to have some exceptional play from your individuals. And Texas has some individuals that can play exceptionally well too.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have to do that.
They will.
I expect to see one of these running backs has to be exceptional in this game, not just from the standpoint of these guys have to open up holes for them. I mean, there's got to be some runs that when the holes aren't there, there can't be a stalemate. You have to run for some power runs of 2 or 3 yards yourself without the holes there, because there are going to be times where this thing is going to get stuffed. What do you do as an individual that if you go one-on-one with the linebacker, is he going to stuff you, or do you move him forward? So I expect to see some individuals have to have some great games. They've trusted in Trey Wisner through the whole entire season. He can't turn back. I mean, that guy has to be a prince. That dude can't be a pumpkin now. That guy got to go from a pumpkin to a prince again. So his individual play has to be what they believed in him during the whole season.
Yeah.
He really does. He has to play exceptionally well tonight.
This is Captain Obvious stuff here, but Texas's offense has been at its best when they've been able to run the football.
Sure.
Clemson might have been their best game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
They ran it for 291 yards in that game. Quinn threw for more than 200. They put up 38 points, and they scored when they needed to score. Like, they did pretty much everything right in that game. Well, you go to the second playoff game the Longhorns played in. They ran it for 59 yards, and the offense really struggled. And they went a long period of time in that game without scoring a touchdown, in large part because they just couldn't run the football. So if there's one key, I mean, all that stuff matters, right? Texas is going to have to do so many things right to win this game. I think that's pretty well documented at this point. We've been touching on it all week. But if there's like one thing that Texas has to do right that's just going to make life so much easier for all of the other things that Texas needs to do right, they've got to run the football.
Yeah, I mean, and as I said, for a kid that they put a lot of faith and a lot of trust in, he has to play like the player that they've looked at him and he's played early in the football season. He can't now all of a sudden look like the guy that I thought that, oh, he's just okay. He can't be just okay tonight. He has to be an exceptional running back tonight for him, I believe.
Two hands.
Whatever he does.
Two hands on the football.
He also has to be that runner, too. I mean, he's got to make guys miss. He has to be the kind of guy we saw him against Clemson, and earlier in the season when he had those great games. And we were wondering, is he the type of running back at the University of Texas that can get it done? And did they believed he could get it done? Well, he has to get it done tonight. As I said, he can't. He's got to be the Prince again, where he makes a guy miss, where he runs a guy over for 4 extra yards, or he makes some really nice catches out of the backfield. They got to trust in him, and the trust that they have in him, he has to turn that back over to his team, saying, "Okay, you can put this faith in me. I'm going to show you again." I think he has to be that guy tonight, because there's going to be occasions where there's not a big hole, but when he hits that hole, it's got to move forward. It can't move backwards.
Right. He's going to be really, really important. Maybe we see some Jarrett Gibson tonight, the true freshman who's been involved in short yardage situations for this team in the playoffs.
How involved will he be in a game like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we'll get a couple of snaps, but who knows? Who knows? Late in the year, he wasn't getting much run.
No, he did it early in the season.
Got some run against Clemson.
Got some run against Michigan.
Hurt.
He was in the game against Michigan where you didn't know about him. You found out about him. Well, does he have that? They have that kind of faith in him now?
That's a good question, man. That's a good question. One of these running backs, hopefully all three of them step up and make some plays, but you need to have one guy that you rely on, right? You're the running back coach. You just feed the guy that gets into a rhythm and just keep giving him the ball.
Well,
right?
I think it's Trey Wiseman. I think they have that kind of faith in him.
Mm-hmm.
If he's healthy and he's ready to go, and there's no residual banging up with ankles or knees or anything else, and he's at full strength, then he's the guy.
Yeah, I think so. I think the coaches trust him. He's been the most consistent runner the Texas Longhorns have had all season long, and he got the bulk of the carries last week. I think he'll get the bulk of the carries this week, and he's going to have to play out of his mind.
Yes, he is.
The Soto kid near the Metroplex coming back home. Maybe that gives him a little extra motivation and juice to get it done. But, he's going to have to be great. And look, we'll play this again. I know we played this earlier in the week, but Jake Majors, the starting center for this Texas team, was asked about turning the run game around, and here's what he said about what Texas needs to do to get that back on track.
Yeah, I would just say that we as an offense, the running back room, the tight end room, the O-line room, we know what we're capable of, and, what we put on film is not our best, and so we kind of have a chip on our shoulder with that, and we understand that there are high expectations, and we got to meet those expectations. We were frustrated, but at the end of the day, we were able to win. But what we did wasn't good enough to our standard. So everybody kind of, that next day we were kind of walking around with a chip on our shoulder, ready to get back to work and get this run game going.
Yeah, because they have to. If they get slapped around in the run game, they won't win the game.
Yeah, they've said all the right things.
Yes,
right?
They said all the right things. Absolutely. And I have faith in a guy who's been a 8-year starter at center. I mean, I believe that his group will have to play better. The running back group will have to play better. The tight ends are involved in the run game, but primarily it's the two guards, the two tackles, and the center that have to really, really play well.
Yep.
If my tight end is playing just okay, then he catches 9 balls, I'm good.
Shout out to our guy Noe, by the way, for the big super chat.
Thank you, Noe.
Much appreciated. We've got everybody else. We've got a bunch of Ohio State and Michigan fans who have found our show, and they're just going back and forth. That's all our chat has become today. That's why I'm not
Michigan against Ohio State?
Yeah, you got a bunch of Ohio State fans and a bunch of Michigan fans just chirping at each other right now, talking about how much they each pay for their players and this and that and the other. But Noe coming through with the big-time super chat, so thank you very much.
Yeah, the interior, those guards and tackles in the center will have to be at their best today,
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Jake Majors is right. We know what they're capable of.
Sure.
But
we haven't seen it.
They haven't been capable of doing that every game.
No.
It's like in one playoff game, we saw what they were capable of. They dominated a pretty good Clemson team in the trenches.
And once again, it's not like you have to have 300 yards of rushing, but give me that 120, that 130.
Give me 4 yards of carry. That's what matters more than like the total number for me. Is like if you can get, hell, even like 3.6 or more. Just give me over 3.5 yards per carry, and I think that's going to be enough for Texas to put.
Don't get me stuffed on first down.
No.
First down runs, you can't get stuffed on that. You got to make some plus yardage on first down in the run game.
There's your 4 yards right there.
Yeah,
right?
I don't need Quinn Ewers to have to drop back and pass on second and third every single time, because eventually it'll be I'm dropping back on first down because I know what's going to happen on first down, that we have to pass the ball on first down. It'll be interesting to see what kind of game plan Sark has.
Yeah.
He's got to sack up today.
Sack up. Coach Sack's got to sack up.
He does.
He does have
to. He really does.
Up.
He's, as I said, some guys, he's got to scheme open. They got to make some mistakes in that secondary where they forget to cover. Oh, they forgot that guy right there. Sark needs to find out when is the down and distance. They seem to forget about a guy and get me a guy open for a touchdown or a big play on this offense where he schemes up a couple things.
They're going to take some deep shots today. Brace yourselves.
Sure.
I know Texas fans are sometimes scared when Quinn Ewers drops back to throw a deep one, but they're going to do that. If
Don't
Ohio
make it
State,
to that limp leg guy right now.
Yeah, if Ohio State does have a weakness in its secondary, their corners can get a little handsy. They can
Sure.
get a little grabby. So maybe on a 3rd and long when you're probably going to punt, if you don't convert it, you just chunk one up and hope you could draw a PI and keep your drive alive via penalty.
Yeah.
That might be part of the strategy, and that might be where you can
There's
attack.
a couple guys you can throw to, and there are a couple guys don't even attempt to throw it in a crowd.
I don't even want to talk about Isaiah Bond today. We're going to do 2 more hours of pregame at Texas Live this afternoon. I don't even want to talk about that guy.
But maybe he's at his healthiest. Maybe this is the game where he truly is at his healthiest.
I thought that was last game.
Yeah, I did too. But
and he had 0 catches, and the one time they threw it his way, there was an interception because he didn't make any effort to go get the football and then got targeted because of it.
He's playing like he's playing on a bum ankle, even though he should be used to it by now because it's been 2.5 months of playing on it.
It almost feels like he's a decoy right now.
Yeah.
It's like you need playmakers. You can't have decoys against this defense. You need playmakers.
Yeah,
out
Jaden
there.
Blue is a playmaker. Now, he may fumble, but I'm going to take my chance that he'll make a big play if he's got it under his arms. And he's as fast or faster than the guys that they have. You know?
Yeah, he's a game wrecker.
Right.
And Isaiah Bond would be, but he's not right now. So you got to find, like Jaden Blue, you can give him some catches out of the backfield. But
Sure.
this goes back to the point you were making in hour number 1. You've got to find a receiver not named Matthew Golden to do something today.
Yes.
And like Isaiah Bond should not be the guy getting the second most snaps.
It has to be
receivers.
More has to be the guy.
I don't know if it's Moore. I don't know if it's Wingo. I don't know if it's Silas Bolden. Like maybe the coaches finally trust him on offense because of the punt return touchdown he had against ASU.
How cool would that be to see Silas Bolden have a game where he catches 7 passes?
It'd be very cool. And it's not like he's never done that before. He did that at
what
Oregon State all the time. Like I
and
think he's ready for this.
Their confidence has grown from a punt return. All of a sudden, he's a part of this offense. Well, a reverse or something.
I will say this. Look, he hasn't played the amount of snaps that some of these other receivers have played this season, but he does have – let me pull it up. He does have 22 catches this year. He's the only Texas receiver without a drop. So he's been sure-handed when they have thrown it to him.
Sure.
Not very often. Everybody else has a drop this season. He's got experience. He's got talent. And if you don't believe in Isaiah Bond, I don't believe in Isaiah Bond right now.
No, because I think he's still banged up.
If you don't quite trust the freshman Ryan Wingo in a game like this, I'm not sure the coaches do. And DeAndre Moore's had some drop issues. One of them turned into an interception against Clemson. Why not give the Beaver joystick a little bit more run?
Yeah, I would say you're right on that. Once again, all your weapons, they can't be standing on the sideline. You got to use your weapons today. You got to say, well, here's the 2 plays that you're going to have in the game. We expect you to get open on this. We've schemed it this way. We got a one-on-one for you. You need to make the play. And when it comes to you, you have to make the play. Yeah. By the way, Silas, here we're going to do this. We're going to give you this reverse in this down and distance situation. When you hit that corner, that guy, that one-on-one that you have of their secondary guy, you got to make him miss, or you just got to outrun him. Whatever it takes, this is what your job is for these 2 plays.
Another receiver has to have more than 5 catches tonight.
Yes.
I think. Like it can't just be Matthew Golden and Gunnar Helm, and then everyone else has like 1 or 2 catches.
Well, when it started out the season, I thought it would be Wingo. I thought by now, this part, that grown man would be just like their grown man who's a freshman would be way more involved in it. So maybe they have that. Maybe that's in line for him today.
Maybe.
I certainly hope so. And you can get him started with a 5-yard out on the sideline. Just you'll know, BK, it depends on when he gets the ball in the football game. If he gets it in that first quarter and they throw to him and he has some success, just think about that they're going to go to him. He's going to be a big part of the game plan as it goes on today.
Yeah.
Sort of the same way with Arch Manning. If he's in there in that first quarter, believe me, it's going to be more than just that. I don't think we see him on the sideline. I think we see him in every quarter.
Yeah, that's like Ryan Wingo did have a couple of catches late after not doing much against ASU. I think the reason he doesn't play a lot is because he's not a great blocker. Maybe the coaches don't trust him. We know that's a thing.
Or they think he's going to grab on the quick screen that they throw out there.
I don't know if any of these receivers are great blockers. I think DeAndre Moore's probably the best of the bunch, but Matthew Golden, they tried to block him on that safety against ASU. Or they tried to use him to block on that safety against ASU.
That's not his thing.
That blew up in their face. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really care who it is, but there's got to be another receiver we're talking about in this game tonight because Ohio State's defense is very good. They're going to hone in on Golden.
They are.
They're going to hone in on Gunnar Helm. So there's going to have to be somebody else that doesn't attract as much attention.
Yeah, somebody's not going to get that attention that has to make some plays.
Right. That's it. And Quinn obviously has to be on his game as well. I think that one goes without saying. All right, before we dive back into this game, a few more sponsor shout-outs. Buck, Woods Comfort Systems.
I know back there it's been cold and it's been wintry and it's the wind's been blowing. Hopefully you've called on the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. I know at my house we have a Woods Comfort System. We have all of their stuff. We have their air conditioning units, we have their heating units, and they come out twice a year and to make sure everything is working properly. But if you have some trouble and you're finding out all of a sudden that, oh my goodness, my heater's not working the way it should be properly, this won't be the only cold week that we have. There'll be a couple others here along the way. I know it sounds horrible, but yes, we will get some other cold days. Call on Woods Comfort Systems, folks. They've been in business for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Nobody does it better. And now they do plumbing. And if you've got some pipes that may have burst and you didn't cover them up the right way, call on those folks. Got plenty of trucks, plenty of technicians. They'll get to you in time to make sure that you don't have a total disaster at your home.
Absolutely.
Love the folks at Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. The phone number 512-842-5066. Shout out to passes.com/Texas1Fund as well. Chip and I recorded a game preview. Chip gave his 5 keys to a Texas victory. You can only get that vid show on passes.com/Texas1Fund. Also a really good insider nugget from Chip Brown about the future of Texas football. If you want that, once again, passes.com/Texas1Fund. There's also a podcast, the Wheeling and Dealing podcast with Trey Wisner and Ryan Niblett that got posted. I think they're going to post something with Arch Manning this morning as well, talking about tonight's matchup against the Buckeyes. Exclusive content, behind-the-scenes access, day-in-the-life stuff. All of these things you can use to help take your fandom to another level. It's all there. Passes.com/Texas1Fund. And, of course, McCall Custom Homes, one of our great travel partners for this trip. If you're ready to upgrade your home in 2025, how's that for a New Year's resolution?
Love that.
Make your home more enjoyable for yourself, for your family, for friends, for everybody. McCall Custom Homes can turn your dreams into reality. New kitchen, new bathroom, second story, outdoor space, you name it. They can do it because they've been doing it in Central Texas for 40 years. Don't just take my word for it. Go online, look at the great reviews that they have. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, and look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades and change. And then reach out to them, and they will take care of you. Once again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com for more information.
So you're going to have to leave the hotel sometime today, obviously.
Yeah, I didn't leave yesterday. I walked outside to meet my DoorDash driver to pick up some food, but he had already walked inside. I don't even have to do that.
It's ugly out there, man. It is. I just my walk from here to my car, all the slush and all the crap, and not bringing boots and just coming up here with a couple pair of sneakers. What a dope.
Oh, I am lying, by the way. I don't know why I said I didn't leave once. I did walk to Texas Live yesterday.
Did you seriously walk up the street?
Walked up the street.
Now you just got your sneakers too, right?
I got some boots.
Oh, you got some boots with you?
Some LL Beans.
Very nice. Very smart on your part.
I double socked.
God, I lived in the wintry weather and I'm so dumb. I'm thinking it's not really going to be that bad up there. It is slushy. There's a lot of slush out there too.
Yeah, that's the worst. If your feet get wet, it's game over.
Oh my goodness.
Say goodnight to it, as Craig Way says.
This isn't from here to Texas Live isn't that far. As I said, you can see AT&T Stadium for here. It looks like it's 5 minutes away.
Yeah.
Dude, you walk that and it's going to take you an hour to get up there and you'll be frozen by the time you get there.
Yeah, it's
I made the walk last year from the championship game after we did the show up at Texas Live.
Yeah.
It took me 40 minutes to get from there, and it was on a nice day getting back.
40 minutes?
Yes, to take that walk down because I walked around that lake, that lake, and they were doing construction there. They have a hotel construction. I went around the construction around the lake.
One of the Great Lakes.
Where they have one of the Great Lakes, that little dumpy ass lake over there with all the dead
Sewage.
geese, the geese and all that other stuff over there. I walked around that thing, around that construction. It took me like 45 minutes. I would say long haul. And it was cooler back then, but it's cold now. My bones will be going. You're talking about shuffling. I'll be calling a cab to get back and forth up there today. There's no way I can make it because my feet will freeze.
Yeah, it was, I think, about a 20-minute walk from the
That's why I said for
hotel
me it's 40.
to Texas Live. That's how long. Probably could have done it in like 16 to 17 minutes in the dry. Probably added 5
But you're looking
minutes.
at spots where you step as you walk because you
Yeah.
can step into a puddle, it'll go right over the top of your shoe.
The whole time. I mean,
Yes.
I've never looked down. I was not paying any attention to
Oh.
what was happening in front. I was just like looking straight down. Where do I step? Where do I step?
Well, I
We
look
made it.
because I know if I go down now, it's not just the fall, it's getting up out of the water. It's water. You could go in and go in. You could go in for a dive out here now the way the puddles are.
Be safe if
Yes.
you are making your way here. And if you do plan on walking around,
Oh, my goodness.
I'm sure Ohio State fans who are used to
They're
much
used to
worse
this.
than this.
Yeah, they're used to this terrible weather.
will be laughing at us Texans trying to navigate this stuff. But for us, it is a little different. And yeah, be careful if you're driving around, if you're walking around, whatever. It's a little slippery out there. We've got black guys around.
Yeah, we do.
There's some black guys there.
Black guys and a black ice, too.
Yeah, both of those things.
Yes,
I'm saying the same thing. by
I'll
the
be
way.
leaving tomorrow. I'll be leaving, but the weather's supposed to warm up mid-morning tomorrow, so I'm not like hauling ass out of here at 6:30 trying to get back. Oh, no, thank you.
No.
I don't want the black ice out there. It stays dark up here a little bit longer.
It's gonna be a late night too. And 6:30.
It is going to be a late night. A lot of celebration going on tonight.
Yeah, last night's game took about 4 hours.
Wow.
Now, that was an epic game that came down to the final second, so that obviously adds some extra time.
But we won't have to be dealing with Big 12 refs anyway.
No, we won't have to be dealing with Big
Got the
12 refs.
ACC tonight, it looks like.
We got the ASS conference.
Wow.
Yeah, all cupcake conference, whatever you want to call it. Their Zebras will be in charge. And we'll see. Ohio State's been the much more disciplined team, but both of these teams rank near the bottom in the country in opponent penalty yards. So maybe that's good news for Texas.
Let them play.
Ohio State opponents have not been flagged very often this year. And I thought they let them play for the most part last night. I think there were 9 penalties combined. Some of them they had to call. I thought Notre Dame got jobbed on a couple of calls that were made. But, yeah, if it's an under 10 penalty combined game, I think that's what the people want, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to see a bunch of laundry on the field tonight.
Yeah, I always get weirded out about that hands to the face penalty. Any part of football where your hands are in the guy's chest and all of a sudden it slides up and hits the guy in the neck and they see it. But you put your hands on his neck or underneath his face mask, but you let it go. You're not grabbing him or trying to take his head off, you know?
They had to call that one though.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Like that was
He
like
stayed for a
twice.
while.
He went up, came down, and then went back up
he stayed
again.
up in there a while.
And then Penn State got away with it because that was the second to last Notre Dame drive. They ended up punting. I thought that was it. I thought they'd get that first down with that penalty and then turn it into the game-winning field goal. They didn't.
Yeah, and as I said, the interception by Notre Dame, I was like, you're going to call face guarding on that guy? That ball never even made it. That ball was never going to make it to the receiver. It was intercepted
They
before
threw it in triple coverage.
I know.
That's why I hated that call. Like the Notre Dame
such
player,
a bad call.
he didn't have to do it.
No, he didn't. And against that's part of the rules.
Yeah. Oh,
Or they say it is. They say you have to turn your back, your face to the ball, like you're playing the ball, not playing the man. He was playing the man, but the ball never got near him. The ball was intercepted before that.
It almost feels like there should be some subjectivity to that. Like,
yes,
by the rule book, he broke the rules. He didn't turn around. He made
You're
contact.
right.
You can't do those things. But there was triple coverage, and like that ball, like you said, was not getting there.
No, that ball wasn't going to get there.
Let's get ready for the refs to make an impact in the game. That's usually what they do, especially if it's close tonight. Even though it feels like everyone's picking the Buckeyes to win, the spread is still 6, which is 1 possession. So just brace yourselves for some calls. Might go against your team tonight.
Yeah, it could go against your team. And once again, Quinn Ewers will have to play an unbelievable football game tonight. He really does. He's got to protect the ball. He's got to protect himself and the ball. So he's got to know from his blind side who's coming, because he'll see it in front of him. He'll see it on his right side. But the left tackle will have to be at his best because he's going against a player, and he's not going to win every one of those battles. You'd like to think he would win them all, but Quinn Ewers needs to understand there will be pressure on his backside, where he doesn't see it. So he can't be holding on, patting the ball, and messing around in the pocket. That ball has to go tonight.
Is Quinn Ewers the Texas Longhorn that gives you the most confidence tonight? If I asked you like one player or one position group that gives you the most faith that Texas can pull off the upset, would it be Quinn at quarterback?
I'm going to stick with the secondary.
Okay.
I think the secondary is going to do a fantastic job against a couple great wide receivers. I think they've done well the entire season. We haven't seen anybody just abuse the secondary. We've
Well, everybody, looks like we may have lost the guys right here in the waning stages of their program. Bucky and BK live there in Dallas getting ready for the Cotton Bowl tonight. So we'll take a look and see if we'll be able to get them back on. I know you've got pregame coming up here in just a little bit. I see my man Adam Wagner is back there in the waiting room as well. He's going to work on a couple of things. Here we go. All right. Bringing the guys back in. All right, boys. I'll dip out. Well, hell, it's
your time. You don't have to dip. You got to go to work.
Yeah, our show made it all the way until 9:59 without any technical issues. And then, of course, right before we're about to welcome you all to the show, we get some internet problems here. But we're back. What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up? How are we? What the hell just happened there? Did Brock trip over the cord?
No. It's the NHL room here. The Stanley Cup room let us down here for a second.
Oh, you were getting hoisted up, huh?
Yeah, we were hoisted. We were being hoisted.
Yeah, I got you.
Boys, tonight,
somebody getting their hands all over your all's cups. I got you.
Rodney, I'm expecting Michael Tapp to have a really good game with these great wide receivers going through the zones there, and they've been open the last couple games, and Will Howard been able to find them. I expect Michael Tapp to get one of these balls that they throw up for grabs to this great wide receiver where they think he's going to run underneath the ball.
I think it's really going to be something tonight to watch with what happens in the secondary right there. Are you going to double up that young guy? I mean, what are you going to do right there?
Well, somebody's going to be underneath him, and somebody's going to be over the top. I don't know if you're going to triple him and somebody in the middle, but yeah, there's. I mean, the Thorpe Award winner will take him when it comes to some of these short routes, but when he goes deep, somebody's got to be over the top and make Will Howard try to drop it in the bucket. And I think that's where Michael Tapp and his ability to make plays with guys trying to drop balls over the top of guys where he comes underneath and makes the play.
And I'll tell you, Buck, one thing that I'm really honing into tonight, obviously right there with the secondary, and I agree, man, that's going to be a strength tonight. That is the one thing that I have a lot of confidence in. I think tonight is a game, you mentioned Mookie Taff right there, but tonight, Malik Muhammad.
He's got to.
He's got to. He absolutely has to. I mean, he's been picked on the last couple of games.
Yes, he has.
And I think tonight they're going to go right at him. And I hope that he answers the bell. I hope he comes back, and I hope he comes out jabbing like you would in a prize fight.
You know, where this would mean a lot for him in his moving on for next year for 2025, and what we think of him tonight will be key, because if he gets lit up again tonight, we're going to go into next year and everybody's going to talk about what a great season he had the year before. I'm going to look at it as last time I saw him, he got lit up for 3 games in a row. So I expect him to make this kind of his debut for 2025 tonight against some great players.
I agree, and because that will be the lasting impression.
Yes.
So I think I really think that this team is going to come in tonight, Texas. They're going to come in with a chip on their shoulder, because it really has been to where it's like you don't have a chance. Ohio State has been this good, and like I've been talking to Wags all week, guys, is the whole thing with this game is the body of work that you're looking at has been the last month. Nothing else matters to anybody else. They're only looking at what's happened in the playoff. And I think if Texas comes out and you're going to have to play 4 quarters. I mean, that's the big thing tonight, guys. Yep. 4 quarters is going to have to happen. You can't sit there and stumble around in the 3rd quarter and step on yourself, because you're going to get run out of the gym.
Yeah,
I agree.
That 3rd quarter's got to return. I mean, Texas was great in 3rd quarters in the first half of the season, but that has been a problem, maybe the biggest problem with Texas football down the stretch. They are just getting dominated by these teams in quarter number 3. So they've got to find a way. You know, back to y'all's secondary conversation, I've seen some Longhorn fans kind of pose this, playing armchair defensive coordinator at home. There are people who are like, okay, well, what about you put Jahdae Barron on Emeka Egbuka, and then you put Manny Muhammad and a safety on Jeremiah Smith on every single snap. So you put your number 2 corner and a double team with the safety on their number 1 receiver, and then you put your number 1 corner on their number 2 wide receiver. That's a strategy that's been posed. There's some obvious risk involved with that.
Yeah, because you still have to cover their number 3 receiver, who's pretty good, who's a 5-star guy.
Yeah.
You just can't, you know, individually. The only guy that's ever going to get a one-on-one, you know, is the Thorpe Award winner. He's the only one who gets a one-on-one with those guys ever.
Nobody gets one against Jeremiah Smith.
That's it.
You can maybe win one-on-one Jahdae Barron against Emeka Egbuka. I think Egbuka would win 1 or 2, but anytime Ohio State sees one guy covering,
and they've even said that, and Jeremiah Smith says that if I see a one-on-one and my quarterback sees it, he's throwing the ball to me. I want to see that. I want to see that one-on-one a couple times.
And I keep reading, it's like you read all these random keys to the game, and it's like contain Jeremiah Smith. I'm like, okay, how do you do that? Is that even possible? I mean, I don't think that's possible. I think if anything else, you have to lock everything else down, and you've got to give him what he's going to get. Don't let him get the explosive plays, because that's going to be a big thing tonight as well. Yeah. And we'll have Bucky's keys to the games in the pregame show, so I don't want to be jumping ahead of things right here. But you've got to. You're not going to eliminate Jeremiah Smith. You just got to contain him as much as you can.
Yep, and I think Texas winning up front, right? I think Texas is going to drop extra guys in the secondary. They might play some cover 6 just to prevent those big plays over the top. But if they obviously dedicate more to the secondary, that means they're going to have to win up front to stop the run.
Dude, I do not like jump balls where they think that guy's going to out jump you and make play. That's the most disheartening thing. I'd grab him right in the balls if I have to.
Give him 15 yards.
Oh yeah, when he goes up and I have to give that elbow in there or a handful, something's got to happen. I can't let him go when they keep saying that. No, 90% of the time he's going to come down with the ball because he's 6'3", and your 5'10" or 5'11" cornerback is not going to jump with him when they throw it up for grabs. You have to win those. If you want to play in the NFL, those are the ones you have to win over bigger guys.
And it is.
I'll get a hand. He's going to get a handful.
These nuts.
Yeah, something has to give there, and he can't get 3 of those in a game over you.
And this really is. I mean, it's going to be decided in the trenches. I've been saying this ad nauseum here since we saw this matchup, and I know that's boring, but when you really hone in there and you watch the trenches, because look, JT and Jack Sawyer, these guys are going to be coming. I mean, Cam Williams and Kelvin Banks, those guys are going to be so key tonight. So key tonight.
Hopefully they're healthy. Cam Williams is back. He will
start. That's one of the best offensive lines in the country. We got to not still forget that. There have been some times when it doesn't look that way in the run game, but this is one of the best offensive line groups still in America. They've got to. That's what they have to play like. They've got to play like they played against Michigan.
I hate that 60% of the O line's banged up. Yeah. They're going to have 100% of their starters out there, but Kelvin Banks is playing hurt.
Yes.
Jake Majors is playing through injury. Cam Williams missed the last game because he was hurt. So you're right. I agree with you, Buck.
But to get to the national championship, guys.
These guys, they got to play as close to 100% as they can. Otherwise,
right.
99. All right, guys. We're about to make our way, or at least I'm about to make my way to Texas Live to get things set up for Chip and Zay and then our pregame show. So we are going to boogie on out of here. We'll be listening. Y'all have a great show.
Be safe.
We'll talk to y'all later today.
See you, boys.
Later, boys.
Walk softly.
Hook 'em. There they go. Hopefully we get a hook 'em win here. Apologies for all the mishaps happening today.
It's okay.
The dog had an accident right before we came on the damn show, and I couldn't. You could smell it, and you're just like, man, what the fuck? Where is that coming from? And then all this, of course, it's raining like hell up here, so the older dog refused to go out, and she had a little bit of an accident, so we had to clean that up real quick. I couldn't just let it sit there, man.
I've got to tell you, I'm going to post a video on social media a little bit later today. So here, my boy dog, Petey, as we like to call him, my little black boy. He's my little black boy, my little black corgi. So this dude, there's like a neighborhood possum that shows up at night to mess.
Don't hurt the possums.
He shows up to mess with this guy, to mess with my little kid, to mess with my little dog. And last night, it's freezing.
They're just having a party out back. That's all.
They're just having a good time, man.
That's it.
Last night, it's so cold out there, and it's raining, and I'm like, Pete, come on. And I'm sitting out there.
Hold on. Is Petey an outdoor dog? You keep Petey outdoors the old
time? No.
Oh,
Are you kidding me? No. I mean, now he chooses to be outside a lot, where I'm like, Pete, get your ass inside.
Sure,
I'm like, come on.
But I mean, when it's night, when it's time to go to bed or anything, he gets his ass inside.
So this was the key. This was the thing last night. I'm trying to get this dude to come in. That possum's over there walking on the fence. It's
coming in.
No, he's not coming in. And I'm sitting out there. I got cold wags. I'm out there in my slippers and my chanclas. And so I'm like inside it. And I'll post this at the Rodney Arm on my X thing to where I'm like flashing the light at him. You remember being a kid when you're like outside playing football?
Dude, yeah, but hold on. The dog, I don't think the dog could see the light. Don't the dogs see black and white?
I don't know what they see, but I was like, and I didn't get the before part where I'm like, get your ass in here. I'm screaming at him. The neighbors are probably thinking there's like a horrible act of tragedy going on over here because I'm screaming like this. Luckily, I didn't say get your black ass in here because he's a black dog. Because I would be like, I would be canceled today.
You'd be Gran Torino or whatever.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, good stuff. What do you think of that game last night, dude? That was some damn good football.
Well, I got half of it right. I said Notre Dame 27, but I also said Penn State 13. Penn State's ground and pound showed up pretty damn good, right? But ultimately, at the end of it, what I thought was going to be basically, the nail in the coffin for Penn State was the running attack for Notre Dame. Riley Leonard surprised us through the air. Now, it was a lot due to the fact of his counterpart, Jordan Greathouse, Westlake wide receiver great.
How about
that?
I
mean, without Jordan Greathouse, Penn State's in this national championship.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And
but you can't. Notre Dame's defense showed up when they absolutely needed to, getting some takeaways on. I mean, you've heard the national pundits talk about this too. Like that pass that Drew Aller threw late over the middle, it's sacrilegious for a quarterback. You don't do that. And Drew Aller said he was trying to throw it at the feet. There's no reason to do that, man. Just shift your focus outside. I don't think you were trying to throw it at his feet. I think he was trying to make a play, right? Like throwing it at your feet, bullshit. Just throw it out of bounds. That's a learning mistake. And of course, it just came at a real pivotal and critical moment there for Penn State Nittany Lions. And it ultimately it sealed their fate.
Yeah, and that was, I see a lot of this going back to James Franklin, to where it's like, I think if he hadn't run the ball and got what they get on for, it was like 10, 11 yards, 13 yards on the first down play, and then you get aggressive. It's like, man, I mean, kind of pump the brakes a little bit right there, and that kind of goes back to why James Franklin's not winning these big contests, to where it's like play calling like that. But I got to tell you, to see what Notre Dame did last night, and I think I scripted this one pretty damn good yesterday, Wags, where I said it was going to be a gut wrenching contest getting up into the half. And I tell you, one of the things that I thought was, I was telling the wife last night, we were sitting there watching the game together, and I said it's kind of weird that, so you get Riley Leonard goes down, and here comes Steve. What was his name? Angel or whatever his name was. It's like an angel is going to save.
Oh, the angel. Hey, one real quick. I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody that is very pious and strong with their beliefs. But does Riley Leonard say thank you, Jesus, every time somebody talks to him though?
Yeah.
That's the first time I've ever heard him give interviews, and he doesn't thank the reporter. He says thank you, Jesus, at the end of it. So it's refreshing to see someone as pious as Riley Leonard is, especially for people that have a lot of faith and go to church every Sunday, and
sure.
don't just do the Easter and Christmas events like I do there, or the Easter and Christmas sermons and masses like I do. It's a little bit Tim Tebow-esque, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of like remember the Tim Tebow tour where he was kind of, doing the damn, down on one knee and praying or everything. I mean, it's kind of giving me a little bit of that vibe there, where he's just, hey, thank you, Jesus. Hey, thank you, Jesus. I mean, every press conference, thank you, Jesus.
It was a lot last night. I'm like, okay, dude, I get it, and I appreciate that. And yes, I'm sure that
it was every conversation.
Well, and then when he's sitting up on the stage with the lovely Molly McGrath again, I'm like, here it comes. When she goes, the MVP is, and I'm like, all right, here it is. And I'm like, dude, oh, okay. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I understand that, but talk about your teammates, man.
He did. He absolutely boasted up the rest of his teammates. He said, I wouldn't be here. I mean, I got carried tonight, basically. Yeah. And he gave a lot of the roses and a lot of the credit to Jordan Greathouse.
Yeah.
Or Jaden Greathouse.
And a great point right there from Joe K. I mean, I'd love to see if somebody actually got up there and said, I really was having a great game, and if it hadn't been for Jesus making me mess up, but yes, I'm like, okay,
yeah, Drew Aller, I was having a great game until God made me throw that pick over the middle there.
Yeah, be like, GD, I don't know. I got to tell you, Wags, I mean, I know there's a football game to be played tonight, and I know that Texas has a huge obstacle.
I am so damn nervous.
Dude. I got Texas and Notre Dame. obviously with the history and whatever that we were talking about the other day. But I think just with the two teams, the way that they're built right now and with injuries and all the different things that they're both dealing with, I think Texas Notre Dame would be a fabulous matchup, man. I think that would be a hell of a lot of fun to watch.
I really hope we get it. I really do. Welcome in, friends and fam, to all of our wonderful talkings of Texas Sports Unfiltered here. Make sure you guys follow us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on the X Frame or the X Factor, and then Rodney is the Rodney R. And then on InstaFace, he's the _ Rodney R. And then I am the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. Make sure you smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. And then hit us up on that coded text line 512-222-9328. Make sure you guys are being safe if you are traveling up north to see our boys take on the Buckeyes, man. Hopefully you guys, nothing happens. Everybody stays safe and everybody goes slow. Drive slow, arrive alive, and watch the damn game.
Yeah, I don't know what the conditions are, but still, I mean, it's a lot.
Clearing up a little bit around here.
Yeah, it seems like it's okay out there right now, but still, man, if they're telling you to be careful, I mean, just be careful. I mean,
well, the thing with Austin, and I'm not sure how Dallas is infrastructured either. The roads here, and I'm sure you've been out east, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like when you start to get towards Tennessee on 40, you notice that there's a natural decline in the middle of the road, right? And it usually takes the water off the roads, right? Yep. Here it seems like in Texas, a lot of the roads are just flat, and you get stagnant water that stands in these flat surfaces, right? So it causes a lot of cars to hydroplane and kind of get out of control and get wonky here, man. You don't usually see that a lot on the roads out east or heading back east. I don't know why they didn't implement a little bit of that natural decline, or I guess it would be a decline coming off of the middle of the road there.
And I didn't really understand that until I met a guy, one of the racetracks I worked for. It's probably been 10 years ago. They were doing a repave on a racetrack, on an asphalt racetrack. And he's like, here's what we're going to do. And I mean, he's explaining this all to me. And he's like, it's going to have a crest.
Just a gradual crest, just a small gradual crest, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And he said, it's going to be smooth to where you don't have cracking. You don't have all this, but it's to drain. It's to make the road, or in this case, the racetrack, it's to make it more conducive to being able to drain. Right. And I think the biggest example around here, and I'll stop geeking out of this here in just a minute, but if you go out and you look at Tollway 130, 45 over here in
yep. I know the exactly spot that you're talking about.
Dude, they went out there and they rushed and built that damn thing, and it was built that fast. And it was
not an American, not that this matters, but it wasn't an American-made company. It was actually outsourced to a Spanish company.
Well, and that's the other part of that is they come out and they lay these plans down. They're like, we need this paved, we need this done. And you go back there and you look, and here's the one key giveaway. Every time that you go on that tollway and you see that they're out there working on there, what are they doing? They're cutting into the stone, because they're having to go in there and reconfigure, repack, get down to the base of the soil and build a road, like you said, the way that's supposed to be built, where it does have that little bit of a decline with the arch up in the middle.
I am absolutely with David Keith Williams here, not to bring this, religion into the conversation, that, dominating the conversation, but in a time and in an era where it feels like Christianity is you're almost jailed for displaying your faith, right? But all other religions can sit there and praise their gods as much as they want. It almost feels like you're shunned for being a Christian. David, I'm absolutely with you. It is absolutely a breath of fresh air to see somebody praise Jesus and our Christian God. I'm absolutely with you.
I'm totally with you too, Wags, because the whole thing is, you mentioned Tim Tebow a while ago. I mean,
I was all about that train, man.
You remember when Tim Tebow, and the whole thing, he was ridiculed. He was laughed at.
Absolutely. Yeah, dude. It's crazy what we choose to boast and choose to actually put down. It's awful.
It was
wild. It's been a wild 10 years, man.
It really has.
We're praising cold-hearted killers or cold-blooded killers in the middle of New York streets, and also praising the burning down of people's houses in the West. And it's wild times, man.
Yeah,
Wild
yeah, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing that I think about, Wags, where it's like the whole thing with men showing emotion. I mean, I'm going to take you way back to like 1995 when Jeff Gordon won his first NASCAR race. Dude's in tears. He's crying. He's crying because he had finally achieved his lifelong goal of winning, whether it be NASCAR, IndyCar, whatever it was. He finally achieved that goal. He's in tears and crying, and people laughed at him. People laughed at him. They're like, "Well, what is this PUS? I mean, what's the deal
passion,
here?"
I guess passion, right? I'll be crying tears of joy if the Longhorns beat the Buckeyes tonight.
Boy, you damn right I will. That code of text line that we've been talking about, I think one of the coolest things that I saw last night was Marcus Freeman. Look, man, I'm a fan of that dude. I'm a fan.
Yeah,
of
that's
that
for
dude.
sure. I mean, I think you're his boyfriend at this point.
I think so, man. I think I'm going to leave my wife for him. But I mean, his answer as well, because that's the whole thing where this thing can be spun all these different ways. And the aforementioned gorgeous Molly McGrath asked the question that everybody has been asking, and he's like, "Look, man, I'm about empowering kids. I don't care what you are. I just hope that this is an example of how you do that." And that's really good. And Wags, got to mention Wags. This is something I don't know if I actually told you this. Our man, head coach Anthony Wood, Westwood High School, 22 years at Westwood, 20 as the head coach.
Is he retired?
Thereafter, athletic director, retired yesterday. He's going to finish out the year. No more Coach Wood there at Westwood.
End of an era, man. End of an era. That dude, he's wild. He's absolutely wild. He gives some of the best post game interviews too, especially if you catch him after a win. Or
a loss.
Or a loss. Yeah, I was gonna say you catch him after a loss, he's gonna give you something right off the cuff of his sleeve too. But you catch him off the excitement after a victory, man, and Anthony Wood probably gives you one of the best damn interviews of all time.
One of the coolest
that's Gundy, but Anthony Wood's up there.
Yeah, one of the coolest dudes to break down football with. When he called me Sunday and was talking about all this, I'm like, "So you available to do some broadcasting, maybe some podcasting?"
Dude, that'd be great to have him, sit in, fill in, and give a little bit of a coach's breakdown or something like that. That'd be
break some football. Yeah, he's like, "Let me finish out the year, and I'll get back to you on that." So, congratulations, Coach Wood. Really, really good stuff right there from him.
I am an Anthony Wood fan.
I love that dude.
I almost wish my son would have went to Westwood, but he probably would have flunked out. I think you got to have a 5.0 just to stay eligible at Westwood.
Oh man, one of the greatest things Anthony Wood ever told me. It's like, man, it was not a good year. I mean, it was not a good year for Westwood. And we were previewing a game, and he's like, "I'm here to tell you one thing. If this was a scholar competition, we'd kick their ass."
If we were playing It's Academic, sure.
Yeah. No,
we'd be spelling things in in the 12th grade. Well, hell, they are 12th graders. Never mind. I would definitely not be on It's Academic. Hey, we got a pretty big game to talk about tonight. We got some NFL to preview too for the weekend, but we got a pretty big game to talk about tonight. We've been mentioning it over the past week, but I think it calls for a little bit more of a conversation. I'm a little concerned on what Knowles is going to bring off the edge. With the slow developing plays that the Longhorns like to run, especially when they try to dial it up and get deep. I think if they do that, if they try to take chances, and Ohio State, Knowles brings great pressure off the edge, and they're able to get to Quinn, it will wind up and of course I'm being pessimistic here, right? Because I'm absolutely doomsdaying it right now. Like I am. You know how I get before the games, man. You know how I get before I would call a Cedar Ridge game. I was just like, man, this is Cedar Ridge probably done. And then they win by 40, right? That's kind of how I throw everything in here. I'm all negative Nancy and negative Norm. I think that the world's going to come down on us because that's me in preparation of trying to get ahead of, a negative outcome, right? I'm trying to line myself up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Dude. I've gone through ways to where the Longhorns need to win, and a lot of that is stopping the pressure off the edge and honestly staying ahead of the chains, winning the line. I mean, we talk about this all the time. It's trench warfare, right? If you win the line, especially against these dudes, they got one of the best defensive lines in all of college football, right? And if you dominate up front at the point of attack, you have a chance to absolutely beat the shit out of this team. Okay. Look, you dominate up there, you control the line of scrimmage there, and then also you control the clock as well. You don't let their offense on the ball and you wear them down. We kind of talked a little bit about this on Monday or Tuesday before you took off. But look, that to me is the plan of success. We talk a little bit about chunk plays each and every week, how many chunk plays that the Longhorns will need. I love the chunk plays, but that defense is so fast off the edge. I'm almost worried for like a turnover or Ohio State getting a takeaway after a forced fumble or, a rushed pass on a pick coming off of the edge pressure there. Don't dial it up. Don't dial the home runs up. Run the damn ball. I know you and I talk about that all the time, man. It seems cliche to just sit here and say run the ball. But, dude, if you do that, remember what they did against Clemson when they came out and started running the ball and got off to a nice little lead and a nice little cushion. They won the line of scrimmage. They did the same thing with Texas A&M too, and they started to pull away from that game, right? You can control Ohio State that way if you win the line of scrimmage and keep them off the field. It's Rodney. For me, it's that simple, man. Don't allow Knowles to fire off pressure off the edge, and don't allow longer plays to put you in a bad situation.
I think something that's going to be really cool to watch tonight is, we talked about the 4th and 13 on the touchdown play there with Quinn that he had against Arizona State. Saved the season. You're playing tonight because of that game or of that play, and the different times where Quinn has checked off of plays because of the coverages that he's seen. I think where Ohio State is going to be a little more cagey about this is I think they're going to disguise some of those coverages tonight, or they'll utilize disguising the coverages a little bit better than maybe some of these other than Clemson or Arizona State or even A&M did. And I think that's something to where it's really going to be when we talk about with Quinn Ewers and his legacy here, because it really has been to me in the last month and a half that we talk about the body of work that's where he has really proven himself as just a great quarterback in Steve Sarkeesian's system. If they go in and start disguising the coverages tonight with that Ohio State defense, what I hope happens is that's going to be able to open up the screen game and open up all the different things. And eventually, if that comes down to where Ohio State's back in cover 3, that's where you can get them underneath. And that's Gunnar Helm. That's the guys out of the backfield. Hell, that's even
Gunnar Helm should be your first look, or one of your first looks. Like, he should not be getting a target or his first target in the fourth quarter, right?
That's right. That's right.
And now I understand Quinn's going to go with his comfort blanket, right? Or sure, with the receiver. Honestly, I don't even think it's a receiver. I think Quinn throws the route that he thinks is the easiest route to throw, or the route that he knows is going to be open first, right? When you see go through his progressions, it's usually, from what my observation is from what I've seen, it's only 2 progressions, and then it's a forced ball, which that's where Quinn's got to get a little bit better. Right now, look, we all know that he can make the Sunday throws, but there are still those rushed throws, or maybe just an unsync throw that he makes when he thinks the receiver is going to run a different route, and again, there's a lot of option routes in Sarkeesian's offense too, depending on what the defense is giving you.
And I think tonight it's going to be pretty damn imperative that you have somebody else from the wideouts, the wideouts.
But who? But that's just like you say that though. But who's going to step for? Like, Wingo's fantastic, but he shows up like once or twice a game.
Yeah. That's where I think that Ryan Wingo may be the guy. I think, but I mean that's where it gets really hard.
And how much of that is Quinn, targeting them too, right? Like,
yeah.
You kind of got to throw it their way. Now, I get it. The camera, I'm not at the game, so I'm not seeing everything that's on the field, and I'm only seeing, what, Quinn's drop back. I'm not seeing the wide receivers run a route, so I don't know which wide receiver is open or which wide receiver is getting separation or not until I see the replay. But that wide receiver's got to be targeted, right? At least for them to have the camera on them. I don't see Wingo getting the ball, getting the ball his way, or Helm getting the ball. Well, the past game, Helm didn't get the ball his way until the fourth quarter. So that's what I'm a little bit sour with there. But Helm has got to be a big part of your passing attack moving forward against these Buckeyes tonight.
And for Ohio State, I mean, we were talking about what are you going to do with Jeremiah Smith? I mean, Ohio State, they're going to have Caleb Downs back there, and that's going to be the guy that's going to be keying on option number one down the field for Texas, and that's where I think it's going to be really important for Quinn. I mean, like when we're talking about disguising coverages and all the different things, for him to be able to read and find whether it's an isolation or whether it is that cover three or whatever the case is going to be back there, where he can check that thing down and really work the underneath. But I mean,
I'm cool with that, by the way. Like,
I think that and whether it's Jaden Blue out of the backfield, I mean, I don't know who it's going to be, but because I think you want to drag this game out as much as you can.
Yeah, and also like you got to look for mismatches against Knowles too, right? Like we kind of talked a little bit about this, the chess match between Flood and Sark with Jim Knowles there right on the defensive end. How are they going to want to pressure the Longhorns off the? Now that's where I think that they're going to have the most success, right? Bringing having Sawyer come off the edge most of the time. If they can dial it up and just get there with their four down linemen, that they'll be eating cake all damn night, man. And then dropping 7 back and then allowing Quinn to throw. If that's the case, then man, we better be able to run the damn ball down the throat if that's what's happening, dude. I don't know. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that give me pause and give me concern tonight, but there's also I think there's some vulnerabilities that Ohio State has too, to where it should allow the Longhorns to be able to eat up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that it does happen, with the guys with Jack Sawyer and JT, that those guys out on the edge, that you're able to isolate them out a little bit to open up the middle. But of course, they're going to start stunting, inside and so forth. But
what's the natural way to beat that? You kind of just alluded to it, right? Mm-hmm. If they start bringing hard, heavy pressure off the edge, I haven't seen Sawyer stunt too many times where he's firing on an inside stunt. Usually when Sawyer scrapes, he's coming off the edge, right? And that's usually where he's making, all of his danger happen, or all of his playmaking happen. But to me, if you can control that and maybe you run right at him, that's another way that you kind of negate or make it irrelevant. His pass rushing thing just alleviated that way is running directly at him and just pounding it down the damn throat of Sawyer and the rest of the Buckeyes there, Rodney.
And the whole thing is you can't do what Oregon did in two senses. Number one, you can't fall behind the way that Oregon fell behind. And then Oregon immediately at that point being behind the way that they had to abandon the running game. So
counterpoint though, is Texas the one team that can come back because of their offense?
I don't know, man. I haven't seen it. The narrative on Texas is that they let teams come back
Correct.
in. They haven't.
They don't close gaps. They give gaps away.
They give gaps away, and that's why, like in the game last night with Notre Dame and shit, who the hell they played last night? Hell, now I can't even remember. But in the Notre Dame game last night, what you had right there is you had a lockdown defensive battle right there at Penn State, to where they went back and forth, but it was still. Man, that field goal at the end of the first half was massive. It kept Notre Dame in the game. And here's where I go back to the Tech. What I'd like to see Texas be able to do in the third quarter, as long as the game is, whether you're trailing by 7 or ahead by 7 or whatever the case may be, come on out and punish with the ground game, because that's what Notre Dame did in that drive coming out of the locker room. And it essentially set the tone right there for that second half, to where you did have the back and forth. But then the Notre Dame defense stood up and made Drew Aller make the mistake that he made. And that will be the stain on him until they play again.
That dude played one hell. I mean, he had a pretty damn good season, right? And that's, again, we talk about you're only as good as your last trip. That's what he's going to be remembered for.
Exactly. And I mean, it really comes down to, I mean, that's a great point right there. I mean, you can't spot Ohio State 14 points. I think earlier in the week I said, can't give them 17, can't give them even 20. I love that pinpoint right there, because you can't do that. They're arguably the best team in the nation. And if you come out and you're half stepping and you let them get ahead of you, they will put their foot on your throat. And I don't think that Texas can come back from that. So I hope it doesn't get to that. I hope that we see the game that we saw last night. I hope that we see this.
I honestly hope it's a blowout, Rodney.
Absolutely.
I don't even care about ratings. I just want an easy victory, but I know it's not going to happen. Now, Jake kind of hits it on the head here. Just dump it off the flat, or just dump it off the helm in the flat there, and let him do some hurdles that never fails. Yeah, that's a 4-yard pass that turns into a 10 to 12-yard gain, right? And that's it. It's usually 8 to 9 out of 10 times that happens, right? He's just too hard to bring down, and he gets open pretty easily. It's a very easy route to run, just a little bit of a flare route there into the flat, have him dump it there, and then just let Gunnar Helm make a play and get going. Again, it goes back to me saying, don't get too ahead of what you want to do. Don't dial it up if you have to, and then let the pressure from the edge come back and force a turnover. Now we're in a bad situation, in a bad spot. You got to run the damn. If the long, and then counterpoint, on the offensive side of the ball for PK, for Flood and Sarkeesian here. If you can get Wisner going and have him spring, I'd love to see him over the century mark, but if you can get a combined effort with all three of these running backs to where you're having 225 to 250 yards on the ground, it's going to open up everything else, Rodney. We just know that. The Buckeyes are going to have to be playing in the box a little bit more, and then that's going to open up the vulnerabilities there in the secondary. And that's when the speed of this Longhorn team can absolutely kill you. There's so many playmakers that haven't got the ball that much, right? I mean, Golden's been sensational. That's one. This transfer dude from this dude transferring over from Houston has been fantastic for us here. Silas Bolden's been able to make plays whenever he touches the ball. You just got to get him in. You got to get the playmakers to rock a little bit more, right? That's what I talk about, the distribution, and I'm cool with that as long as we're running the rock. But when it's time to pass the ball, Golden's fantastic, but again, 7 receptions, maybe not the way you want to roll, unless that's the only one that's absolutely getting separation and getting open. I find that hard to believe with all the speed that's on this team, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it is. I mean, you're going to have another contributor, and I really think that Gibson can be a factor tonight out of the backfield. I mean, because you got the two guys right there.
I think Blue more than Gibson, but yeah, I'm with you. There's some running back needs to happen because, or hell, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Rodney, come out in 22 personnel to where you have 2 running backs and 2 tight ends. And then utilize the speed from the running backs there. It's not like Gunnar Helm isn't isn't a decent speedy tight end. He can make plays and he can make guys miss too. We just kind of talked about that. But also you get 22 personnel out there and you get a mismatch on the linebacker. We talked about that 2 weeks ago, man. Well, we could exploit that all damn night and I'll be happy with it. Take the check down. We don't have to push the ball and stretch it vertically.
I'm telling you, if you can get the screen game working and get that underneath, I think that can be your bread and butter.
It depends on their pressure though, right? Like the screen game can only work if they bring and dial up pressure all the time. If they're bringing 5 and getting to us, then yeah, absolutely dial up the screen game. Mm-hmm. That should work, or maybe even a draw at that point. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's going to be kind of your fallback right there. And what I do want to see is, because it has been that, look, man, when the scripted plays, the offense, when the offense comes out, the 15 to 20 scripted plays that start every ball game, man, it's precision. I mean, it's really fun to watch. It's really fun to watch the way that everything works out in the scripted plays. It's like when you get off the script where it seems like the offenses kind of stumble around a little bit, and that's where it gets a little stale and stuff. The 3 and outs and all that. You have to be able to outside of the script. I'd love to see 15 scripted plays, and I would hope there's another script with the next 15 scripted plays, and maybe another script with another based on what happens within the first batch of scripted plays, because that's where it seems like the
in-game adjustments are going to be. Are going to be key. You're absolutely right here. But if you're going off the logic of JSDX or JSDTX, dude, I hope this comes to fruition, right? Like if that's the logic that we're rolling with here, Rodney, Franklin was Franklin last night, so day is going to be day to day. Buddy, I hope that is your crystal ball calling the win tonight, amigo. I really do.
And we've talked about it a couple of times to where the coaching matchup between these two is really, obviously, these two systems, these two staffs. I mean, that's going to be really, really cool to watch tonight. But which one of these guys which one of these guys does the James Franklin? I mean, and again, I think a lot of this, whatever you want to call it on Steve Sarkeesian, he hasn't had the opportunity in these games yet. You can talk about his past history. You can talk about going to the NFL and coming back and all this, that, and the other. But the one game that you really can go back to was last year against Washington. And Washington, you just got, like I said the other day, Washington's was a step ahead of Texas all night long. And that can't happen tonight because this ain't Washington. I know it ain't Michael.
Washington won the trench warfare that night too. So
they did. I mean, they really did. And that's the key, man. It's boring. It's boring as hell.
It is. It's boring. It's absolutely boring. But that's what it ultimately comes down to.
All the time.
It's
all the time.
Warfare.
If you're getting manhandled, you are not going to win because
it's not sexy to talk about, but it's obligatory, right? Like you absolutely have to. It's a must to talk about because that is where the game will be won when you break this thing down.
And that's on the other side of the ball, Wags. If you get Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton having just amazing games where they can get in there and put the heat on Will Howard. If you get the heat on Will Howard and you start pressuring him and you hit him really, really hard, he's gonna make a mistake. Or two,
for sure.
Or three.
For sure. Now, see, I don't need Alfred Collins to get that much pressure, but I would love to see Alfred Collins just clog up the middle, right? We talk about this. But you know how they have Sawyer? Like, we also have a very dynamic edge rusher, too, and he's very young. He might not be on everybody's mind right now just because of how young he is, but double sticks. Simmons can get after it, man. This dude, and then you want to put too much focus on him. How about Sorrell or how about Burke coming off the edge, other edge, or more too? Like our four defensive ends can absolutely dial it up and get after it. And if you're PK, that's got to be on your mind, right? To force Will Howard not just off his spot, but also to get some takeaways and get some more possessions back for your offense. That's how you do it. And also you mask up not that you need any type of disguise for your secondary or that you need the show or mask up any vulnerabilities for your secondary, but also when you have a really strong defensive front four and they can apply really good pressure almost down in and down out, it's going to allow your secondaries to not even have to put up with the 5 second yard or 5 second routes to where basically they can, a wide receiver can just reroute himself and change up the direction and basically get open there on a broken down play. If you're getting that much pressure, you're taking that outside of the game to where there's no double moves being made.
It seems like in the last 2 months, people are finally figuring out and it's showing up in the production and excuse me, just everything working right to why the University of Texas wanted Trey Moore here from UTSA. We've talked about it all season long to where it was one of those things to where he was going to have to blend himself into the rotations, into the different things, because there are so many damn stalwarts right there. And I think if Texas wins tonight, and that's a big if. I mean, that's a big if.
Sure.
Texas wins tonight on the defensive side, you're going to talk about Trey Moore. And then look, man, he's here on TSU with us every week. Ethan Burke has stepped up in the college football playoff.
Burke's just got that motor.
He's like Michael Taft. He's like Michael Taft.
They're just playmakers. They got noses for the ball. They know where it's going to be. They just make plays, man. Rod is kind of cooking, everything that I have in my kitchen right now, dude. Like, I've been talking about this, been flirting with this, notion to where Sark's been keeping things close to the vest. Rott brings up one thing I don't get about Sark is he can scheme up a great play that worked, but you'll never see it. You'll never see that play called again.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is the game. Maybe the stuff that he's worked on and knows that, are positive plays, productive plays. Maybe this is the game that you see everything unleashed and unfolded tonight, right? Maybe those schemes that you've seen that were so great and, kind of abandoned, maybe they come back and get into the play calling. Maybe they get into the script sheet again. But one thing's for sure, in-game adjustments, Rodney. I mean, because look, you're going to be moving pieces all over the board. You got to be able to know where you want to move that right piece and which button to dial up. That's going to be ever so very evident here, in this matchup against these two great teams.
And that's really where it seems like to me that the third quarter, with the whole question of what happens in the third quarter, it's like the opponent is adjusting to Texas, and that's where in turn Texas is not adjusting to the adjustment that has happened. I sound like Chrissy Snow over here, but is not adjusting to the adjustment that has happened, and that's why you start seeing the third quarter problems. And as you get later into the pushing the fourth quarter, it's like, okay, well, you can't do that tonight. I'm sorry, you can't do that tonight. And we may be reading this whole thing wrong, the way, like you said, maybe Texas comes out and it's like you're throwing kitchen sinks and lavatories and all these different things at Ohio State, and you come out and you pad yourself and get yourself a 24-0 lead. I don't think that's going to happen. If it does, I'm going to be one of the happiest dudes around here. But you're going to. I think that you've got to keep yourself right there within shooting distance, and then out physical them. I want Texas to out physical.
That goes back to trench warfare, right?
It does. It does. Ohio State, as you have gone through this playoff, they have made themselves look like a very precision team, which they are. But if you come out and you've out physical Ohio State, you're going to put yourself in a pretty damn good position to win, because we got some dogs on this team.
Nope.
Whether it be the offensive line, whether it be the guys on the edge, whether it be Anthony Hill and these linebackers, Barron Sorrell, all of these guys. All of these guys, and it is Wags. They are going to go right at Malik Muhammad. They're going to.
Well, yeah, I mean that's just it. Like you have to. And
Absolutely.
Of course, Jeff Howe made the joke, 2 days ago when I was on with them for Wednesday, right? And I kind of brought that up too. Like Muhammad's going to get picked on. He goes, yeah, but Rob Babers got picked on.
That's right.
Like you have to pick somebody. You got to choose somebody. And they're not throwing at Barron. They're just not. They won't. And if they do, kudos to them. I mean, you got cojones, but it's probably going to end up in the hands of Jade Barron. So Muhammad's probably going to be the guy that gets picked on a lot. And I'm sure if we know that, PK knows that, Sark knows that, the rest of the team knows it. So just step up. I say it all the time. It's about the guy to your left and to your right. Be there for him, man. Be there and take care of business, and Longhorns will be victorious. I'm with you, though. With that victorious night tonight, you have to run the ball and control the line of scrimmage. I know we sound like a broken record, but honestly, guys, everybody that knows football knows that if you don't take care of the trench warfare, you don't even have a chip, a chair, and a prayer.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, you've got to do that. You've got, and it is. Look, square on the offensive line right here. This is where you answer.
Banged up too. They're all starting, but they're banged up.
Yeah, and that's worrisome right there. But look, this isn't Georgia, but if you want to squash the whole Georgia thing, Georgia controlling Texas and winning the battle at the line of scrimmage, go out and do it tonight. Go out and do it tonight. I mean, I say like it's nothing, but you can easily, because you know what? Doesn't matter that Georgia controlled you twice. You ain't fucking playing them again.
Georgia's out. Georgia's done.
Hearing the Georgia thing, it's like Georgia turned their pads in Monday.
So here's the one thing I do need to see too, right? Like I want to see some Arch Manning. I want to see, and I'm sure that Ohio State's plan for an Arch Manning sighting. But if Arch Manning does come into the game, it can't be we know that Arch is going to do a fake RPO or a fake handoff here and going to keep it himself and go around the edge or go up to tackle or follow running back up, off tackle there. You got to keep the defense honest and balanced. If that's the case, hell, man, what about a play? I mean, if they think it's going to, I think most of us feel like it's going to be a QB keeper when Arch comes in there. What if you do a fake QB keeper, pull the ball down, or bring the ball back up and then hit Gunnar Helm on a play action?
Launch it. Yeah.
Right. I don't need a launched bomb, but I mean, if you're bringing 8 up in the box to kind of stop like a third and short situation here with Arch Manning, maybe a fake and then hit Gunnar Helm on a nice little 5 to 4 yard route that we were talking about, but he's able to scamper and get free and get into the end zone there. It's something to think about. Something that I've kind of premeditated here into my mind, and I don't know. I hope it comes to fruition. That's for sure.
You've got to do the unpredictable, because they have Ohio State just as
the jump pass more for me, Daryl G. The jump pass.
And I mean, look, if I'm Ohio State, I'm going to run a fake punt, because Texas seems to be pretty damn susceptible to that. You know, I mean,
I'm going to try and keep this on special teams as much as possible then, right?
When you think of Ohio State and you think of all this, like I'm talking about finesse and the precision that we've seen from them, I don't think about fake punts. But shit, if I've watched the last month, again, body of work, the last month,
sure,
I'm going to run a fake punt because Texas seems to be back on their heels when that comes to pass.
And I really do. I hope Sark is playing the long game to where he's just kind of lulling everybody to sleep with the play calling and play selection. And then I'll say, hey, remember these plays? Remember this? Remember the end around with Ryan Wingo? Remember remember all the different routes that all these wide receivers ran? Remember, I think we ran a double. Did we not run a double pass already this year? I don't know. I've seen a lot of college football, but I thought that Texas had a double pass in their playbook. But yeah, unleash everything. This is the national championship, right? There is no tomorrow, right? So that being said, don't reserve anything.
No.
Let it all get out there.
Yeah, don't go Chicago Bears and keep stuff in your back pocket that you're not going to need anymore. I mean, go out there because the whole thing is if you're able to get through this, and like I said, you play Notre Dame, I'm serious. The Notre Dame Texas matchup would be great. This is going to be fun tonight, and hopefully
I really wanted to see. I mean, I didn't want Penn State in the national championship, but I wanted the Longhorns to beat the brakes off of Penn State, but. Again, Notre Dame's a good matchup too. It was cool to see. We talk about new blood being in the site for the national championship or at the table for the national championship. It is nice to see Penn State and Notre Dame fighting for this thing or giving a fight for the national championship to see who's going to go to the national championship. But it's like seeing new traditional teams, right? Like it's wild. It's been a long time since either of those schools been there, man. And again, it was like it was watching the 90s over again. Last night it seemed like.
I'm very glad that in the new regime and the new college football era with NIL and the 12-team playoff and all of that you did wind up with 4 traditional teams that it does kind of draw it back a little bit. And like you said, they're 4 traditional teams, but they're 4 very different teams. I mean, they talked about it last night. Notre Dame doesn't utilize the portal very much, except for the kicker that won that game and for their quarterback that was huge last night.
I don't think Notre Dame has to utilize the portal. Everybody's hurt. No, not Notre Dame. Ohio. I thought you said Ohio State doesn't utilize the portal.
No, Notre Dame last night. Notre Dame. I mean, their two biggest acquisitions were the kicker and the quarterback.
Jeter. Boy,
now that dude was calm, cool, and collected. I got to tell you, last night.
Well, he hadn't been cool, calm, and collected all season long. So.
Well, he'd been hurt. But watching him last night, I am thinking, holy shit! What if this happens tomorrow? What if Texas is in this spot?
I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't come down to that. We got to give a shout out to our travel friends and travel partners out there. AV Consultations. You all know the drill with Tom and audiovisual consultations. McCall Custom Homes. Don't be like Wags and take a half a year to fix up your bathroom with a DIY project that you really are head over heels with. Give McCall Custom Homes a shout, and they'll be over there to fix it up right away. Sue Patrick, you guys know our friends over there at Sue Patrick. All that Longhorn apparel there. Yeah, you're going to get some Longhorn hoodies because it's cold outside. Baby, it's cold out. Yeah. And then also our friends at Domino's. Lago Vista Domino's, man. Our guy, Ike. Make sure you hit up Ike. Maybe he's got some opening spots up for you for the playoff Survivor Series that he has there. Make sure, or the Survivor Pick'em League. But also, while you're doing that, make sure you order a pie from Lago Vista Domino's. 34 Wine and Spirits. AJ, shout out to AJ, our guy out there. 34 Wine and Spirits. Make sure that you get all the booze that you need to kind of lather you up for the game tonight, but stay safe, of course, and stay home. Also, we got Austin Duck Adventures and Covert Bee Cave. You guys know our friends out there at Covert Bee Cave.
Yeah, great folks. And also, if you're a Texas fan and you haven't been over to passes.com, you're definitely missing out. I've been kind of dabbling over there, checking out some of the stuff from Colin Simmons, Quinn Ewers, and the various athletes and so forth. And women's basketball, huge win last night over Alabama. They beat the brakes off of Alabama last night, 84-40, I think it was, for Vic Schaefer and the women right there. So you can check them out there as well. Passes, the content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered up with, is giving Texas fans behind-the-scenes access to your favorite teams and players that you are not going to find anywhere else. Of course, you've heard of the Texas One Fund doing tremendous things for Texas athletics. But now when you donate to the Texas One Fund through passes, you can actually get something back in return. Access to really cool tailgate parties. You're going to freeze your tail off if you're doing tailgating tonight. But you know what? It's game day, so it doesn't really matter. You don't feel the cold in a situation like this. Meet and greets, memorabilia, VIP stuff, athletic spotlights, and more. You're not only donating to the future of Texas Longhorn athletics, you're also getting something really cool in return that you're not going to get anywhere else. Check it out today at passes.com/Texas One Fund to sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. Once again, that is passes.com/Texas One Fund. Elevate your fandom to the next level with our friends over at Passes.
We got some NFL to talk about. I mean, we got the NFL playoffs to talk about, but we're not even jazzed and psyched up about playing it because we got so much Texas on our damn brain here.
This is like an amazing. I mean, seriously,
it's a great week. But it could go sour really quick.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. The rest of my NFL playoff watching could be shitty based off of tonight's outcome. And I know I'm putting way too much emotion into this, but
it's your team. I mean, it's your team.
It is. It's my team, and I know that we have to be unbiased. But I graduated from Texas. Most of us, have burnt orange flowing through our coursing through our veins here. It's tough to not put your emotions. That's hell. You invest so much time in not just the team, but into the damn university in itself, into the town, man. You kind of live and die like. People that say that they don't get upset when Texas loses, I don't understand it. I haven't even been born. I wasn't even born in Austin, Texas, and lived here my entire life. And it ruins my fucking day if Texas loses. It just does. Doesn't matter which sport, like baseball, basketball. Now swimming, I'm really not following that closely. But you don't really have to. Usually, the Longhorns are going to win swimming anyways. But yeah, it's tough, man. I try not to put that much emotion. But hey, you guys know this, man. Zodiac sign. I'm a Pisces, baby. I wear my emotions on my sleeve.
I gotta tell you, it's just cool to be in this position again. And whatever the outcome tonight, if Texas loses, you're going to have a lot of people pissed off that are going to say, "Oh, they lost again in the national championship semifinal."
But they got back-to-back times, right?
Nobody else got back.
The tide's turning.
They didn't get close. I mean, well, I guess Georgia did.
Now look, stop. Let's just stop that shit right now because we're not having moral conversations.
No. But the whole thing is, I mean, you need to go back and you need to look at. And I saw again this morning. I mean, Steve Sarkeesian, that name is being tossed around again. For NFL jobs. I don't think that dude is going anywhere because he wants to stay here and continue building what he's built.
Seriously, is the bag going to be that much more in the NFL than it is at Texas? Absolutely not.
No.
And I'm sure Texas can match anything that any NFL franchises puts up there. Texas has their guy, right? Sure. The culture has been changed, and it's changed for the good. If you're Texas, you can't let Sarkeesian leave. You have to you got to make him an offer he can't refuse.
We were talking the other day about the Detroit Lions to where this is about to change up a little bit, with them possibly losing Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn or one of them or both or whatever the case may be. And then, we had the breaking news the other day where Jay Hartzell is leaving the University of Texas, but the emphasis has been pretty damn clear that they're going to continue. Whoever is going to assume that position is going to continue to have that strong focus on athletics. It would be stupid not to. I mean, right. What kind of revenue does that generate for this? I said it the other day on Twitter, on X. I said Steve Sarkeesian has the best job in pro football right now.
Right. Seriously. I mean, you say that tongue in cheek, but you're true on that.
Right. And I don't see. I saw him tossed around with the cowboy job. You and I talked about that the other day. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Steve Sarkeesian, it's been a challenge. A lot of it has been, brought upon himself, with everything that he's gone through. He's come here and he's been afforded the opportunity to build back Texas, to make it the institution, the athletic prowess and the athletic position that it is supposed to be at when it comes to football, because you're going to look at football. He's got it there. He's got it there.
And Daryl G, to piggyback off of your comment there, Rodney, like Daryl G says that there's only 9 coaches NFL coaches that made more than Sark's $10.5 million last year. So if that was the case, and again, I do not believe this one bit that Sarkeesian is going to the NFL at all, or trying to flirt with another team anywhere. If that does happen, though, to where he's going into the NFL, he would be one of the highest paid coaches in year one going into the NFL. Or why leave, right? Like, absolutely, why leave? The bag's not bigger, and ultimately the I guess being the icon, right? Like, I guess being the next turn, like we talk about that next institution, that next staple in college football for being that head coach. It was Saban. Could Sarkeesian be the next one? It's probably Kirby Smart, honestly, but could Sarkeesian fill those shoes and be the next reign of dominance from the coach's perspective?
And he does have the NFL experience,
right?
Because I heard that. But it's like, seriously, if you look at this, if Andy Reid said, I'm going to resign, I'm going to retire, and somebody needs to take over the Kansas City Chiefs, okay, maybe you think about that one. If they call, you pick up the phone for that one, because or Dan Campbell. I mean, yeah, maybe you think about that. I think Steve Sarkeesian could fall well into what Sean McVay's built with the Rams, but he's not going anywhere. It's a very select few jobs, I think.
That's a really wild scenario. Who would be the succession plan for Andy Reid? I've never even entertained the thought, because I picture Andy Reid just there. You know what I mean? Like, no, they're not. Kansas City's not running him out of there.
Yeah. Well, and this is where I go back to when it comes to Ryan Day, or when it comes to even James Franklin or Steve Sarkeesian, or you insert the coach. I mean, remember, Andy Reid, that dude, he lost 4 straight NFC championships with Philadelphia. They ran him out of town. He's no good. He's not a good coach. He can't win the big game. I think he's proven that. And that's where I go back to with the Texas thing. Whatever happens tonight, if Texas loses tonight, give this dude a little bit of time, because he's got a lot in the arsenal. He's got a lot in the arsenal that is coming right here, and he's got the culture fixed. Wags.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the culture's there. Manning's here. Why would you leave anywhere if you got Arch Manning basically in your QB room? Hey, let's talk a little bit of NFL real quick before we get out of here and turn it over to It's Only an Hour. Chargers and Texans. What you like here, amigo? Right now the line is 3 in favor of the Chargers. The over/under is 42 and a hook.
Yeah, give me the Chargers. I heard Rex Ryan say on TV, I think it was last night, where he said, "I didn't know that
Rex getting a job."
Well, he interviewed. Him and Minnie have interviewed for the Jets job, but I heard Rex say, "I didn't know the Chargers were getting a bye in the first round."
That's
D'Amico.
Watch the Texans come back and smack the shit out of the Chargers, though, right?
Chargers. Here's another one.
They're going to lean on the legs of Zeke Elliott.
Oh yeah, hell, and if you have to put him in at center, you'll be fine with Zeke. But I just think I don't know, man. The Texans just need to. I don't want to say they're woeful. They're sleepwalking. It seems like they've kind of gotten into the playoffs playing in a shitty division. It seems like. Not to poo on the Texans fans, but I think the season ends for them this weekend, dude.
Oh man. Well, if we want to go back to those old adages in football, one of them is that the Chargers are going to charge her.
That's it. Has Harbaugh really fixed that? We'll see.
And they're going to Houston, so that's another advantage that Houston has in their back pocket. But still, if you want to break down, I don't know, on paper, I would even say, without any of the injuries, I would say that the Texans are the better team. But clearly, tumultuous year in terms of the injury bug has riddled the Houston Texans all damn season long. So I think they can survive. In fact, one thing that I've seen from Herbert, he makes all the great throws, but there's times where he just absolutely misses. And usually it comes in big moments like this. Until I see otherwise, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for me to go with the Chargers. I'm taking the Texans here, man.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Wrong team favored.
There it is. That's what I'm saying.
Steelers and Ravens here, 7 p.m. on Prime Video. You got to have Prime for this. That's kind of a bullshit move too, by the way. You know what I mean? Like waiting until the playoffs to do this, to put it on the streaming services to where people then got to, cut. You're forced to cut cable to buy, your streaming packages at this point. It's kind of a dog shit move, but again, it's marketing. Steelers and Ravens here. Steelers are on one of their worst slides of the season here. I don't think they're going to right the ship anytime soon. I got the Ravens. The Ravens are favored 9.5. That's a lot of points, especially in the playoffs right now. Maybe they're good for 7, shave it down a little bit, but I do think Baltimore gets the victory here, but not by 9.5. That's a large margin.
I think the Ravens win by about 7. And I think the question coming out of this is going to be, are Pittsburgh fans going to be satisfied with Mike Tomlin having winning seasons? Because they can't win playoff games. I mean, they're not, we can talk about the Ravens and different teams that can't win. They can't get to the Super Bowl. Hell, Steelers can't win a playoff game.
You want to talk about in-game adjustments, right? Like that was a big theme for today. Like, what Sarkeesian will be able to do once the game started. And we kind of talked about this shit, right, with the Steelers and bringing in Arthur Smith. We saw what we saw enough film and enough tape from Arthur Smith with Atlanta to make us question why Tomlin would bring in Arthur Smith for this offense. And it's sputtered. Like you've had some moments where it's looked spry, but it has sputtered. And mainly because of lack of in-game adjustments there for Arthur Smith and company. There's no damn way that Pittsburgh survives this. Baltimore wins.
Yeah. I say by 7. They may win by 14. Yeah,
I don't. That's a lot of points. That is like 9.5 points is a lot of points. I'll take the 7. I'll go with you and take the 7, but 9.5. That's tough for me, man. On Sunday, you got Broncos and Bills here. Bills favored 8.5. What do you like?
Give me Buffalo by 10. I think that
circling the wagons, Buffalo by 10 there. Packers and Eagles, go Pack, go, or will it be fly Eagles fly here? Eagles favored by 5. Pack
wins. Pack wins by 3. Wrong team favored. Give me Green Bay.
That is your team. If you're going down on a team this year, it would be the Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay Packers.
You putting all the stock. You putting all the stock in Green Bay. Rodney's actually a stockholder of Green Bay.
That's right. Wisconsin.
Commanders and Buccaneers. Tampa Bay favored by 3 here, amigo. What do you like here? Baker and the board?
Man, I'm really, this is kind of a pick 'em for me, Wags.
It's crazy, right?
Like, I want to say I think the Commanders can wrong team favored, but I think the prowess of Baker and the big balls of Baker will prevail here. I think they cover. I think Tampa Bay covers.
I'm going to say wrong team favored and the Commanders find a way to get this done. Baker's been playing out of his damn mind recently, right? I mean, probably one of the best seasons I've ever seen Baker Mayfield play, but still, like, I feel like the Commanders just have something going right now. Their defense is playing lights out, and maybe that's enough to take away what Baker's been able to make happen there. Vikings and Rams for your Monday night. This is the last one to turn it up here, and then we'll be able to turn it over to the guys. What's up, gentlemen? We see you there. Vikings favored by 3 here, Rodney. You're probably going to take the Rams if
I'm changing the script now that the game's in Arizona.
Okay.
I'm going with the Vikings to cover. I think if this game was still in L.A., which it doesn't need to be, thoughts and prayers to everybody over there.
Correct.
But I think that Minnesota in a neutral site handles business.
All right, this is going to wrap it up, man. What's up, Jets?
Jeff's in the hotel.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just doing something quick on the work front. So
Jeff's about to cut his damn gold platinum album rap CD going down there.
That's right.
I got to hold my microphone like a goof because I brought my setup with me on the road. So
nah, man, it's good. It's old school. It's like you're doing a hit on the streets or something.
Maybe, but it's the weather up here has been it's been garbage for the most part.
Traffic just a mess.
Yeah, I left my hotel room briefly yesterday, but was pretty much confined indoors yesterday, and I'll get out here in a little bit, obviously, because to go to the game. But yeah, it's interesting. Jordan and I are kind of on the same page. We did our staff predictions at Horns 24/7, published those yesterday.
That damn internet hotel.
Eric, Chip, and Hank are all they're riding with Texas. Jordan and I will get into it. I just have fewer questions right now about Ohio State and about Texas.
Got you, man. Well, hey, maybe we're taking away from the bandwidth there. We're going to drop out. I'm going to stay behind the scenes in case there's a problem with the internet connection. That way somebody can call one of us on. But you guys have a great conversation.
I'll keep mine open if needed.
We'll be listening to y'all, man. Be good.
Have a good show, boys.
Jordan, I'm at the mercy of hotel Wi-Fi. So
are you at the same hotel as the rest of the media?
No, I'm not.
Where are you at? You don't have to dox yourself, but what part of town?
I'm like 5 minutes from. I'm a 5-minute drive from the media hotel, so I'm in the same part of Dallas.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw they have credential pickup from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the hotel, and then I think from like 2:30 to 5. I'm gonna drive over there after this is over and try to get them to give me a credential before 2:30 because they're doing a media shuttle over to the stadium at 1:30. So that means they're probably opening doors around 2.
Yeah, we'll touch base on it though. No, Rex, I'm not on Harry Hines. I can tell you that much.
Why not? Even Jared goes to Harry Hines.
Ain't nothing good happening on Harry Hines. Forget after what time of day, just nothing good happening over there. He is Jordan Scruggs. I'm Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. Big thank you to Wags and Rodney for the Chaos Theory portion of the crew. The Texas Sports Unfiltered crew, by and large, we are here in the Metroplex, ready for the Cotton Bowl tonight. Texas and Ohio State at 6:30. Jordan, how you feeling about Jason? I can say this. I'm well beyond staying at the Knights Inn and places of that ilk. So
yeah, he's at the Red Roof Inn. He's got that 24/7 CBS budget now. So
I try to keep it reasonable on the road. But at any rate, this game, Jordan, I wrote this in my prediction. The closer we get to kickoff, the more I am intrigued by the starts for both teams, because everybody's made a big deal about Ohio State's hot starts. And look, you outscored Tennessee and Oregon by a combined 35-0 in the first quarter in your 2 CFP games. That's saying a lot. But you look at Texas, they've actually done a really good job at getting after people in the first quarter. It's a combined 24-10 that they 24-10 they outscored Arizona State and Clemson in the first quarter. So not quite in a dominating fashion quite as much as Ohio State, but they've still managed to get after people. Texas just needs to get this game to the second quarter. Texas is one of the best second quarter teams in the country. They've outscored opponents in the second quarter this year, Jordan, 175-51. So that second quarter is really where it tends to take off for Texas, and they can be productive. So survive that surge if you're Texas. That's the key. Everybody's talking about surviving the surge, but if you get into the second quarter and you've got a feel for what Pete Kwiatkowski gets a feel for what Chip Kelly and Ryan Day are doing on offense, Sark gets a feel for how Jim Knowles is going to call this game, that's where Texas can make this thing interesting, is in the second quarter. Maybe you get a lead at halftime. Maybe it's a tie game. Maybe it's a one-score game. That's where Texas can really keep themselves in it. And I don't want to make Texas sound like little sisters of the poor, but let's face it, you're a 6-point underdog against a team that's playing better than anybody left in the playoff at this point. I don't know, Jordan. I'm just that's my big concern is the early goings in this game. Can Texas just keep themselves in it and then get to the third quarter? And Chip wrote about the third quarter yesterday on the site over at Horns 24/7. It's got a really good third quarter breakdown of the issues Texas has had. If they can make some hay in the second quarter, maybe alleviate some of those third quarter issues and get it to the fourth quarter, give yourself a chance to win.
For sure. Yeah, third quarter is 1,000% the worry for everyone. Obviously with the team they're playing, I think we can say we're worried about, every quarter, at least in terms of Texas's chances. The opening script, first quarter, even second quarter has never really been an issue during the Sark era, not just this year, but the entire time he's been in Austin since 2021. It's always been the third quarter in the second half for them. They blew how many second quarter double-digit lead or second half double-digit leads his first season in Austin? It's been a consistent issue. And when you play a team like Ohio State, who is just as much, if not more talent than any team you faced all year, than your current team as well, you have to take every single advantage you can. I mean, you have to score on the opening drive. You have to take advantage of the scripted plays, and you cannot fall apart in the third quarter because the margin for error is much smaller versus Ohio State than it's ever been the entire season. So
it is. I think what you said, though, is we're not talking about, no margin for error. It's just, hey, you don't have to win the first quarter. You just can't lose it in a landslide.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to play a perfect third quarter. You just can't play some of the garbage third quarters. I've heard people describe Texas this way, and if you just watch Texas occasionally, I definitely see how you can come away with this. It just seems like the middle to late stages of the third quarter, they just kind of start playing with their food a little bit. It's almost like they get bored, they lose focus. It's really hard to describe, Jordan, the way this team plays in those third quarters. It almost feels like, especially offensively, it feels like a running gun basketball team that doesn't mind wasting possessions because they know they're going to get plenty of them.
Mm-hmm.
This is a game where you can't afford to waste possessions. And now I'm not saying like, if Sark doesn't call the touchdown play on every possession, then it's garbage and it's not going anywhere. Man, depending on the flow of the game. I mean, if Ohio State, if they're driving up, if they're winning not just time of possession, but play differential, if that's slanted in their favor, hell, a good drive in the third quarter could be, you just need to get a couple first downs. That'd be like a 6-7 play drive, take some time off the clock, let the defense rest, punt and play field position.
Yeah.
You got to avoid the 3 and outs. You got to avoid the turnovers, the safety we saw against Arizona State. That was in the third quarter. Just you got to avoid those disasters in the third quarter.
Yeah, and the most important thing is Texas has to score touchdowns. Obviously, with how Bert Auburn's been playing lately, you don't want him out there at all, at least from a field goal unit. But they have to score touchdowns because Ohio State will. Kind of a shitty analogy, but kind of like the Golden State Warriors. You know they're going to shoot threes, and you know they're going to make them. You have to score more points than they do, so you're obviously not as able to shoot as many threes to the level they can, but you got to score almost every single possession. And
maximize your scoring opportunities. You
Exactly.
got to be good in the red zone. Got to be much better in the red zone than you've been.
Exactly. Just because, I mean, think about this. Before Penn State lost last night, and it was the 4 final CFP teams, Notre Dame, Penn State, Texas, Ohio State. Can you name one player besides Tyler Warren at Penn State, the tight end, that would start for Ohio State skill positions? Can you name one player in the CFP from those 4 teams that would start for Ohio State skill positions besides Tyler Warren?
Including the guys at Texas?
Yes.
Skill position wise?
Just offensive skill, not defensive skill.
I think Gunnar Helm would start at Ohio State.
I think so. Well, I just meant Tyler Warren would be the best one, so he would.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren's better than Gunnar Helm, as good as Gunnar Helm is, but I also
Matthew Golden would start at Ohio State. He's
who are you taking off the field? Because it's not Jeremiah Smith.
Probably Carnell Tate.
Yeah.
Golden's got more reliable hands.
I could see the argument there, but it'd have to be second half of the season, Matthew Golden.
There's to your point though, other than Tyler Warren, there's no clear-cut answer, right?
Yeah.
There's some healthy debates you can have, but there's no clear-cut answer.
Yeah. So that being said, again, Texas needs to score touchdowns. They can't leave it up to Bert Auburn. They obviously don't want to, but they're going to need to score touchdowns. And I know I just talked about the offensive skill positions. The Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka, Carnell Tate, Quinshaw Judkins, Trey Henderson, Will Howard. That's all been, the main topic of how or why Texas will lose this game when people are talking about their predictions. Ohio State's front 7 unit has 12 sacks in the last 2 games versus 2 quarterbacks who are a hell of a lot harder to get to the ground than Quinn Ewers. It's not close, right?
Yeah.
They're going to need the best game this season from their offensive tackles. They're just going to need it. And the interior is going to need to play well too, obviously. And the thing with Ohio State, it's not just JTT or Jack Sawyer. Like, Cody Simon is damn good. He'd be the best linebacker on Texas's roster, not named Anthony Hill. There's a serious argument to be made. He's probably better than Anthony Hill right now. He's older, blah, blah, blah. But they have an elite linebacker and 2 elite edge prospects that are going to play in the NFL. And that's just 3 guys. So
hey, I've seen plenty of mock drafts that have Tyleik Williams going at the back end of the first round.
Yeah, him too, and I didn't even get to the secondary. I'm not – Lathan Ransom is a fascinating Ohio State player because he's been starting for like 4 or 5 years because of the COVID year. And early on, the fans hated him because he got burnt a lot, but he was all they had back there. That's why they went and got Caleb Downs. Yes, he's playing the other safety position, but they got Caleb Downs for a reason. So he's obviously played a lot better and has gotten better. That's what's going to happen when you start for 4 or 5 years. But they have a lot of experience back there while also having youth, with Caleb Downs, who's a dynamic player, arguably the top safety in the country as a sophomore. So it's going to be a great matchup, fun matchup. I'm excited to see it. Can't wait to get down to Jerry World. But again, I can't stress it enough. Texas has to score touchdowns. And I know that's obviously common sense, but it's true.
Ohio State's been one of the best red zone defenses in the country. I mean, if you look at, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about Penn State, Notre Dame, because that's a game for James Franklin. That's a take it to your grave kind of game. That's going to be on his deathbed. He'll be talking about woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Let's talk about that for a little bit real quick. I do want to
but the point I was going to make was, you go back and look at Ohio State's win over Penn State. Penn State lost that game in the red zone. And basically it was red zone offense or lack thereof by Penn State that lost in that game. They played toe to toe with Ohio State. They just couldn't finish drives with touchdowns. Now, some of that's on Drew Aller, some of that was on Andy Kotelnicki, some of that's ultimately falls on James Franklin. But I could see tonight's game, Jordan, playing out similarly, where we look at the stat, kind of like the second Georgia game for Texas, where you start looking at the numbers other than the rushing numbers, obviously, and you're like, dude, how did Texas lose this game? And it's like, oh, they were in the red zone 5 times and only scored 10 points.
Yep. So there's that. But real quick, James Franklin, Penn State, a little Penn State Notre Dame talk. Jeff, let me read these numbers to you of your
while you do that, I'm gonna
fellow bald-headed friend.
Numbers. I gotta adjust the air conditioner in my room is like right next to me and it's blowing cold air right now. So I gotta get up and change it. So you do what you need to do, sir.
All right. Let me read you some of these numbers on James Franklin. Versus top 5 opponents, he's 1-15. Versus top 10 opponents, he is 4-20. Versus top 25 opponents, he is 15-29. Versus Michigan and Ohio State, 2 biggest brands in the Big Ten, 4-17.
That's not great.
It's not even good. It's horrible. And also listen to this. Marcus Freeman is going to play in the national championship game before Dan Lanning and Oregon have a CFP win.
You got anybody that's watched this show, by the way, CB, Mark Beeble Lynch, Jason JW Crunch, Derek Howell, Jake Bayless. Thank you all for hanging out. Rex, I already mentioned you. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us on a Friday, on a game day Friday. Everybody knows that watches this show, listens to our program, knows I'm not a Brian Kelly fan at all. But I love the fact that Marcus Freeman has basically taken all the pissing and moaning that Brian Kelly has reportedly done about, can't win a championship in Notre Dame, this, that, and the other, and constantly complaining about the disadvantages you have as Notre Dame coach. And he's got Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman has Notre Dame in the title game.
Yep. And for those on audio only that can't read this tweet up on the screen, quote, I want to be in an environment where I have the resources to win a national championship, end quote. Brian Kelly said in April 2022 after leaving Notre Dame for LSU. Notre Dame will play for a national championship in 11 days. The Bayou Bengals have not made the CFP since Brian Kelly took over with that fake accent. Love to see it. As someone who doesn't like Brian Kelly, I love to see it. And I saw a tweet last night where it's like, you know what? Now that I really sit down and think about it, I never hated Notre Dame. I just hated Brian Kelly.
Does anybody like
because I have
Kelly?
hated Notre Dame no matter who's coaching. There are too many times they're led into the CFP and they do the exact same thing every year. It's like Penn State and James Franklin versus Ohio State. The same thing's going to happen every year. We all know it. But guess what? Freeman proved us wrong, and he beat Georgia. Like, Notre Dame has had the most impressive path, you could say, to the Natty. I know Ohio State or Texas still have to play tonight, but I mean, yes, they got Indiana at home, but no one thought they'd beat Georgia, even with Gunnar Stockton. At least I didn't think that. I didn't know anyone who thought that or felt confident about that. So shout out to Marcus Freeman. I've always seen why, kids would be interested in playing for him. Young, cool guy. I've always heard great things about him. In a unique situation at Notre Dame, kids visit for the first time. They either love it and they're going to be a top contender for them, or they hate it. There's usually no in between. It's one or the other. So dealing with everything he does, they don't have the most NIL. They lose kids because of NIL all the time. He has done a phenomenal job there, like truly a phenomenal job. And I don't know if someone could lure him away from Notre Dame for maybe like in Oklahoma or something in a year or two. I doubt it. But I mean, he deserves all the love he's getting. I fully believe that because he proved me completely wrong.
When you're the coach at Notre Dame, there aren't many jobs in the country you would leave for, right? No. This is pure speculation on my part. I've got to believe there's only one job Marcus Freeman would leave Notre Dame for.
Where'd he go to college?
Ohio State.
There you go.
I think that would be the only job he would leave for. If I was him, that would be the only job I would leave for, because like I said, you've got thank CB and
there you go.
Thank you for reminding us. Yes,
it was an audio only. CB just commented, nobody died on Freeman's watch.
I and Jake Bayless. Yes, I haven't heard anything involving Marcus Freeman and scissor lifts. So from that standpoint, we're golden in the Marcus Freeman era at Notre Dame. But I like the fact that not only has Marcus Freeman done it at Notre Dame, but the fact that he's kind of done it with the way you're not supposed to win football games in the year of our Lord 2025. You're not supposed to be a explosion adverse, ground and pound, physical, play great defense, field position, special teams. Like, you're not supposed to win ball games like that right now. But, credit to Jaden Greathouse, Jordan. I mean, he gave them some explosive plays last night, some clutch catches. Jeremiah Love on one leg. I mean, I heard Joel Klatt this week talking about Jeremiah Love, and it sounded like there was no way he was going to play. But not only did he play, that second effort touchdown that he had in the second half helped win them the game. It's just it's a team that Marcus Freeman has gotten Notre Dame right in the areas where they needed to be right. Offensive line hasn't changed except for wide receiver. They're really good at running back. They've got a good veteran quarterback, kind of steady in presence, and Riley Leonard, and they've recruited speed on defense. That's the one thing I say about Notre Dame at linebacker and in the secondary. This ain't your big brother's Notre Dame defense. They have done a really good job recruiting speed, length, and athleticism on defense.
Hey, you know who's back there in the secondary? Leonard Moore. Check the dates. May 3rd, 2022. Freshman All-American this year.
Yeah.
Check it out. His father is a professor at the University of Texas, and Texas never recruited him. So let that sink in. Led the Round Rock district, or whatever district the Round Rock Dragons play in. Led them in picks, PBUs, back-to-back years as junior and senior. Also ran track, went sub-11, ran in the 22s. And Notre Dame was like the only big school that recruited him. It made absolutely no sense to all of us that were around him. Also, another BAM product. He's got a stable. He's had a stable. He's getting all the love now because Jade, Mookie Taft, Drew Makuba. But he's got a lot of youngins coming up. And Leonard Moore's one of them. What he's done this year as a freshman has been remarkable, and it hasn't been surprising to any of us that saw him play.
Yeah.
This kid has everything you want between the ears. Super smart kid, graduated towards the top of his class at Round Rock, which by enrollment is the largest school in the Centex area. And just a great kid, quiet, super quiet all throughout his high school career. So the fact that he was talking shit all night was amazing. I was texting Bam. I was texting other people that covered him. And he strapped Amari Evans. Penn State had 0 catches by receivers. In fact, because of the laterals at the end of the game, the Penn State receiver unit finished with 0 catches for -3 yards.
Yeah. on Penn State, and congratulations to Leonard Moore. Was a really good player around Rock. When I look at James Franklin, let's start with James Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
I've been a James Franklin apologist, right? I like James Franklin. I do. I realize I'm in that boat kind of by my lonesome, but it's fine. It's cozy in here. But now James Franklin is somewhere. I don't want to insult him by calling him budget Mac Brown, but he's somewhere. If you look on the scale of coaching greatness, if you will, like he's somewhere between Mac Brown and Mark Richt. I think James Franklin's a better coach than Mark Richt, but I almost feel now James Franklin's going to have to do what Mac Brown did, and if he's going to win a national championship, it's going to have to be with a transcendent type talent at quarterback. And Drew Aller wasn't that guy last night. Did not have a great game. And like the fact, the telltale sign to me was I think everybody knew that bad throw on the interception where everybody's just going, no. Like the fact that Greg McElroy was just gobsmacked that a quarterback with Drew Aller's talent, with his ceiling, with his capabilities, would make a throw, not just a throw period, but a throw in that situation where protecting the ball has to be your number one priority. Dude, it's a cardinal sin of quarterbacking. But for Franklin, I just feel like Penn State's at the point where you're going to kind of be this. And look, the playoff helps them because if they go 11-1 in the Big Ten, or maybe even 10-2, they're going to be in the playoff mix every year. But
unfortunately,
can they get over the hump? I just don't see that happen. That's where the Mark Richt comparison comes into me with James Franklin, because before Kirby Smart, when Mark Richt was at Georgia, nobody had a problem with Mark Richt personally, or even the product he put on the field. Mark Richt had some really good teams at Georgia, but it's kind of like, hey, somewhere between 9-3 and 11-1. That's where you're going to be with Mark Richt as your coach.
Yeah,
you may, if you get the right mix, you can compete with Alabama or LSU for an SEC title, but you're just going to kind of be between 9 and 11 wins, finish in the top 7 in the AP poll, but you're not going to win anything of real substance with Mark Richt as your coach. That's kind of where I'm at with James Franklin right now, but I think James Franklin's got a higher ceiling than Mark Richt. Does he have Mac Brown's ceiling to win a national championship? I'm thinking at this point it's got to take a transcendent talent, because that's that. Jordan, that's the only thing I started thinking about it last night. Like, if you look at the way Penn State's recruited, they've recruited NFL players within every position group in their program.
Yeah,
the one area where they've been lacking is quarterback.
Yeah, but also not only that, like, you made a great point. They do recruit a lot of guys that end up being NFL players, and it's been at a lot of positions besides QB. I think, and I'm happy you brought this up because this perfectly explains our agenda. Penn State has basically had the same QB for 15 years. And if you're on audio only, it is the Spider-Man meme, and they're all pointing at each other. And it's Trace McSorley, Drew Aller, Sean Clifford, Will Levis, Matt McGloin, Christian Hackenberg, and Bo Perbula. So I don't know what the fascination here is with, white QBs that are just super gamey and can't really throw the ball, or at least 10 yards down the field accurately. But that's what, and I don't get this either, because none of these guys were top recruits really, besides I think Hackenberg and Aller. Aller was our number one prospect for whatever reason. I hated that back then, and I still hate it now.
I think Levis was. I think Levis was a decently highly rated recruit.
Yeah, but he never played there because they were rolling with Sean Clifford.
Yeah.
But with the QB types, with what they were bringing in at other positions, those guys cost money. So quarterback is the one position you can't budget for, you know what I mean, and have a smaller budget for. That needs to be the highest paid guy on the team for a reason. So with Penn State.
Yeah, Jake Bayless, thank you. Put some respect on Robert Bolden's name.
I don't even know who that is.
Robert Bolden's the one quarterback who did not fit the mold of those other guys pretty much that Penn State's recruited.
Yeah. Hey, listen to this about Big Game James. Marcus Freeman has more wins against top 5 teams in the last 8 days than James Franklin has in his entire time at Penn State.
Yeah, Rex makes a point that
Jeff, I need your thoughts on this. Sorry, real quick to cut you off, but
No, you're good.
Not only is James Franklin hated because he's a cornball, he's hated because he does shit like this. The field goal kick attempt to win at the end of the game, when Notre Dame hit it to win, basically walked them off. There's only 12 seconds left. Why is Penn State having two guys back there for a fake field goal? Does he really think Marcus Freeman is going to fake a field goal at this stage in the game? And I get the point. Some people are like, well, it's because they're there if it's blocked. They have, speed maintained to pick up the ball and run. Like, bro, that is just not going to happen at this stage in the game. Someone isn't going to the national championship off a blocked field goal that was returned for a touchdown. That is not happening. All 11 players need to be on the line.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I can't defend that. I didn't even realize that watching the game last night, but I can't defend that.
Yeah, no, it's just bad coaching. Like when you're a cornball and then you do stuff like that, there's a reason everyone makes fun of you online after every loss.
I just, that's, I mean, am I wrong? The quarterback is kind of the one thing that is holding Penn State back. Like they've been able to recruit, like I said, NFL talent at every other position. And the reason why I say, James Franklin, does he have a higher ceiling than Mark Richt? I mean, Mark Richt had Matt Stafford and didn't win a national championship. So, I mean, Mark Richt had really good quarterbacks, better quarterbacks than James Franklin's had. But if Drew Aller might be that guy, I don't know. But if Penn State finds that guy, I think that's the only thing I can think of that can get them over the hump. And if not, then yeah, James Franklin, he's, as much as I like Franklin, James Franklin might just be budget Mac Brown.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about this, like, who is a good comp for the Penn State programs like the NFL? And I started thinking, man, they're kind of the Buffalo Bills. Really good regular season every year, and then come the playoffs, they run into the boogeyman named Patrick Mahomes, and they lose, right? They're not running into the same team in the playoffs every year. In fact, this is the first year they made the playoffs, obviously. But, like, I was very happy Notre Dame won because as someone who thinks Ohio State is going to win this game, we know what would happen if Ryan Day and James Franklin play each other.
Yeah.
Like, Ryan Day to James Franklin is like the Michigan Wolverines helmet to Ryan Day, where he just sees that and is like, well, we're losing this game. It's time to make horrible decisions, right?
Yeah.
So with Notre Dame winning, it gives us a better natty matchup, I think, of Ohio State versus Notre Dame. They played last year. It's a rematch of last year. And if Texas wins versus Ohio State, I think they match up better versus Notre Dame, have a better chance to win versus Notre Dame than they do versus Penn State. Maybe I'm crazy for saying that, but I think Penn State, no matter what, would not have been – like, I'm just happy Notre Dame won because I did not want to see Ohio State, Penn State, no matter what.
No, I didn't want to see that. I would have taken Texas against either Penn State or Notre Dame because it's been. I mean, other than the game in South Bend in 2015, the Texas Notre Dame games in my lifetime have been entertaining at least. And Texas and Penn State haven't played since the 96 season and 97 Fiesta Bowls the last time they played. So yeah, it's been a minute. You're thinking about your comparison, like James Franklin right now is one of those to compare him to like an NFL head coach. And Jordan, this is before your time. Think about a guy like Marty Schottenheimer, great regular season coach, won division titles, just could not, it was always it's John Elway or it's the Bills or it's Dan Marino. There was always a better quarterback, a team that might have been a little bit better. That there was nothing that when the talent was like, when it was like talent or maybe a little bit better talent, Marty Schottenheimer teams couldn't get over the hump, whether it was with the Browns or with the Chiefs. So to me, yeah, James Franklin at this point is like the college version of Marty Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
You'll just have to take my word for it, Jordan.
Yeah. I will say too, with Notre Dame being the matchup for Texas, if Texas wins tonight, if Texas wins the national championship over Notre Dame, and the first thing that they said when the clock hits 0 isn't Texas is back, folks, gonna have I'm going to be upset with the broadcast crew. That's a layup. That's easy. It's scripted already.
You know who would be really upset that they're not calling the Texas Notre Dame national championship game? Joe Tessitore would be heartbroken if he doesn't get to call that game, which he won't. It'll be Fowler and Hurstreet calling the national championship game.
Oh no, Joe Tessitore doesn't get to call the Natty?
Dude,
Boo hoo.
I try not to give announcers a hard time because I know how tough that job is. That's a hard job.
Okay.
But Joe Tessitore it's the rehearsed lines and the shtick. Like, dude, you're talented enough. You don't have to do shtick. Like last night, I'll be honest, man. Sean McDonough is one of my favorite play-by-play guys because it doesn't feel like Gus Johnson, where now I feel like Gus is almost a caricature of Gus Johnson, where it's kind of like the contrived emotion. Dude, when Sean McDonough calls a game, I feel like he gets legitimately excited when stuff happens that he should be excited about.
Yeah.
And having McElroy as his color guy is really good. I love Sean McDonough, Brad Nessler, and I'm not just saying that because Brad Nessler's a Paramount employee, but Brad Nessler is another one of my favorite play-by-play guys. I could really do without Tessitore, and I definitely could do without Chris Fowler.
Yeah,
I would rather have Tess. I would rather have Tess on the call than Chris Fowler.
Really?
Yeah.
You're right.
That's how much I don't like Chris Fowler.
I can't stand Tess. Do you know how lazy you have to be as someone that's been assigned a game all week, has called multiple Arizona State games this year, and you called Xavier Gilroy the first 3.5 quarters? It's spelled Guillory. It's pronounced Guillory. And you literally, I've been in broadcast booths. I know what the prep looks like. You have a call sheet of every single player in the 3 deep with their names with the pronunciation guide. You said Guillory multiple times earlier in the year when you called Arizona State games. It is not rocket science. And I know that's something very easy to, pick on, but man, Xavier Guillory's got a family. He's got people back home. How do you think they feel when they hear Gilroy? It's just lazy. It's being lazy at your job because it's Guillory and you choose to forget, I guess. But, I know he slipped up and called Jade Brown, and he said some other stuff, but the main thing that pisses me off about him, he tries too hard to be cool or hip. He has to have a boss man D'Lo reference every game or something like that. And it's dude, what the hell do you know about this? Seriously, you're trying way too hard. I remember, I think it was Colorado versus North Dakota State. He had 3 different boss man D'Lo lines that all just.
Man, I forgot who said it in here. It might have been Fozzie Wazzie, but yeah, Tess was much more tolerable when he had Greg McElroy. McElroy's a much better color guy than Jesse Palmer.
Yeah.
Jesse Palmer doesn't do Tess any favors. I tell you who's an underrated play-by-play guy is Reese Davis, just because Reese Davis, sometimes you need to go with the low-hanging fruit. It's just right for the picking. And when Cody Johnson scored a touchdown against Cal in the Holiday Bowl in 2011, Reese Davis did say Cal just got a face full of Johnson. So I'm like, yes. That low-hanging fruit was there, and Reese Davis grabbed it, and I was very appreciative that he did.
Yeah. No, least favorite broadcast guys, Tess, RG3, Gus Johnson when he's going over the top and overdoing it, but normal Gus Johnson, I'm fine with him. And someone said it earlier in here. What is his name? Tim Brando. Can't do it. And, thank God that, Longhorn Network was a pretty cool thing, but thank God it's not a thing anymore because games aren't on it, and Lowell Galindo isn't calling him anymore because he's also on that list for me.
Man, I don't
how can you be the Longhorn Network guy and call the best player on the entire roster Bijan Johnson twice in one game?
Yeah, there was that. Yeah, I honestly I felt bad for Lowell at the end because it got bad to the point where I'm like, man, it almost feels like personal. Some people crossing over, getting personal with Lowell on some of this stuff. But yeah, man, it's Lowell's been doing like G5 games, and I heard him on some FCS playoff games. So he's still got a gig.
Yeah, ESPN Plus ended up. So I'm still in our 24/7 group chat for this week in San Antonio. I haven't left just because it's there's some info in there I think is useful. But they're at the national combine now, and some kid just had a ridiculous vert and then ran like 5.1 on the 40. So, and now they're all laughing about that. But
5.1.
Yeah, I will say though the track at the national combine, which I mean it's not a track, it's turf inside the Alamo Dome, but it is notoriously slow. Like there's fast kids that'll show up run like a 4.56, and then a month later at Under Armour, same exact testing equipment because everyone uses Zytec or Zybec, whatever the hell it's called. Mm-hmm. They'll show up and they'll run like 4.46 or 4.41. So the Alamo Dome is a notoriously slow track. Every single school knows this because they all pay for the data from the national combine, just like they do for the Under Armour camps. But yeah, and bummed I'm not there, but I mean, I'm going to take being on the field for the Texas-Ohio State game and shooting that game over the national combine 100 times out of 100.
Good call, dude. When I was having to do that stuff, man, the combine just wasn't my deal, and at the time, Barton and some others, like they really enjoyed the combine. I'm sure Gabe, being kind of a data nut, I'm sure Gabe's enjoying the combine. I thought as an employee, combine was always a beating to cover.
Oh yeah, no, it sucks. It's all day. It is fun though, but the only thing that just stinks is it's all day and you're standing and walking around the entire time. So, by the end of it,
I'll be honest. It's not so much the combine. It's the Alamo Dome. I hate that place. I hate it, and it sucks. I don't like going there. I don't like the people that run it. I tend to usually have bad experiences there. I think most of the people are rude. So I just don't. It's an Alamo Dome thing that doesn't help.
I hate
San Antonio.
I hate the Alamo Dome for non-high school events. High school events are usually pretty easy for me, I feel like. I've also just been there a lot, and I know where everything is in that stadium. So there's also that. And I missed I don't by any means think it's required, but there's apparently a Zoom call yesterday morning for like everyone who's going to be on the field as media tomorrow. And I went back and looked at the notes, and it's basically them just describing different stuff in the stadium. And I'm like, I've covered over 20 high school state games here. I know where I'm going. So there's that. But hey, I will say, Jeff, have you seen I don't know when the hell they're supposed to start breaking ground on this or if it's even been finalized, but have you seen all the stuff that's supposed to be coming to San Antonio and like the new entertainment district around the Alamo Dome and all that?
I've seen the renderings. Yeah. The new Spurs arena. It's basically like the Institute of Texan Cultures, pretty much all the stuff behind the convention center over by the Tower of Americas. Yeah. Pretty much all that stuff is getting ripped out for a new Spurs arena / entertainment district.
Yeah, but it should be fun. I mean, you got to assume they're going to do some renovations to the Alamo Dome, So, but I mean, hey, what's the saying? You can't put lipstick on a pig. But Jeff, you got me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we were all good till about 5 minutes ago. But what was your score prediction? I know you were who put it together.
35-28, Ohio State.
35-28.
Buckeyes by touchdown. Yeah, I look. Texas is going to hit some big plays in this game. I think the offense will fare better than some people think. And it's not that I'm worried about Ohio State shredding this Texas defense. I worry about it. It's the mistakes that Texas has been prone to making. When are they going to happen? Where are they going to happen? And how many short field? Because look, Jordan, it's been the case in every game this year, pretty much, with the Texas defense having to defend short fields. I feel like it's going to happen at some point. It's just how many are there going to be? If it's like the first Georgia game, then okay, yeah, we kind of got an idea how this thing will go. But if you could just for Texas, all I'm asking for, I don't think their margin for error is as small as I think perception is. if they can just minimize the mistakes, I'm not expecting them to eliminate them, just minimize them. They'll be in this game in the fourth quarter with a chance to win. Like the talent disparity, it's not like there's this big chasm in terms of talent between these two teams. I mean, does Ohio State have a couple of better pieces in some spots than Texas? Yeah. If I'm doing a position group analysis, would I take Ohio State's position, some of Ohio State's position groups over Texas? Yeah, probably most of them, if I'm being honest. But it's not like I'm saying Ohio State's is better and Texas is garbage. It's like running back to me, you're pretty much splitting hairs. You know, there's more name value with Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, but
whoa. I don't know. I think Ohio State's two running backs are better than what Texas has. Obviously, it's a little different with C.J. Baxter, but I don't think it's that close.
You don't think it's that close? I think it's closer because when this offense is right, when the Texas offense is right, those two running backs are pretty heavily involved.
I do think if Texas wins this game, it's because Jaden Blue has more rushing yards than Trey Wisner, and they're able to get Jaden Blue running all over, or not running all over, but running past Ohio State, I should say. So, but sorry to interrupt you though.
No, I don't think that there's this like huge talent disparity, like I said, between the two teams. It's pretty freaking even. And, you know, honestly, like, again, my concerns about Texas, like red zone offense, like I just can you finish drive? I don't think it's realistic to expect them. Now, I'm not saying they can't. I just can't expect them to just suddenly like get the red zone 5 times and score 4 touchdowns.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't blame you.
But Matt, you know, when I say maximize your opportunities, Jordan, like if you get a turnover, like you got to get touchdowns off turnovers. If you get a short field, you gotta convert a short field.
Yeah.
So
Uh-oh. All right, sorry, I was trying to give him a minute, but I guess he's gone. I guess while we wait for him maybe to reconnect.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good now. You switched to the hotspot?
No, I didn't switch to the hotspot. I said I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, and for whatever reason, I guess somebody was messing with a router or something, and the signal just got knocked off real quick. But I'm good. I'm good now. Yeah, I just trust Ohio State a little bit more than I trust Texas right now. Sort of boils down.
Don't blame you.
Hey, I do think though. Here's one positive for Texas. Okay, don't want to make it sound like I'm doom and gloom. I'll give you a positive. Gonna get pressure on Will Howard. Unlike, am I frozen again?
No, you're good now. Okay. But it'll go for like 2 seconds, and then you'll be good for 5, and then it'll.
Texas will get pressure on Will Howard. I think, unlike Clemson and Arizona State, where Klubnik and Levitt were athletic guys that could escape. I'm not saying Will Howard's a bad athlete. I just think there's a better chance of the pressure getting home against Ohio State and closing in on Will Howard and getting him on the ground than you have with Klubnik or Levitt.
Yeah, and also he has a higher chance to spill the bill.
He does, man. I've watched Ohio State at times this year. Like I said, it sounds like wishful thinking if I'm just saying, hey, you can't expect a team to play lights out 3 games in a row. Maybe they do. But I've seen enough times where Ohio State, quite frankly, has just looked lost this year. And if we're being honest, man, Ryan Day doesn't have the best track record of being at his best in big games. So, like I said, it's all about, for me, when you get those opportunities to score, to grab momentum, to take control of the game for Texas, you got to seize those moments. Yeah. This isn't a game where you can let those slip. You can let those slip away, because if it does slip away, you know, kind of like last year against Washington, Jordan, what you're thinking, man, if Jaden Blue doesn't fumble right there, or if Cedric Baxter doesn't fumble right there, there was there were plenty of opportunities where it's like, man, you could have won that game if such and such would have happened. That's very easily where you could be tonight. Yeah. I'm to Beavis foreplay. I guess that's what we're going with in the chat. Yeah. I think this is my problem with opposing fans sometimes. And I'm not talking about all Ohio State fans or all opposing fans. I'm just saying there's some of you. Like Jeff House saying Golden would start for Ohio State's offense. What the hell is he smoking? I've watched Carnell Tate drop a bunch of passes, and I've watched Matt Golden be, other than Jeremiah Smith, probably the best receiver in the playoff. So that's what I'm watching. I'm just being real. So that you can have the homer take if you want. If you don't think Matthew Golden could be a top 3 receiver at Ohio State, then you haven't watched much of this year.
Yeah, and also like this is kind of being kind of hypocritical by saying this, but too often do college football fans just think a player's better than he is because of what he was ranked out of high school. And as someone who works for the company that ranks these players out of high school, I do it too. I do it too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not really ready to take a stance on Golden and Tate. I do think Golden right now, I'd probably put him over Tate, but I could see an argument for either one. Real quick, before I get into my school
there's debates to be had. I think, like I said, just throwing a blanket over things and making a blanket statement like, oh, Ohio State's better than Texas, and it's almost like you want to say, hey, Ohio State's receivers are great and Texas's are garbage. No, like there's some new, like let's have some nuanced discussion about it.
Yeah, it's just I think that the Texas secondary is great. It has the Thorpe Award winner. It has Malik Muhammad, who, while he might have struggled at times in the Clemson game, the only big play he gave up was that double pass with Scatabo or whatever. Horrible rep by him. Didn't locate the ball, either lost it in the sky or just I still don't even know what really went on there, but they're going to need a big game from them. Because think about the last game versus Arizona State. If you were to go and grab 12 receivers or the 10 receivers, however many scholarship receivers are from each team of Arizona State and Texas, you would not name an Arizona State receiver because Jordan Tyson is not healthy. He does not count. You would not name an Arizona State receiver in terms of ranking them by talent until you get to 6 or 7. It's just the truth.
Yeah.
For Ohio State versus Texas, when you look at the receiver rooms, you're not naming a Texas receiver until 3rd or 4th. Because Emeka Egbuka and Jeremiah Smith are going to be the first 2 spots.
Right.
So that being said, they're playing better talent this week, and they're going to need to play better than last week. So
I keep the thing, speaking of receivers, Jordan, the thing I keep going back to is the unknown variable to me offensively for Texas is how healthy is Isaiah Bond? What can you realistically expect from him? Because I'm not expecting Isaiah Bond. The Isaiah Bond we saw against Florida and the Isaiah Bond we saw in September, I'm not expecting to see that guy tonight or Texas wins. I'm not expecting to see him on the 20th in the national championship.
And if he does show up, it's because he's injected to the brim with Toradol.
Yeah, because can he give you? Can he be involved in the game plan enough to where he can give you in the realm of 3 to plays that could potentially change the game?
Yeah. So real quick,
it's unfortunate because we see how different this offense is when he's healthy and when he's in there.
Yeah. So real quick, before my score prediction, there was some breaking news. Carson Beck is transferring to Miami. It was announced about 10 minutes ago. He entered the transfer portal yesterday, leaked the day prior that he had intentions to enter the portal or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And he entered with a no contact tag. That means he knew where he was going. He didn't want anyone calling him. Went to Miami. Makes a lot of sense. This is a kid from the Jacksonville area. Hank and I always wrote this when reporting on Jamie French, but Jamie French and Carson Beck, believe it or not, went to the same exact high school at Jacksonville Mandarin. So the Miami thing, that's what everyone expected. It's also well documented. His girlfriend is on the Miami women's basketball team. But yeah, he ended up at Miami like many expected. Unlike I expected, though, I thought he'd maybe be delivering a human child back to the tribe at the end of the Ice Age. But he wants to go to Coral Gables instead.
Man, good for him. I guess, Miami's one of those programs where going to the portal for a quarterback is dicey, right? It's not a proven thing. You could end up where Florida State ended up last year, where you just kind of get stuck with DJU. But Miami's managed to make it work with portal quarterbacks so far. So, hey, if Carson Beck gets healthy, the path to he'll have easier games in the ACC than he does week in, week out in the SEC. It's just unless those the UCL in recovery for a quarterback has changed, that's not as debilitating. And we talked about it. That's not as debilitating of an injury for a quarterback as it is for a pitcher, where you're looking at a year plus. You're looking about 6 to 8 months. So he comes back, and I think this is telling of probably where his NFL stock was, in addition to the injury.
Yeah,
I don't think a team was willing to draft Carson Beck in the 2nd or 3rd round and quote unquote redshirt him.
Yeah, there's all these memes that Carson Beck called his agent asking for the draft grade, and the agent just farted into the phone. But with Carson Beck, like, as crazy as it sounds, he's going to have better skill players around him next year at Miami than he did this year at Georgia. And let me tell you why. Georgia's main 2 receivers were caught in criminal cases and didn't really play this year after the first 2 games. So Arian Smith, who is a gadget guy, is a completely all-speed, had to start and play the actual receiver position, not just the 4 or 5 snaps that are schemed to him because he's a gadget player. Dylan Bell is a very similar type of prospect, kind of a gadget guy. And you can't win big games in the CFP with a bunch of, sawed-off looking receivers because they run super fast, but they're really not that talented. They're just fast.
Hey, how come the Georgia receivers had the drop season every game except the 2 Texas games?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. But part of why they had those drops was because, again, their 2 best receivers were not playing this year.
Yeah.
And that's their own fault that they, recruited guys who might have had character issues and got wrapped up in criminal cases. It's not like it's, in other school doing that to them, or it's bad luck. At the end of the day, you brought those players into the program, and they did that to your program.
Yeah.
It's on you.
Mm-hmm.
So, don't really know what to say, but again, I think the skill players, what he was dealt with this year with all the gadget guys, definitely contributed to his play, the amount of interceptions he was throwing at times. So at Miami, if you have Francis Marigoa as your left tackle in year 3, you're going to have a bunch of South Florida speed surrounded around you. And, I don't know this for a fact, but I heavily assume Miami's going to get at least 1 or 2 receivers out of the April portal window.
You've also
think who they got this window, and I know they want at least 1 or 2.
You've also got a better chance to produce when you've got Shannon Dawson as your offensive coordinator compared to Mike Bobo.
Yeah. No, yeah. So I'm very curious to see how that's going to turn out. But as far as my score prediction, after this game, I did Ohio State 30, Texas 24. It's hard to see Texas continuously keeping up with the amount of touchdowns or scores Ohio State will have. Not super confident in Texas field goal kicking either, for obvious reasons.
That's the other thing. Yeah, I mean,
in the front 7 of Ohio State paired with just Jeremiah Smith in that skill room, like it's hard to really find confidence in Texas winning this game with a score prediction of Texas winning this game without feeling like a homer. Because again, I do think Ohio State is going to win this game. So.
I do too. But I'll say this about Texas running the football and handling that Ohio State front. Texas doesn't need to run for 200 plus to win this game.
No,
they just need to. For Texas, the theme needs to be staying on schedule, manageable to go distance on 3rd down. If this is like the second Georgia game where your average to go distance on 3rd down is over 11.5 yards, if you're living in 3rd and long, Ohio State probably wins this game by touchdowns.
Yeah.
But if you're in that 3rd and 4 to 6.5, all right, now you've got Sark with much more of his playbook open. Jordan, your playbook is pretty damn thin on 3rd and 10, on 3rd and 12, on 3rd and 9.
Yeah. And I think we will know very quickly if Cam Williams, what that percentage is actually for him. Because, I mean, Jeff, think about it. How many edge rushers has Texas played this season that are equivalent or better than JTT or Jack Sawyer? Maybe Nick Scourton, maybe. He kind of, his production dipped off as the season went on, and Texas was the last.
Michael Williams was healthy for the Texas game.
Yeah, okay, that's 2.
And Jalen Walker played his 2 best games of the year against Texas.
Yeah, more of an off-ball backer, but we'll count him.
Yeah. Hey, trust me, after watching what he did in the 2 Texas games, I'll count him for sure.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah, probably. It's probably the best tandem Texas played. I would take the 2 edges over the 2 Ohio State edges.
Yeah, I can also get behind that.
I think if you look at, and I'm just thinking of it as like, if you look at kind of cumulative where they go in the draft, I think the combo of Jalen Walker and Michael Williams gets drafted higher than the combo of JTT and Jack Sawyer.
Yeah, I can also get behind that. Agree with that.
Williams and Walker are going in the 1st round, no question. I believe
For
JTT
sure.
will too, but I'll be honest, I don't know where Jack Sawyer's NFL stock is.
Yeah. So just real quick before we bring, I see Keenan back there. I don't see Eric yet, but before we bring the guys in, I've said this every week the last few weeks that Texas has been in the CFP, but just take a minute sometime today to appreciate this year's team.
Yeah.
Could very well be the last time you see them play in a Texas uniform. Could be the last time you see Jade Barron, Drew Makuba, and likely Quinn Ewers. So
Kelvin Banks,
like you name it. Cam Williams, there's a lot of different guys that have been there for a long time, even guys like Alfred Collins, Vernon Brown, that have been through all the storms. So, just take a minute, appreciate it. And also, real quick, one thing I want to do, I'm going to ask you some questions about specific players at Texas and want you to do your best to answer them.
Okay.
Drew Makuba is the best safety since who?
Deshaun Elliott.
Jade Barron is not just the best corner, but best defensive back at Texas since who?
Earl Thomas.
And Anthony Hill is the best linebacker, actually true off-ball linebacker since who?
A healthy Jordan Hicks.
Okay, and then Kelvin Banks, best offensive lineman Texas has had since who?
I think for me personally, of the guys I've seen in my lifetime, I can't put him above Justin Blaylock.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what Blaylock meant to that national championship team, but he's top 3. It's Blaylock, Banks, Dan Neal. That's my top 3.
Got it. And then he definitely has had a rocky career. We'll say that. But right now, with how he's playing, arguably the top player in the country at his position. Jake Majors is the best center at Texas this season. Jake Majors since who?
There's a lot of centers that get piled on, and I think unfairly. I think Jake. You know what? Probably. Man, with all due respect to Chris Hall, it's hard for me to forget that Ndamukong Suh game. I would say probably Chris Hall, but maybe since Lyle Sinline.
And then, offense has dealt with injuries, so I'm not going to ask about the receivers, running backs, your QBs, but just, curious. I think most people are going to say JT, but would you take the season Gunnar Helm has had over any of the 2 seasons JT Sanders has had?
Oof.
Because you could make the argument Gunnar Helm this season has been better than JT was. I mean, statistically, I think he has more receptions, receiving yards, all that, and touchdowns. He's also played in more games than JT did in 1 year, but
I say no. I would take Gunnar Helm this year because as dynamic as a receiving threat as JT was, Gunnar Helm means so much to this offense in the run game that I think that's the trump card.
Yeah, I like it. Well, that's all I had.
There's a reason outside zone is your bread and butter.
Yep.
And it's because of Gunnar Helm. And that's not me suggesting that. I've seen that. And Sark has even said that. It's Gunnar Helm as a C gap and out blocker is the reason why outside zone has been so good for them.
Nope, you're right on. Yeah, that's pretty much everything I had. Like I said, the last few weeks, again, just, take some time to appreciate this year's team, because, again, today could be the last day you see a lot of these guys, wear that burnt orange. So
I didn't, not that I didn't appreciate it, but last year was such a whirlwind. Like we went from, hey, they win the Big 12 championship game, hey, they won't get in the playoff. Maybe they end up in the, Fiesta Bowl as a nice consolation prize as the Big 12 champ. And then lo and behold, it's like, oh crap, they be Washington. They're playing for the whole thing. But then this year, to have those expectations coming into the year, going to the SEC in year one, and just to watch this team evolve. I haven't had as much fun watching a team grow throughout a season since 2008. The 2008 team was the last time I watched a team from start to finish really grow, and you felt like you could watch them making progress as the year went on. And granted, it wasn't pretty all the time, but a lot of really good memories with this team, and hopefully it's not done tonight.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to bring Keenan in. Still don't see Eric yet backstage, but
I'm going to go ahead because Keenan is on a much more secure Wi-Fi connection than I am right now. So I'm going to go ahead and bounce. Jordan, always good. Keenan, have a great show. Everybody, if you're on your way to the Metroplex, be safe.
Be safe. I just got here.
If you're going to the game tonight, be responsible. Try not to punch a Buckeye. I know you have to ignore them and just move on. But Keenan, so you just drove up?
I got here 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
What were the roads?
It was
like?
fine. Okay. It was totally fine. I was going to leave last night, but I was told not to. So I came this morning and got here at like 11:45. And now I'm drinking a root beer and chilling at my mom's. And it's really nice. It's really nice.
Was there traffic on the road at all coming out of Austin?
No traffic.
Nice.
It was super easy. Got here in like 3.5 hours. So,
hey, Keith, it's Friday. You know what the fuck that means? As Jake Bayless says, can you believe they let us get to Friday again and on a game day? They're absolutely besides themselves. This shit is unbelievable.
You are so right, Jake. You are so right, brother.
Guys,
game day.
Everybody enjoy it tonight, and we'll be back to talk about it on Monday.
Sir, see you in a few hours.
Gordon, can you hang on for a second while Eric gets ready? I like what you were saying about best player since, and I agree with Jeff. Jordan Hicks was like a baller. Like, people forget how damn good he was. He was absolutely unbelievable. Jordan Blair, dude, love to see you out there talking ball, brother. Oh my God, Jordan Blair, holy crap. I haven't seen you in years, buddy. Good to see you on the stream, man. I appreciate you, my friend. Sending love from ATX. Thank you, dude. Yeah, he's an old friend of mine from college. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Good to see you in the stream, man. Hell yeah, thanks.
Nice. Yeah, Jake Bayless, I was born tonight, but not last night, so I'm not touching that one. But the fascinating thing about Jordan Hicks, he's one of only like 3 players Texas has ever gotten from the state of Ohio. It's a really small number, and he's one of them because Mac Brown got him out of Cincinnati area.
I know Ohio State wanted him really bad.
Yeah, and I mean, shit, isn't Jordan Hicks still playing in the league? I don't know how much he actually plays, but I think
I don't know if he is now, but he was like as of 2 years ago, certainly playing.
Let's see.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this game. I gave my score prediction. It's not in favor of the Longhorns, but that doesn't mean they can't win. It's just
okay. He played for the Browns this year, played in 12 games, missed all the other games because of concussions.
Gotcha. Yeah, I met him during Fraternity Rush. That's when I met Jordan Hicks in college. Nice guy. Very nice guy.
Yeah, man, the Bengals should have been all over him in free agencies from the Cincinnati area. And, I mean, shit, they need defensive talent like hell. They got Joseph Osai out there doing 1 versus 11 damn near. So, him and
Dude,
Trey
people talk about best defensive players to ever play for Texas. One of the best defensive performances I've ever seen was Joseph Osai against Oklahoma State. I think that was 2018. And he had, I think, 12 tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles. It was something insane like that.
Is that when the game ended because he had the walk-off sack?
Yes.
Okay, that was 2020, and I only remember this because I was working at a coffee shop, whatever. I mean, they Vivel Crepes and Coffee is the name of it. It's in Lakeway.
Yeah.
And they also sell, burgers. They have a dinner menu, all that. But no one comes in for dinner because it's mostly a breakfast place and they serve crepes. People don't really know they serve dinner.
Yeah.
So I'm working this dinner shift and watching that game on my phone. And because it went into overtime, I didn't come out of the bathroom. I was watching on my phone. And there's only like 2 people working in front of house because it's a smaller restaurant. It's slow. Yeah. And I come out of the bathroom after the win all pumped, and there's like a line of people going out the door, and the dude I left stranded by himself is all pissed at me. Like, man, I don't give a shit. Like, Osai just won this game for Texas single-handedly.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Oak State was like the number 6 team in the country at the time.
They were top 12, top 10 for sure. Yeah. And I'm trying to think of other great defensive performances of all time. And I would say Anthony Hill against Oklahoma this year was completely dominant. Had probably his best game of his career, unless you'd consider the Alabama performance as a true freshman better. I don't know if you would, but it's certainly up there as far as just complete domination from the defensive front 7 goes. You know what I mean? And then Jade against Arkansas this year was up there as well. I mean, just complete freak of nature game, interceptions, all kinds of stuff. And I don't know. I'm just like you said, man, I think people should take a second to appreciate this team because this 2-year stretch with Quinn Ewers at quarterback has been, I went to school, and so did Jordan Blair, one of our listeners who just said, what's up. We both went to school 2012 to 2016-ish around that time in the worst 4-year stretch in Texas football history. And like, that was my student experience as a Longhorn. And I don't think people understand how bad it was, right? Like getting destroyed weekly, like not just losing games, getting blown out by bad teams. BYU, Arkansas, Kansas State, you name it, they got blown out by that team. And I just am so grateful for competitive football, man. And like, we didn't have competitive basketball either. I'm a hoops head, and they had Shaka Smart. He didn't win a tournament game for 8 years. They had some good baseball, but that was it, man. So I'm just super grateful for this team. Yeah, Jay Blair gets it. Yeah, man, it's been really nice to see a good team on the field at DKR. I'm just super grateful for it.
Yeah. But no, I don't know. Guys get a lot of credit for what Texas was, even when Sark took the job in 2021 compared to where it is now. It's come a long way as a program. And when you're growing up and you got your buddies over, you don't know when it's the last time all y'all are going to be together, right?
Yeah.
You never know. Where with this, it could be the last time today. If not, it'll be in 11 days. So, just cherish it. And again, just appreciate them because this is going to be the last time you see a lot of guys wear that uniform. So,
what are your thoughts on last night's game, Penn State, Notre Dame? Did you have any outstanding thoughts on that or anything like that?
Shout out Jaden Greathouse.
Yes. Austin Westlake?
Yep.
Austin Westlake's own Jaden Greathouse. I went nuts when I saw him catch that touchdown. I was like, hell yeah, Westlake represent.
Yeah, I'm allowed to say this now. Also, I could have said it back then because Westlake has open enrollment where you don't have to live in the school zone.
Yeah,
but
right.
Jaden Greathouse the entire time went to the Westlake school system at Eanes ISD and lived in the neighborhood that Bowie High School is located in.
Ha!
And he would drive to elementary school, middle school, high school growing up because his parents wanted him at that school for athletic and academic reasons.
Yeah.
Because Westlake does hold the advantage in academic and athletic reasons over
no doubt.
So,
no doubt.
Always loved covering him. He was a great kid. He was on varsity at Westlake since his freshman year, both football and basketball. And he played. He actually played. He wasn't just a dude who, was on the bench and didn't come in. Like, he actually played. So, really was excited for him. I was jumping up and down when he made those 2 Penn State DBs fall.
Yeah, man. I mean, he cooked those guys. That was a great touchdown. And,
Yeah.
For all the jokes that we made about Notre Dame for losing to Northern Illinois early in the season, this is clearly a different team than that team, right? Like, this defense is fantastic. And, Penn State is also getting a lot of crap for having an easy path to this game, but Penn State has dudes on that defensive line. I mean, obviously Abdul Carter is the guy, but like Zane Durant is a baller. Denai Dennis Sutton is a baller.
Dude,
like they have dudes all over that defensive line.
Dennis Sutton, that is like the interception he had. That is a 6'5", like 280-pound defensive lineman doing that shit, dropping back into coverage and high pointing a ball.
Oh, yeah.
They're not supposed to be able to do that.
No.
Hey, and guess what? What was he ranked at high school? 5-star. Makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense. I know people hate the stars. They say ignore them. It doesn't matter. It matters.
It absolutely matters. Like, what? So, who says it doesn't matter, dude? That's crazy talk. I mean, like, look at Ohio State's roster. They have 13 5-stars, I think.
Yeah. We'll say one thing that got me thinking, and I don't want them to do this, but I think it would be really fun if they did. Abdul Carter didn't play edge till this year. He was an off-ball backer. And now he's an absolute freakazoid, but got me thinking. You know who started off as more of an edge before they moved him to off-ball linebacker because they didn't want to stun his growth? Anthony Hill. Not saying they should move him back because, again, he's too important to the team and calling the defenses and Mike backer, but, like, Anthony Hill has the talent, length, speed, explosiveness, everything to also make that transition, I think. And also, he's taller and longer than Abdul Carter is. Yeah. So, like, he could also get away with it. But that just got me thinking, like, man, what if, like, Texas tried to do that and spin him down and then Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons on opposite sides?
Like, yeah, who plays linebacker at that point?
Shit. I mean, if they could convince Jonah Williams to actually play in the box, right there is.
Is he big enough, like weight-wise, Jonah Hill?
Yeah, Jonah Williams is 6'3".
I mean, Jonah Hill.
Yeah, they got Jonah Hill.
Jonah Williams, different guy.
Nah, but Jonah Williams, he's 6'3", 205, and I mean, he probably going to be about 210, 215 by the time season starts. So, but he always made it clear he doesn't want to play in the box, and if you don't want to do that, you get forced into it. It's not going to be a good outcome. It never is. So, he's playing safety at Texas. The closest he'll probably ever get to the line of scrimmage is a DB blitz, or if they make him a jumbo nickel or something like that, and they rush him from there. But he's not going to play in the box unless he just magically comes around to that, which I don't expect. So,
I mean, isn't he better as a safety? And he's super. What's his 40 time? Is he like a 4.4 guy?
He went 4.53 on the laser at Under Armour Houston.
Okay,
which was the second fastest 40 time.
It's good enough for a safety. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's 6'3", 205 and looks like a linebacker physically.
Good God, dude.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason he's the number 1 safety prospect in the country, number 8 overall prospect. This is a kid who's making 7 figures at Texas next year.
Yeah. Deservedly so, man. He's going to have a big impact, especially considering how many dudes they're going to have to replace in this defensive backfield, right? Like, they're losing 3 dudes at least.
And with Jonah, I've had some talks with people because I did get the number on what Texas is paying him.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give you all what it is, but I'll give you a range. It's somewhere between 1.3 and 1.6 next year. And every time I talk about that, they'd be like, man, that's crazy. I know he's good, but that's so much. And it's like, do y'all realize he's playing 2 sports?
Right.
Y'all realize that. And also, too, he could have been a 3rd, 4th round pick in the MLB draft out of high school. How did Texas get to that number that's in that range? Oh, they researched, did their homework, and figured out the highest paid 3rd round pick last year made about 1.5 and signing bonus about 1.4. Just had to get the number around there, maybe a little over, and they were golden. They got them, and the rest was history.
Real quick, dude from my high school, Josh Bell, who's still playing in the MLB. He's just hit his 11th season, I believe, as an MLB player, not even including, minor leagues. he was a Texas baseball commit, and he wrote a letter to every team saying, don't draft me. I'm playing for Texas, until the Pirates came along and they were like, hey, what if we give you $5 million? And he was like, okay, all right, I'll take that. And nobody was mad at him. Everybody was like, yeah, dude, get your paper.
Yeah, no, but with Jonah, they just, as long as the number was above what the highest paid third round pick was last year, I'm pretty confident he's going to stay in Austin. He's not supposed to go earlier than like end of round 3. And I don't really expect any MLB team to draft him now because, you know, he's playing football and baseball at Texas. So,
yeah.
Understandable. Nah, man, Great House. I was so happy for him yesterday.
Yeah, that was
he
awesome.
Hasn't had an amazing season. And
that got me fired up for sure.
Yeah, but like I love covering that kid. And a lot of Texas fans I saw were asking me and started threads on their board, like, why didn't Texas recruit him out of high school? They did. They offered him. The problem was he never had verified speed Texas wanted. It's a very big thing for Sark and his system. They never had verified. He didn't have the verified speed numbers they wanted. They had verified numbers, but they weren't as good as what they wanted. And, I mean, even now, like, most of the time he gets caught unless he's dropping someone on the floor and they got to get up like he did last night.
Yeah.
He is kind of a tweener as a tight end H-back body, but he's a wide receiver that's only about 6'1", 6'1.5". He's about 190, 195, 200. He's a big body kid.
Yeah.
You know, basketball background, has the ball skills to win jump balls. He killed kids in high school with that. Klubnik would just throw it up. He's going to win. It's a 90-10 ball, not 50-50. But for him, Texas was too hot and cold. You know, at times it'd be, we're not going to take this kid. You know, he doesn't have the times, all this. And other times it'd be, man, but he just produces so much. He's such a good player. We got to get on him, and he's a local kid. We can't let this kid leave the city. And they would go back and forth between that way too much to where when Jaden is getting calls from Marcus Freeman and Shane Beamer, and I'm forgetting other schools in his top 4. It was Oklahoma under Lincoln Riley. And they're calling him, telling him, hey, you can come here, play receiver. We want you at receiver, not tight end. We want you at receiver, and we really want you. We need you, buddy. You got to come visit.
Yeah.
You can imagine he's going to be turned away from Texas when they keep having that hot and cold approach.
Sure, yeah.
And I remember, like, Texas, I think, really wanted it to make it work, but he just didn't check the boxes from a speed perspective. Because I remember, I still got him on Snapchat. Like, me and him were tight. I was tight with all those Westlake kids. But I remember him posting on his story. He was at Texas doing a private workout with Brennan Marion on an unofficial visit the morning Arch Manning committed to Texas. And it never got reported because Arch Manning committed about 4 hours later, and he didn't post anywhere except Snapchat. And again, it wasn't reported. But they were trying to work him out, trying to get him times to where he could check the boxes that they deemed essentially his requirements. So I do think if Texas went all in on him from the jump, they would have got him. I know, Texas was a school he grew up pulling for. But eventually it just came a time in his recruitment where he was going to go to who showed him the most love, and that was Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Also, pretty religious kid, and Notre Dame did a good job of, hitting him over the head with that. And, I think it's worked out well for him.
Yeah.
And then one last thing that I forgot. Early on in the recruitment, who's the receivers coach that was there for 1 year with Sark before they brought in Marion? He hasn't been hired since because he stinks. Andre Coleman. Andre Coleman,
yeah.
Andre Coleman hated Jaden Greathouse as a freshman. Jaden Greathouse had like 800 varsity receiving yards as a freshman at Westlake and was like the freshman MVP or newcomer of the year for that district. All of his offers came in then because he blew up super early. Texas was a little late, and Andre Coleman is like, I'm not going to offer this kid. He's a tight end speed and is a receiver body. We got to wait. We need some times here. And Tom Herman was like, you're out of your mind. This is one of the top players in the city our school is located in. We have to offer him and recruit him, or this is going to blow up in our face. And Tom Herman forced Andre Coleman to offer him. And Andre Coleman never recruited him after he offered him. He never talked to him because that was the receivers coach, and he did not want that kid, and Herman made him offer him. Mm-hmm. So Texas and him never really, really got real and legit until the Sark staff came in. And they were recruiting him. But again, Andre Coleman was there year one of the Sark era in 2021. And he did not want Greathouse still in 2021. So that's kind of how it all unfolded. I know Marion liked him at different times. But again, he was along with Sark and the rest of that staff as they just kept changing their mind, and it was too hot and cold. It wasn't going to work. So there's that. But I see Eric in the back. I'm going to have to get down to the media hotel, get my credentials later. But I'll see y'all boys soon. Are you covering the game or you got a ticket?
I got a ticket.
Okay.
Jordan, you're coming this way?
Yeah. I need to change, put my shit in the bag, and then I'm going to drive to the media hotel, get a credential, and then drive to AT&T.
Okay. I'll text you when I get off the line because I might if the timing line, I might ride with you because I got to Uber over to Texas Live. But I'll text you when I get off here.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just let me know. All right. Yeah. I'll see y'all soon. Peace.
Peace, Jordy.
And hook them. They let us get to Friday.
They'll let us get to Friday. Oh, yeah.
Keenan Womack, what is going on, my man? Apologies to everyone being a little late. My brain is on game day schedule, not on Friday schedule. First off, Keenan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure there's no robot voice or anything going on.
You're good now.
Okay. Yeah. No, my brain was on a game day schedule, not Friday schedule. So I was busy getting dressed, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, wait a minute, it's Friday.
You're good, brother. All good. We had a little chat about a little retrospective on Texas football this season. Also, one of my buddies from college is in the chat. He jumped in. Our friend Jordan Blair is here. So that's pretty cool to see my old friend from college here. So that's fun.
Good stuff, man. Thank you to Jordan Scruggs for hanging around. It's only an hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, take you up to around midday. We are Fall Start. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack. Today is January 10th, 2025. We have one Keenan national semifinalist who have qualified for the 2025 college football playoff national title. That would be Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame, who beat Penn State on a last-second field goal. Texas, of course, about 6 hours away from kicking off their national semifinal contest against Ohio State. Keenan, how are you feeling 6 hours away from kickoff? And I'll let you acknowledge some of the comments your boy Jordan just got back at you. I'll let you acknowledge that as well.
Yeah. First of all, Jordan, great to see you, my dude. Yeah, hell yeah, man. If you're here, shoot me a text. We can meet up for the game. I don't know if you are or not, but definitely hit me up when I get back to Austin. You are the man. I've always liked you, brother. So hell yeah. Thanks for jumping in the chat and watching the show. I am feeling a little apprehensive just because I gave my score prediction. I don't have the Horns winning, but that doesn't mean they can't win. And I think that's an important distinction to make, right? With the weapons Ohio State has on the outside, I am concerned about that. But this offensive line has been very good this year. They've had weird struggles against random teams. I mean, Georgia gave them trouble. But I think, Jeff was just saying this. I think Georgia's defensive ends are better than Ohio State's, but Ohio State still has elite defensive ends in Jack Sawyer and JTT. Those are ballers, and they're NFL guys. And Caleb Downs is another guy who, if he could declare this year, he'd probably be the first safety off the board. Not probably, like almost certainly would be the first safety off the board. He's an absolute freak. They just have talent everywhere, man. And it's a $20 million roster, and it looks like a $20 million roster. And I don't know how much Texas roster costs, probably in the same neighborhood. But, looking at looking at the blue chip ratio as well, Ohio State has almost twice as many 5 stars as Texas has. That's not the end all be all, but it is important to note that and especially you look at some of their 5 stars, Jeremiah Smith could be a 6-star. Like, that's the level of player we're looking at with him. Overall, I think Texas will keep it. I don't think they're going to get blown out, but I think they have like a 1 in 3 chance to win this game. I think if they play their best game, they can win, but if they make any kind of mistakes, they're going to have to play like flawless football to win this game.
Keenan, all the defensive playmakers you named, another one, Cody Simon, who was recognized by both Steve Sarkeesian and Ryan Day at yesterday's presser. I mean, he's another one as well as a linebacker who really over the last 4 or 5 weeks has come on. I know he was struggling with some injuries during the season, but no, I mean, it's come on. He's memory serves correct. I wrote it in my piece with something like 40-something tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 4.5 sacks he's had just over the last 4 weeks. So certainly a playmaker as well. Keenan, the thing that I feel like I'm hearing a lot from Texas fans is they feel like this is building up to be Texas USC from nearly 20 years ago. I don't know if that's the feeling you have, because I personally, while sure, and Steve Sarkeesian also said in his presser, and I noted it before I hopped off yesterday, and thank you for finishing up the show, Keenan. Steve Sarkeesian said, hey, if I polled everyone in this room, everyone would say that we're underdogs. And that's okay. This is his words. So that's okay. That's football. That's sports. Why you play the game. I would say this. 2 things can be true, right? I think most people, starting with Las Vegas and working your way down, are picking Ohio State to win this game. I picked Texas to win this game. You take a look at ESPN's Football Power Index, the FPI deal that they do to project. They have Texas with a 51% chance of winning, right? That takes into account all of the factors such as location, et cetera, right? For me, I just have not. Ohio State has shown itself to be susceptible in moments to inconsistent play.
Yeah.
And Keenan, how many times have you heard me say this on the show? I said this, that I felt Oregon was the only team that by default, because they went undefeated, that they should be given that respect. It's okay. This is the top team in the field. Outside of that, I felt that if any of the teams in the field, from Indiana all the way through to Texas, played their A game, they were capable of winning a national title. I still feel that way tonight. Now, Texas, and to be clear, when we say A game, we're talking about Texas's offense, right? I have yet to see a time when Texas's defense is not bringing their A game. And I did a radio hit this morning back in my home state of Florida. Shout out to ESPN Southwest Florida. The host of that morning show said that Texas's defense, the question they asked was Texas's defense deserves some blame over the last 2 weeks as far as, struggling. And I said, actually, no. I mean, one, and we've talked about this, Cade Club, that was a bus, all right? Special circumstance. You got a kid coming back home, Austin Westlake kid, wants to show out. I felt that was a special circumstance. Arizona State, we know what happened there, right? Texas's offense, while they got up quick, 14-0, and I shouldn't say they, because one of those plays was the Silas Bolden punt return. And it's funny, Keenan, how in all the criticism of Jeff Banks' special teams, that kind of gets excluded, right? And that's not me caping up for Jeff Banks. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of criticism with Bert Auburn and the Mo Blackwell play and so on and so forth. But Silas Bolden had a hell of a punt return. But outside of that, the offense really didn't do anything to help out the defense for the better part of the next 2.5 quarters of play, right? So I have yet to see, and I'll acknowledge Travis Shuttleworth's comment here. He says UT has yet to play a top 20 offense yet. All right. I mean, true. That's fair. That is still a byproduct of the schedule. They can't control who's on the schedule. We've talked about it ad nauseum, right? No Ole Miss, no Tennessee, no Alabama, et cetera, et cetera. But Texas, as I will continue to say, has made offenses look inept. I don't think that has faced inept offenses and all of a sudden Texas was the beneficiary. I could be proven wrong tonight, Keenan. Will Howard could come out, and if Will Howard has a type of game that Michael Penix had last year, right? Then it's like, okay, the talk would be fair. This Texas defense ate up a ton of, let's call them average offenses. But I don't see that happening in my mind. I just don't. And I agree with Jake Bayless's point here, where Jake says, even if we played the 19th ranked offense, people have said they don't play a top 18 offense. The goalpost just keeps moving as opposed to the talent on this Texas defense. Keenan, let's flip the script here. What gives you confidence? What would give you confidence? What would you need to see? Let's just say in the first 10 minutes of this ball game. Now, obviously, a football game is 60 minutes, but in the onset, the early part of this game, what would you need to see that would, hey, Texas is moving in the right direction and they're prepared to pull off the upset?
Yeah, no, I think it's going to come down to running the ball. Like, if they can run the ball, they don't even need to, like, gash them for 10 yards here. I mean, like, 4 or 5 yards. Get it to 2nd and 5. Get it to 3rd and 3. Like, what you can't do is get behind the chains against this team. You can't have these false starts that affected them so much against Arizona State. You have to be consistent on the ground with the running backs, because if you're not, it's so much easier to cover the pass. And, you know, first time Texas is an underdog since the Bama game last year. That's an interesting point. But, you know, I was comparing this Ohio State team to Washington last year. Now, Washington last year had a better quarterback. I think it's fair to say Penix is better than Will Howard. I'm not saying Will Howard's not good, because he is, but Penix was like elite. Like, one of the better college performances I've ever seen was against Texas last year. But this Texas defense is better than it was last year as well. Now, the wide receivers, that's kind of a wash, I would say, just because Roma Dunze is such a freak. Jeremiah Smith is a freak. Now, Jeremiah Smith might be better than Roma Dunze, but overall, I think they're similar in the wide receiver category. As far as running backs go, I would give the edge to Ohio State just because Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins are badasses. The thing you have to look at is Ohio State's defense is better than Washington's defense was last year. So the likelihood of it being a more defensive game than last year's game, I think, is pretty high. I'm not saying nobody's going to score touchdowns, but what I am saying is it's going to be a slower game probably than the Washington game was last year. I don't see a 37-31 type of game.
Yeah, you know, kind of picking off your point, I'm going to hit some of the comments here in a second, but yeah. Ryan Day said something interesting, Keenan. Did you, I mean, it happened when we were on air, so I'm sure you probably didn't go back and watch or hear Ryan Day's presser yesterday, did you?
No, I didn't.
He made a real interesting comment. He talked about his team huddling up this year, right? Making more of an effort to huddle up. And this is in reference to your point about, you know, a high-scoring game and teams moving fast. Because that Washington team was looking to move fast, right?
Yeah, push the pace.
Ryan Day said that it was unique, and he credited Chip Kelly for it, with just Will Howard saying, all right, we're going to huddle more, right? Like, you know, the kind of emphasizing, we want to just have our guys huddle more, be more connected. He said, now, they're not always going to do that. But the reason I bring that up is that pace. Keenan, I think, and I still waffle back and forth on where I land on this, but where I am right now at 12:40 with, you know, less than 6 hours to kick off, I think that could benefit Texas a little bit, just to slow the pace down, because they played an Arizona State team that looked to move the ball a little bit, looked to go a little bit up tempo, not quite a ton, looked to go a little bit up tempo. And let's not forget this aspect. We'll play a little fun guessing game for you.
Yeah,
Keenan, if you had to guess, what would be the average amount of plays from the regular season, 12-game regular season, average amount of plays that Texas defense faced per game?
I wouldn't even know where to guess. 60?
Yeah, 62. It's 62.9. Okay. Texas, there were 3 defensive players, Jahdae Barron, Andrew Makuba, Michael Taft, who appeared in over 100 snaps in that Arizona State game. There were 9 who appeared in over 90, right? So if I said the average Texas game defensively during the regular season been 62 snaps, that means they played a game and a half worth of snaps.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't care. Yes, it's been 9 days since that game. That's a lot of time for your body to have to, you know, or I shouldn't say a lot of time. It might not be enough time for these guys with a game and a half worth of snaps. That's huge. So I do wonder if just not having to be up tempo, not having to be fast paced, facing that, if that could help Texas's defense a little bit. Because I think that, Keenan, I truly think it's a storyline. I've seen some people say, oh, they're young. Dude, there's no amount, I don't care if you're 16 years old, that can prepare you for playing 100 snaps, right?
Yeah.
In a game.
Unless you're Travis Hunter.
Unless you're Travis Hunter. And but Keenan, to your point, Travis Hunter, and this is kind of, you know, was the running joke with him, right? Is people weren't going to credit him for just getting cardio, right? Because at least if you're a wide receiver or defensive back, not every play are you involved in the play. If you're Jahdae Barron's involved in a lot from the outside, right? 100 steps on defense and special teams. Andrew Makuba, Michael Taft, both involved in special teams. Anthony Hill, there ain't no hiding, right? When you talk about 97 snaps as a Mike linebacker. So those are real snaps. Travis Hunter, not saying Travis Hunter, you know, take anything away from him, but I'd be willing to guess that, you know, 35, 40, 45 of his snaps, he's not either being touched or just running a route. So there's that.
Sure.
David Reisner agrees with you. He says he thinks Caleb Downs is the one person on the Buckeye defense that is truly scary, playing this kind of hybrid middle linebacker safety role where he just roams and causes havoc. Yeah, no, that is especially Keenan. If they go with that 3 high safety look, I mean, that's going to allow Caleb Downs to really just be that impact player. And I love that type of safety, man. Like they're
Isaiah Simmons type.
Keenan, if I may sidebar for a second.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can appreciate this as a basketball fan. Sometimes there are players from previous eras who you really wish you got to see in a more freewheeling, kind of more imaginative era, right? Yeah. Like I'm sure you could name 3, 4, 5 players who they were solid players.
Steve Nash now would be.
Well, Steve Nash is a Hall of Famer. I mean, but
I know, but even more now.
Yeah. Right? Like I think of, speaking of, you just because you said Steve Nash, a guy that comes to mind is like Sean Marion, right? A 3-and-D guy who's super athletic. Sean Marion is probably a Hall of Famer in this era, right? I just think of the safety position, man, and like the Sean Taylors and the Ed Reeds. They kind of were outliers in the sense that they freelanced and roamed because they were in defenses that allowed them to do that. Those guys were in today's NFL because they'd be allowed to drop down in the box. They wouldn't be locked. Like I'll give you a great one, right? Even though I didn't see a ton of him, Darren Woodson is probably a guy because he was a linebacker at Arizona State, right? They moved him to safety. He's a guy who probably would have been, 10, 12 Pro Bowler. I don't know how many Pro Bowls he did make in that era if he played in this era. So just a little side tangent there. Yeah. Travis Shuttleworth says, guys see the D-line hitting Howard hard and early to feel confident. Travis, I 1,000% agree with you. Anytime I'm asked, Keenan, and I'll pass it back to you on this. Actually, I'll hit Cole's comment and then pass it back to you on this. Anytime I'm asked about the formula for Texas winning this game, it doesn't necessarily start with stopping Jeremiah Smith because I just don't think that's necessarily, you're not going to stop him, right? He's going to get 7-8 grabs in my mind. What I do think is it's not getting beat deep from the secondary, and it's Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, those guys up front, Vernon Broughton, AC, Ethan Burke, Barron, getting pressure to Will Howard. One more comment, and I'll pass back to you on that, Keenan. Cole Gross says, hey, E. Henry, have you heard crowd-wise what it'll be 70-30 Texas? Cole, here's what I'll say. Because of where we're out here in Las Colinas. Is that it? Las Colinas? Is that how it's pronounced?
Las Colinas.
Las Colinas. It's not like I was in Atlanta where I was right by the stadium. So I haven't, you don't get the fan read, right? When I was in Atlanta, all I saw were Arizona State fans. So I knew it was going to be at least 65-35 Arizona State. I don't have a decent read on it now. I've seen a handful of Texas fans who just kind of came to this hotel because they knew it was the media hotel, but I don't have a good read on it yet. I think when I get over to Texas Live and I get over to the stadium, I'll have a better feel for that. But Keenan, your thoughts on the pass rush being a pivotal part of tonight's ball game?
Yeah, I don't even know that they need to get a ton of sacks. Like like he said, you just got to get to him. You got to make him, force him into bad throws so he's not just picking apart the defense, right? And not that these defensive backs aren't talented, because they are, but if he has all day, like, it's going to be a long night for Texas. You have to get that pressure, and I think it's really important that you let Colin Simmons go in there, not just on third down pass rush situations, but maybe let him rush on second down. Play him a lot. I would. I mean, the guy is just a complete freak in the pass rush, and I think you have to have that in this game. I would play Colin Simmons as much as you've played him at any point this year. I think that would be really wise to do, and something I think PK will probably consider.
A couple more comments here really quick. Daryl disagrees with me. He says these are 20-year-olds. Their testosterone levels will have them ready to go as long as it's not an injury. Daryl, I agree with you. I'm not saying they won't be ready to go. I'm just saying physically it's still a lot to recover from 90, 100 snaps. 7 days, 9 days, that's all I'm saying. But listen, Michael Taft talked about it, right, during his availability 4 or 5 days ago. He said once the adrenaline gets going, he was asked about I think Chip asked him about the physical toll, and Taft said, I want to say this was Tuesday, or the days all run together at this point, but I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and he said, if I had to play today, I could, because the adrenaline would get me through it, but definitely glad he has a few more days to rest and recover the body. James Cox, as always, Jay, appreciate you rocking with us. Just Keenan, put the root beer down. Get your hottie toddy. It's time to get ready to get this win, Keenan.
Well, I haven't drank alcohol in like 4 years, but I'm with you in spirit, James. I'm very excited for the game tonight.
I will apologize, Keenan. I had no idea what the hell a hot toddy was. So,
oh, it's a cocktail. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I as a former bartender, I should be disappointed. Maybe we don't have a ton of those in Florida.
I think it's a southern thing more than a southeastern thing.
There you go. Especially didn't have them in Chicago. I know that much. Daryl, I do agree with you here. PK needs to let Simmons roam. Yeah, Simmons and A Hill. I would say probably A Hill more. And also Anthony's been really good in coverage, so I'm really curious to see what kind of factor he can play. CB, we are in agreement on Darren Woods. I didn't realize he wasn't in the Hall of Fame. So there's that. Jake says Eric and the bougie part of Irving. Hey, that's the media, bro. It's the media hotel. That's where they put us. But I will say it is pretty bougie. Keenan, there was a pub crawl yesterday that some folks, I won't mention any names, our friend Emily Van Buskirk, got pretty, had
a good old time.
And listen, me, if I may again, sidebar for a second, Uncle said, me, Cedric Golden, Mike Harge, Mark Henry, we were just kicking it, man, inside. It was warm. And no desire to go outside, Keenan. Everything we needed. There were TVs with the game on. There was food, banana pudding, a little drink. Everything I needed was right inside of that place. I was not about to brave the pub crawl there for that. David Reisner makes a pointer. Says Ohio State has a patchwork offensive line. I think they're vulnerable to different kinds of blitz packages. Keenan, again, I will pass it back to you on this to kind of give you your thoughts. But that is something that I PK genuinely, Keenan, I would love to just and I understand why Steve Sarkeesian doesn't make his coordinators available, his assistants available. I would love once a week just to have like a very chill conversation with Pete Kwiatkowski.
Yeah.
Because he is in a relaxed setting. And I wrote this or mentioned on the message boards. He is one of the more insightful defensive minds, like college football minds you will come across. And he knows how to talk to media without jeopardizing the game plan, but he knows how to give us little, I don't say tidbits, but just really interesting answers on defense. And the reason I bring that up is it just wouldn't shock me if PK were a little more blitz heavy tonight than they have been all year, especially if you're going to play zone, right? It wouldn't shock me to see if he's just like, all right, let me see what's out there, right? Let me see how they respond to this. So I absolutely think that could be a possibility. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I know they've dealt with injuries this year. So, maybe let Anthony Hill go wild, maybe blitz him a few times. I mean, as far as he goes in the run fit, like that's been a problem at times this year, but I feel like he's gotten much better at doing that. And, when you have guys like Colin Simmons coming off the edge, and, you have a good coverage linebacker in Leon Galafal. Like that guy's a really good cover linebacker. So you have good coverage in your defensive backfield. You have one of your linebackers who can drop into coverage. And then you have a guy that can cover in Anthony Hill, but is also a complete freak on the pass rush. And I think that could be the strategy to winning this game is just make Will Howard uncomfortable. Don't let him just easily throw these balls to Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka, and the rest of these Carnell Tate, all these guys, and throw to the running backs out of the backfield. I think that there's going to be a lot of emphasis put on covering these running backs coming out of the backfield in the pass game.
CB, I did not hit any establishments for wings. They had more than enough food here at the media hotel. Jay, I will answer your comment here. There's some heat. There's plenty of heat. I will say this, Jay, you got to hit up Corey Mose on Twitter. There was a young lady who was here who was very fine, like a blood. It's one type of heat. It's the ASU heat, right? I don't want to. Just in case this gets out, I don't want to out that person. But Jay, heat. I will just say that. Keenan, I'm gonna let you tackle this from your man Jordan.
Yeah. Jordan Blair asks, what are y'all's thoughts on Cam Williams starting and shaking off the rust? I think, you got to start him. I think that he's too talented to not play in the game. I understand he's probably going to get a false start or two. But I just think –
no pun intended. There you go. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But no. I think you start him. I think you let him shake the rust off in the first quarter and let him rock because, as good as these backup tackles have been, as good as Gooseby's been, as good as Baker can be, I think you just got to rock with your starters, man. I think Cam Williams is one of those guys that can really impact a game, and I just think it's important that you go ahead and start him, let him shake the rust off early, and let him play this game because you're going to need him against guys like Jack Sawyer and JTT. Like, those are just badass defensive ends who know how to get to the quarterback. I think you rock with Cam Williams.
Keenan, let's pay a couple bills. I'm going to go first, and I will pass it to you to shout out the fine doctor. BK was just in the waiting room a second ago because it is 12:52. That means we are 8 minutes away from passing it to BK, Chip, and Zay live at Texas Live. And the folks who made it possible for your favorite Texas Sports Unfiltered hosts and personalities to be available on scene in Arlington. Let's go ahead and run them off here. We got AV Consultations, McCall Custom Homes, Sue Patrick Domino's, 34 Wine and Spirits, a personal favorite of mine right down the road from me, Austin Duck Adventures, and last but not least, Covert Bee Cave. Those are the fine travel partners who have made it possible for the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew to be on the scene in Arlington. Also, Kevin Ryan made it possible for your Horns 24/7 crew to be available in Arlington, just in case he hears that. But nevertheless, shout out to the fine travel sponsors. Again, we'll go live to Texas Live in about 8 minutes to pass it off to BK and company. Keenan, why don't you let the folks know how they can get good sleep? So I'm tell you right now, your boy is looking forward to a little bit of sleep. I was out a little bit later than I wanted to be last night.
A little bit later, huh?
I'm ready to go. I got a couple cups of coffee. I'm gonna get a Red Bull here in a minute, and I'll be good to go. But when I am ready to get some sleep, Keenan, let the folks know where they can get some sleep. How to get good sleep. How? Not where.
How? Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care in screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate on what is going on in the patient's body and to provide all possible treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in separate bedrooms from your significant other. Individuals and families welcome 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages 6 to 106. They are family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, though they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, as well as oral devices, epigenetic devices. They can help with weight loss, use lasers and radio frequency. They are in network with most medical insurances. So give my man, the good doctor, Dr. Chad Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered and False Start sent you.
Sleep Cycle Center. There you go. Travis Shuttleworth asks a question. He makes a statement, I should say. He says, I know UT doesn't play very much man coverage, but I think there's value in playing press coverage at the line to get physical with OSU's receivers and disrupt timing. Travis, my personal sensibilities is I agree with you. Jahdae Barron is a physical player. Manny Muhammad can be physical. It hasn't necessarily shown it as well as Jahdae has, but he can be physical. My fear with that is, right, specifically with Jeremiah Smith, I think you can mix it in, Keenan. 10% of the game plan, 15%.
Yeah.
The reason I say that is Jeremiah Smith is going to win 80% of those.
He's big and physical, man.
He is big and physical. He's going to win. And listen, Jahdae, 5'11", probably about 200. I guess on his best day. I think he's listed at like 205. But Jahdae's a physical player, and I'm really intrigued to see how he plays Jeremiah Smith. But I don't want that to be the thing all game, right? I definitely don't want Manny Muhammad to try and be physical with Jeremiah Smith and Ibuka for a majority of the game. And I definitely, Keenan, don't want Gavin Holmes. Gavin Holmes, I think, is very underrated as a corner.
5'10", right?
5'10". He's slight. I say he's about $185.
Yeah.
Gavin's a very good corner, but he's a cover guy. He's a finesse guy. Gavin is not someone who I would want to be a ton with that. Now I will throw this out, Travis. I don't think it's something I'm going to do a ton, but Jelani McDonald, Keenan last week against Arizona State really impressed me in coverage. Because Jelani had always been, a physical player, a hitter at the safety spot. But when they played him at that star, which I believe, I didn't get a chance to ask PK this, but I believe that was kind of a necessity for Cam Scatterbo, right? Just having another big physical presence up on the box. Yeah. He impressed me with his athleticism and when he was in coverage. So again, I'm not saying I'm lining up Jelani McDonald and Jeremiah Smith one-on-one, but I'm just saying if you want to throw different things at them, I can see the benefit in that, but just not all night, Keenan. One more comment, and then we will close up the show with predictions and final thoughts. Shane agrees with CB. Open up the playbook. CB says, don't hold anything back tonight. I don't believe that Steve Sarkeesian will hold anything back tonight. I do think if the game calls for it, you will see selective things offensively you haven't seen all year, as I alluded to. I think selectively you'll see things defensively that you haven't seen all year from PK and company. All right, Keenan, we are 2 minutes and change away from passing it over to BK, Chip, and Zay at Texas Sports Unfiltered. At Texas Live for TSU's live remote from let me double check where it is. It's a smokehouse, right? It is apologies for doing this on the fly. Give you the exact location if you want to come by and say what's up to some of your favorite TSU personalities. They are going to be in front of Lockhart Smokehouse inside of Texas Live. So that is the exact location.
Come on through. I'm going to be there. Eric's going to be there. We're going to have a good old time.
1650 East Randall Mill Road, Arlington of Texas Live. Everyone knows where Texas Live is. Nevertheless, Keenan, final thoughts and prediction tonight.
Yeah, I have Ohio State winning 28-17. And again, this doesn't mean anything. I've been wrong plenty of times this year. But I think this is the best team Texas has played this year. I think this team's better than Georgia, and I think they're more talented than Georgia, and I think they have much better skill positions. They certainly have better receivers than Georgia did. Now that Georgia's getting dudes in the portal, it might be a different story next season. But, yeah, I think Ohio State is a better team, and I think they're going to win this game.
Yeah, Keenan, I will not lie to you. Again, as a beat writer, it makes no difference to me who wins or loses. So I'm not saying I picked with my heart because my heart isn't engaged in this game. But being around this team, remember, 33 days after the Sugar Bowl, Steve Sarkeesian uttered being obsessed with winning a national title. I was there in the Sugar Bowl. I was there at the Sugar Bowl post game, seeing the pain in some of those guys' eyes, Jade Barron and others who are on this roster. And there's just something I feel, Keenan. It's one of those gut feelings. And I could be dead wrong because everything you said is true. Ohio State has much better skill position talent than Georgia. And Georgia found a way to, quite frankly, dominate Texas in the first outing and come back and win the second outing.
Yeah.
Do I have more faith, Keenan, in Kirby Smart, Glenn Schumann, and Will Muschamp, and that trio as defensive minds come with a game plan to beat Steve Sarkeesian? In a sense, yes, I do. But shouldn't doubt Jim Knowles. Shouldn't doubt Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
I think this game's going to be close. I think it's going to come down to the wire. I don't know if it's going to be a Burt Auburn field goal, but I do believe that Texas wins 28-27. That is what I put in the group chat. I believe that is what I put down. Either that or 24-23 is what I put down at horns247.com. So that is where I land. So it is Friday. False start will be back on Monday in its entirety, most likely, because should the Horns win, it's another trip back to the ATL. We'll see what the travel schedule is. I'm sure more than likely it'll be on Monday. I'm sure if anything, I'll fly out probably later in the week. But for those of you making the trip, safe travels. Keenan, safe travels over to Texas Live.
Yes, sir.
For those of you watching at home, enjoy the game. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Brad Kellner, the owner and proprietor of Texas Sports Unfiltered. He is looking mighty warm there at Texas Live. And I will also bring on Nate Collier. He's got his burnt orange on. Fellas, how are we doing on this fantastic Friday?
It's game day, baby. Doing great. Doing great. Happy to be in Arlington. Happy to be warm inside. Texas live. And excited to beat Ohio State tonight. I'm tired of all this negativity. I'm tired of all of this Texas doesn't have a chance talk. I'm excited to go out there and win. And, Eric, it's no if we're going to Atlanta again. It's when we're going to Atlanta. We're manifesting it. Have I had a couple of drinks? No. But when I have a couple of drinks, I'm going to be even more confident in this pick. A lot of ugly scarlet and gray walking around. Now, how bad does your life have to suck to end up in Ohio? I don't know. But that's not my life. And I'm glad I went to Texas. I'm glad I was born a Texas Longhorn. And the Horns are going to get a win today, Zay. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I wish I was as confident as BK here, but as you see, I'm representing with the Texas polo. And I'm not going to lie, I'm feeling pretty good, even though I did not pick Texas to win the game. I just – it's probably the reason why your boys got shingles, because guys like Bert Auburn got your boys stressed out and shit. So we'll see. Excited to break it down for y'all here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But Keenan, Eric, appreciate you fellas.
No doubt.
BK, I'll see you out there in like 30, 40.
Be careful, Keenan.
I will. I'll be straight. Jordan, thanks for tuning in, brother. We really appreciate it. My buddy from college tuned in and started listening, so that's really cool. So shouts out our buddy Jordan Blair, and hopefully he's a new listener. And thank you guys, and we will see you on Monday.
There you go. Appreciate it. Y'all have a great show. BK, I'll see you in about 20.
Right on. What's up, Zay?
Brad, what's happening, brother? How you doing?
Oh, I'm getting called Brad today. Am I in trouble? Is there something wrong?
No, man. Just changing it up a little bit. But how you doing, man?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Excited that this game is finally here. I mean, we've all been talking about this for, 9 days now, right? Texas, Arizona State, Ohio State, Oregon. Those games were on January 1st. We've known about this matchup for 9 days. And I don't know how much more we have left to say to preview this game. I'm just I'm glad it's finally here, and I'm glad we get to see these two teams duke it out. We've been doing enough talking. I'm ready for the players to get the job done in between the lines tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, what we saw last night, I've been kind of off the this is the national championship game, and I want to give Penn State and Notre Dame more credit. But again, what we saw last night, you would just have to think both of these teams, whoever wins tonight, hey, they're on a clear path to the national championship game, because ain't nobody fearing Notre Dame. Sorry, Marcus Freeman with your old bootleg Carlos Boozer, Spain Prate fade. Like, I ain't nobody scared of that, bro. Riley Leonard, what they put on performance yesterday, ain't nobody worried about those two teams. So, yeah, you got to feel good if Texas get past the Buckeyes tonight, and we'll see.
How about that? You just called Marcus Freeman bootleg Carlos Boozer?
Yo, man, that fade's fake. That's a fake-ass fade, which I might come to a point to where I need that in the future, but that's beside the point. That dude, everybody talking about how pretty he is and stuff like that. He's basically, doing some, I don't know. It's like basically plastic surgery in the black culture. So I don't support it. And you know me, I'm a hater. So I'm going to hate on anyone when I get a chance to. Marcus Freeman, even though he deserves his success doing what Brian Kelly could not, I got to hate a little bit. That's just in me. You know that, bro.
That's so funny. Like Marcus Freeman making history, becoming the first black coach to make it to a national championship, becoming the first Asian coach to make it to a national championship. And my guy Zay is calling him off-brand Timu Carlos Boozer. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Boozer? Yo, better than that?
No, I can't. I can't do it. Sorry. That's just what it is. Again, Marcus Freeman, he's doing it big. Brian Kelly, he was afraid of the smoke. He had to leave South Bend and go down to Baton Rouge to try to fulfill his college football playoff dream. Still has not yet. And for Marcus Freeman to do it, I salute him. First brother to do it. That's big things. He's still in his 30s. He's got the beautiful family, even though Chip's been trying to play off that he's single and stuff. I don't know where that came from. I had to give Chip the facts yesterday. But, yeah, too much is going well for Marcus Freeman. I got to hate. Kind of like Chappelle and Charlie Murphy and that skit, the haters ball. That's what I need for Marcus Freeman, because ain't nobody trying to see Notre Dame win a national championship.
That's interesting. I wonder if Chip's trying to go after Marcus Freeman. Like he's trying to manifest that he's single so he can have his shot with Marcus Freeman. He's got like some pickup line ready to go in Atlanta if we get a Texas Notre Dame national championship. And Chip is just trying to hope that it works. I didn't realize he was calling out Marcus Freeman and making stuff up like that. A little fake news from Chip Brown. Come on.
I know, right? Somebody that's as credible as Chip usually has the 411 down to the T with all his sources and whatnot. And yeah, he's trying to play Marcus Freeman like a single man. And the dude got about 8 kids. He got basically the Black Brady bunch at the crib and shit. So yeah, man, I'm good for Marcus Freeman. Glad he's in the national championship game. But if Texas makes it, that's that ass, Marcus.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like I saw look-ahead lines for a potential Texas Notre Dame national championship and a potential Ohio State Notre Dame national championship. And the winner of this game tonight will be favored in Vegas, right? I think Texas was -3 on the look-ahead line. Ohio State was -8 on the look-ahead line. So either way, yeah, the Fighting Irish are going to be the underdog. And to your earlier point, like people feel like this is the de facto national championship. It's been a pretty unpredictable year in college football, right? So assuming anything feels a little ridiculous right now. But yeah, I mean, the way Ohio State's been playing and with how talented Texas is and what they've been able to accomplish this year, people don't forget that Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. I know it's a great story that they bounced back and they're playing for a national title despite losing to a MAC team back in week 2. But I think a lot of people haven't been able to get that loss out of their minds. And yeah, I think that and a few other reasons are why people do feel like whoever walks out of Jerry World alive is going to be hoisting that, I got to be careful saying this in public, that vaginal-shaped trophy on January 20th. Oh, yeah. Looks
Does
like
it look like that for real? I haven't even broke it down and seen that. I got to check it out. But
yeah, it's not quite as women's genitalia as our end zone, our south end zone, where it looks like the Longhorn football team is running out of a uterus every time they take the field. It's not quite that level, but there's a little something to it. You can make the comparison, and you know how mine works, eh?
Yeah, I definitely know how your mind works, but I'm kind of nostalgic when it comes to the trophy. Like I miss the crystal ball. There's something just luxurious about that old school crystal ball, and they need to bring it back, even though things have changed and you're not playing in the BCS era like that. Mac Brown and Vince Young holding that crystal ball. There's just something beautiful and nostalgic about that. So they need to bring it back, because to what you're saying, what they got going on now, I don't think that's the wave.
Yeah. By the way, we should tell people that Chip will be here in a few moments. He's doing a radio hit right now with CBS and his Horns 24/7 gig, but he'll be at this table. He'll be doing Chip and Zay, and you won't have to get stuck with me for the next couple of hours. So I want to make sure we've got that news out for the people. But come on by. If you're in Arlington, or if you're driving up to Arlington, we're here at Texas Live, just outside of Lockhart Smokehouse. We're going to be here till 5:30. So this place is already starting to fill up. A lot of Texas fans, a lot of Ohio State fans already walking around. This place is going to be a madhouse, and it's inside. It is inside. You could tailgate outside if you want, but it is cold, too cold for me. So come inside. They got plenty of food. They got plenty of drinks. I would say they got the games on, but there's like no sports going on because it's Friday at 1 o'clock, so there's not a lot happening. But music, good times, good vibes, food, drinks. This is the place to be, and of course, we're right next to AT&T Stadium, so we'll be ready to roll here, Zach.
Yeah, mad salty. I can't be there. I mean, as I heard yesterday, boy got shingles last week, still getting over that, and with the weather and stuff, it didn't make sense for your boy. But maybe that's a good thing, because the last 2 games that I've been to that have been in college football playoff or the SEC championship, Texas has lost. So I definitely going to Atlanta if we get there, but I'm a little hesitant because, not a superstitious person, BK, but I'm not feeling my record right now. Now, I was at the 49-0, complete beatdown against Oklahoma a few years ago, Quinn Ewers' freshman year. That was a thing to see. So I still got some, good mojo here and there, but as of late, it hasn't been what I needed it to be. So Yeah, man. Wish everybody well on the TSU fam down in Arlington at Texas Live. I'm sure it's a great turnout and miss you guys, man.
Yeah, I think I'm 4-1 this year attending Texas games. I was with you in Atlanta for the SEC title game, but I went to a few games at home. I was in Dallas when Texas beat the crap out of Oklahoma this year. And the good news is I was here, and TSU was here in this exact same spot, same broadcast location as before last year's Big 12 championship game when Texas just ran over Oklahoma State, won that game by 4 touchdowns. So hoping we can recreate some of that magic. Now, I think this OSU is going to be a little tougher to beat than last year's OSU, but same spot, going to the game, same crew. Hopefully we find a way to recreate that magic at Jerry World today, and hopefully it's a pro-Texas crowd, man. I know a bunch of flights from Columbus and all across the Midwest were getting canceled. Still plenty of Ohio State fans here, but obviously this game being just a few hours away from Austin, plenty of Longhorn fans living in the Metroplex as it is. This should be a pro-Texas crowd, and the Horns are going to need it. The Horns are going to need all the help they can get because they're playing against a really good team that is playing its best football right now. So you take it, man. You take that the game is as close to a home game as you can get at this stage in the college football playoff, and hopefully the crowd support comes through for the Longhorns and maybe gives them that extra edge to find a dub.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, this team, they're definitely familiar with the AT&T Stadium, as you mentioned, playing there last year for the Big 12 championship. You got all those Dallas natives on this roster that have also played at AT&T Stadium back during their high school days, like Anthony Hill, like Quinn Ewers, Mookie Taft, the list goes on. So, yeah, very excited about that. Hopefully that could play into Texas's favor. And, yeah, there ain't no love lost about these Ohio State fans missing the flight. Sorry, tough titty. We drove all the way to Atlanta. Y'all drive down here if y'all are really about something. I mean, hey, it is what it is. So I hope that's about 80-20 burnt orange to that scarlet. And yeah, like you said, they're going to need all the advantage they could get because Ohio State, they are not messing around. You got to salute Ryan Day. You got to salute Chip Kelly and Jim Knowles on just the turnaround that they've had since the Michigan game. It's been very impressive, and it seemed like they caught Tennessee and Oregon off guard. So if Texas – when it comes to the scouting report, when it comes to watching film, hopefully they've cracked down on that. I love what Ant Hill said, in the presser this past week about him testing guys in the locker room, going up to guys and saying, yo, if Ohio State does this, what do we do? And if guys aren't prepared, he's putting them on blast like, yo, man, you better get on your shit. You better get on your game film, man, because this ain't the team to mess around with. This ain't the team to be arrogant. Think you just go out there and whoop their ass. Like, there's going to be a ton of Sunday players on the field tonight. And, hey, this is why you play college football. This is why you go to Texas. This is why you go to Ohio State to play in these type of environments, to play in these big-time games. The scouts are going to be out. And, hey, I'm just trying to see a really good game. Now, if I can get a Texas beatdown, that's a really good game to me too. But, again, this is what you come to Texas to play for. And even though I'm not picking Texas, I still think – they pull off the upset, I wouldn't be surprised one bit.
Yeah, and I love hearing that story about Anthony Hill, right? And that follows Steve Sarkeesian's obsession with winning a national championship. I mean, he's been saying that since the offseason, right? Like, oh, we got a little taste. We were one play away from playing for a national championship last season. We were so close that we could taste it, but we came up a little bit short in the college football playoff semifinal, and now I'm obsessed with finding a way to take that next step and win a national championship. Well, it's one thing for the coach to say it. It's another thing for the players to say it because they're the guys that matter. So hearing Anthony Hill holding his teammates accountable, like, hey, what we did against Arizona State in Atlanta, that ain't going to fly against these guys. Like, that's an unacceptable performance going up against this Buckeyes team with all the talent that they have and the way that they've been playing. So the fact that – and you hear it all the time, right? Our guy Rod B and a bunch of former Texas players and a lot of college football players and NFL players you talk to will tell you that the best locker rooms are player-led rooms. So you probably know this from your high school and college playing days. Like, you got to have that player-to-player accountability right there. And the fact that, like, it's not just Sark and the coaching staff making sure these guys know what they're supposed to be doing and where they're supposed to be. The fact that the leaders on this team, let's not forget, Ant Hill's only a sophomore. I know he's a leader with this play, but that's an underclassman right there stepping up and making sure his mates are doing what they're supposed to do to prepare for this game. That's what you need. The best locker rooms have that. And hopefully that's another thing that can help Texas tonight.
Yeah, you learn that from the guys that came before you. I mean, Ant Hills talked about Jalen Ford and what he meant to him. And if you're on that, defensive line, you saw what Trevondre Sweat and Byron Murphy brought to the table. Like that, there's a certain pride that you get when you find those upperclassmen guys that are now playing in the NFL that have been there and done that. And then they hand the keys to you like they've done with Ant Hill and some of the rest of the guys. And that's what you love about this Texas team. I say it all the time. I love this team. Sark went back to July and talked about all the leaders on this squad when it came to SEC Media Day. He said there's 20-some leaders in that locker room. And I was like, yeah, this is just coach speak. He's just talking game. He don't really mean that. But now here you are, a game away from playing in the national championship. And he's exactly right. Like every position group has a leader. If you look on the tight end side, like Gunnar Helm, think about just how good that he's been all year long. Like I thought Amari Nyblack would be a big part of this team. That dude could barely get on the field because Gunnar Helm has played so well. And Juan Davis, he's been in the program for a long time. And, you got guys like Tashard Choice who have just kind of passed down a lot of game, to guys like Bijan and Jonathan Brooks and Roshan Johnson and, Travion Wisner and Jaden Blue. They picked up on that. So the pride thing, it means a ton. Again, holding each other accountable, that's a huge deal because it's, one thing for the coach to do it. Like you hear the coaches all the time, but when your players are doing it, like sometimes you might have a couple of, fights in the locker room. It might not get crazy physical, but if somebody's not on their shit, AKA somebody like a Jonte Cook, hey, you could be gone. You ain't got to be here. If you're not buying into what we're doing here, then, hey, we don't need you. We need guys that could buy in, guys that could get it done and understand what the standard is at the University of Texas. And it's been a long time coming, and Steve Sarkeesian has done a hell of a job. But here we are, Sark, year 4, year 5, you're getting that.
You couldn't hear me there, could you?
No, now I can.
Okay. All right. I was trying something here. Didn't work. That's all right. You're right. I mean, you're absolutely right. And the culture is where we want it to be. Steve Sarkeesian spent a lot of time getting this culture to where it is. And yeah, Texas, they don't have time for people who are rowing the boat in the opposite direction. Sorry to go full PJ Fleck with that reference there. But yeah, I mean, you need everybody carrying their weight. Jonte Cook wasn't doing it. All right. We don't have space for you here. And that's so different, right? I mean, Texas for most of the 2010 to 2022 timeframe would have bent over backwards to keep a guy like Jonte Cook on campus, right? 5-star. We can't let a 5-star go. We're not getting enough of these right now. Like this guy's way too important. We can't risk it. We almost have to kowtow like the Houston Rockets did to James Harden just to make sure that this guy is going to stick around. And now it's like, we don't care that you were a 5-star and a top 20 player in the country. Like, you don't have the team in mind. You want to do your own thing? Go do your own thing somewhere else. We got enough guys here. We got enough talent here. We got enough leadership here to where we're going to be okay. So it's, it's been a long time coming for Texas. I guess they got to this spot last year, so it took a while to get there. But that was a big question for me, Zay. And I think a big question for a lot of Longhorn fans is like, it didn't feel like last year was a flash in the pan because the way Sark's been recruiting and with how much talent was coming back this season. But still, like, it was the best year Texas has had since 2009. There's still a little bit of doubt, at least within me, that can Texas do this 2 years in a row? Can they sustain this success? And they've answered every question to get to this spot. And that's when you know, like, you can lose 11 guys to the NFL draft. You can lose coaches on your staff. You can lose a Bo Davis. You can lose a Jeff Choate. And you're still going to be perfectly fine. So the fact that Texas has this thing rolling is really cool. Now, saying all of that, you don't want to assume you're going to be here next year. There's no guarantee you're going to make it to the Final Four every season, especially playing in the SEC now. So you want to strike while the iron's hot. You want to cash in on these opportunities when they're there. But it is really cool to know that, like, Texas can be back here. This program is set up for success, not only tonight, but for years into the future, as long as Steve Sarkeesian makes sure he sticks around in Austin,
Yeah, all those rumors about him going to the NFL, I know he's really not trying to hear that. I mean, from what he's been through during the USC days where he was a head coach to the Washington days where he was a head coach, all the personal problems that he had, I feel like he knows the opportunities are very slim in this business. And to be at a big-time blue blood program like the University of Texas and just build your own culture and own style, I think he really takes a lot of pride in that, and he's not going to give that up for anything. And he's done it the right way. I mean, he talks about it all the time with conversation with Pete Carroll in that first year and how tough it was. And he was like, man, maybe I should just stick to more of a personnel that fits my players into sticking to my own philosophy. And Pete kept it a buck with him. He was like, yeah, but you might get them same results, Sark. I mean, you need to do it your way. It might take a little bit, but in the long run, it's going to be more beneficial. And that's why those mentors, that's a big deal. I mean, that's why he always, shouts out Pete Carroll and Nick Saban of what they meant to him and his coaching career. And he's put a little bit of those two into his style of calling plays and his style of being the head honcho here at Texas. And it's worked. So when you have these opportunities that, like you said, don't come around very often, I mean, got to keep it real. This was a favorable schedule, even though it was the SEC. This was a more favorable schedule than some of the other teams in the Southeastern Conference. So you got to take advantage, man. And I think this Texas team has done that, even though they're going on game 16 while Ohio State's going on game 15. I think they really understand each other. And going back to holding each other accountable, you saw in that Clemson game where Kay Klubnik was kind of carving them up, especially in that second half. The secondary, they were getting after each other. Jalen Gilbo yelling at Jahdae Barron, vice versa. They were yelling at Manny Muhammad. And sometimes that's healthy. People see that and they're like, uh-oh, this team's imploding. This team, they're losing it and stuff like that. No, that's not the case. It's just when there's a certain standard to be held, you got to just hold guys accountable. And it might be within the game. Some guys might need an ass chewing. Hey, it is what it is. Like Jahdae Barron calling Mookie Taft 10 o'clock after the Clemson game, letting them know, like, yo, we got to tighten things up if we want to get to our ultimate goal, and that's winning the national championship. This team has everything you need, and I think them being the underdog tonight, very beneficial to how they come out in the game and, what they bring to the table.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe Texas being an underdog is a good thing. I think every Longhorn fan knows at this point the last time UT was not favored was on the road at Alabama in week 2 of the 2023 season. And what happened in that game? Well, Steve Sarkeesian and the Longhorns handed Nick Saban his worst home loss of his legendary Alabama career. Sent him into retirement, mind you. I'm going to take credit for that one. But yeah, I mean, maybe that's what Texas needs, because it's crazy to think that they would overlook anybody in the college football playoff, and that feels disrespectful to Arizona State. They were a lot better than I thought they were. They deserve all the credit in the world for sending that game to 2 overtimes and making it as interesting as they did down the stretch. But maybe this is what Texas needs. They were 2 touchdown favorites in their first 2 playoff games. Now they're a dog. Hey, Steve Sarkeesian can play the Kirby Smart. Nobody believes in you. I was talking about this morning with Bucky, Zay. Kirby Smart, the year Georgia won its 2nd straight national championship and beat TCU by 4 million points in that title game, he was able to convince his team that nobody believed in them. Nobody thought they could do it again, even though they were a preseason top 3 team and they were favored in their playoff games that they played. He somehow, some way was able to play that underdog card. Well, now it's not forced for Steve Sarkeesian. Now it's literally, look at every expert prediction out there. I mean, Paul Feinbaum was here yesterday. That guy's supposed to be doing whatever he can to pump up the SEC. He's picking Ohio State to win and cover. You got Texas fans. Hell, you're a Texas fan. You cover the Longhorns. You're picking Ohio State to win and cover this game tonight. So it doesn't have to be fabricated. It doesn't have to be manufactured. Steve Sarkeesian can open up any tweet, turn on any TV network and say, nobody thinks you can win. And maybe that's what Texas needs to be locked in for all 4 quarters, because there's been way too much of, 3 quarters are great, 1 quarter's not. 2 quarters are great, 1 quarter's not. You got to play a complete 60 minutes, and maybe that extra motivation, extra chip can be what the Longhorns need to make sure they are locked in for a full 60 tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. I think, Cam Williams coming back is a huge addition to the team. I mean, you talk about what Steve Sarkeesian loves to do in the run game. We know he loves that zone run, outside zone. Cam Williams, he's one of the best in the nation when it comes to blocking in the outside zone. And even though I like Trevor Gooseby, I think he's going to be a really good player. And he had some really good moments, especially going back to the A&M game where he came in for Kelvin Banks at left tackle. Now, I know Kyle Flood just kind of moves it to the side when he's asked about the question on what's the difference between left tackle and right tackle. But there's a huge difference. Like, there's a huge difference of playing both positions. So for a redshirt freshman like Trevor Gooseby, 1 week to play left tackle and do a hell of a job against the Aggies, and then a couple of weeks later, you got to play the right tackle, especially in a type of game like the Peach Bowl against Arizona State. That could be a lot on a guy that doesn't have many reps. There's a reason why Cam Williams is getting a whole bunch of attention when it comes to the NFL draft. The dude's been good. Now, I don't like his false starts. I don't like the penalties, self-inflicting wounds. But if he could play a solid, clean game, and if he could be healthy, I think that's the biggest matchup of the game, BK. I think it's going to be the tackles, Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams, against the really good edge rushers and JT Tuimoloau and then Jack Sawyer, because both of those guys have been causing havoc, especially in the last 2 games, and both of those guys are really good against the run. So I'm very eager to see how the run game looks and if it can be consistent. And we know when that run game is clicking for Texas, then that pass game opens up, and then Quinn Ewers, he could get into a little rhythm himself. So playing complementary football, keeping the game balanced, keeping Jim Knowles' defense on their toes at all times, I think that's going to be the biggest key of this game.
Yeah, well, it's football 101, but you got to win in the trenches, right? And I hate that 3/5 of Texas offensive line is banged up. Now, Buckeye fans have zero sympathy for that because they're without their left tackle and they're without their center. Both of those guys are out for the season, so they don't want to hear injuries on the O-line as any sort of excuse because they've been playing really well despite that. But Kelvin Banks, a little banged up. Jake Majors, a little banged up. You talked about Cam Williams missing that Peach Bowl against Arizona State. We know he's not going to be 100%. So I hate that all of those guys aren't 100%, but like you said, it's key that you've got your starting 5 and your full complement of offensive linemen back because those guys are going to need to step up. You said it. I mean, Jack Sawyer, JTT, those guys are former top 10 recruits in the country. It's not like that, they're 3 stars, they're great stories, and they figured it all out, they put it together. No, those guys have the athletic tools to be like very high draft picks, and they've had those for a long time. Tyleik Williams in the middle. That guy doesn't get talked about enough. He is a force on the interior of that Ohio State defensive line. That guy, I mean, Texas is going to have to take care of business against him. So it's, once again, football 101, to use that phrase again. It's no different with Texas than it is with any team at any level. The Longhorn offense is at its best when they can run the football. Look at their 2 college football playoff games. They ran for 290 against Clemson. They put up 38 points. The offense did pretty much whatever it wanted, and they won that game with the offense. Well, look at their 2 losses to Georgia and look at their escape job against Arizona State. The Longhorns ran for less than 2 yards a carry in all 3 of those games, and they're 1-2 in those, and they needed a 4th and 13 in overtime to get that one. So the offensive line has to be able to win up front. Obviously, in the pass game, too, they got to protect Quinn Ewers to give him time to throw the ball down the field. But if Texas is running for less than 2 yards a carry again, hell, if Texas is running for less than 3 yards a carry tonight, then I think the season's over, and congrats to the Buckeyes. Good luck against Notre Dame.
Yeah, and you got to go against the grain, man. Sometimes you got to go and play a style that maybe your team isn't used to just because of the matchup. And just, I've been saying it all week. Sometimes you got to pull the rabbit out of the hat and catch them off guard because that's what Ohio State's been doing. After that Michigan game, BK, we know Chip Kelly, he's more of an inside zone type of guy when it's run game. Henderson, Junkins, they're one of the best running back duo in the nation. But Oregon, Tennessee started going more counter. And he realized, you know what? Since I have all of this change on the offensive line, I'm missing so many guys. What fits the guys that have came in? And the counter stuff When those guys pull, it allows Henderson and Judkins to go crazy. And then Will Howard going play action off the counter and stuff. Yo, that's why you've seen Jeremiah Smith so open. And that's a thing that could play into Texas' hands because Oregon and Tennessee, they didn't necessarily have film on that, especially Tennessee. All they saw was a lot of inside zone stuff, which is the reason why the Ohio State Buckeyes struggled against Michigan. Now, them going against the grain, doing things a lot differently, at least there's film these last two games on what they've done. Now, that makes the playbook way more wide open because they could go back to that inside zone. They could go back to the counter stuff. You know, they could do a little mixture of that. So if you're Pete Kwiatkowski, you definitely got to be on your P's and Q's when it comes to the play calling. But that's what Steve Sarkeesian needs to do. If that outside zone stuff isn't working, then you got to change it up. You know, let Hayden Connor pull a little bit. Let DJ Campbell pull a little bit on some counter stuff. I know it might be beneath Sark or in his mind, but against a team as good as Ohio State is, if they know exactly what you're doing, then, hey, you can chalk it up as a Buckeye dub and things could get ugly.
Yeah,
I need Sark to change it up tonight. I need him to show some things that we haven't seen before. That might be playing Silas Bolden more. I love Ryan Wingo, but Ryan Wingo makes a lot of mistakes, and it's not his fault. He's a freshman, especially with this Isaiah Bond situation. You don't know what his ankle's going to be like. Would love to have 007 out there, healthy, running around, being another threat, especially as good as Matthew Golden has been. But I can't count on that with what we've seen from Isaiah Bond. He was limping out of the Peach Bowl a week and a half ago. Silas Bolden, he's ready for these moments. That's a big-time player. Like that punt return, he's been fiending for that. And now that he's got one, let's put the ball in his hands. That should show you something, Steve Sarkeesian. That should show you that 11, there's a reason why you got him from Oregon State. He's a ball player. That dude, he's a gamer. Let's orchestrate him and put him in the offense a little more. I think if they do things like that, then they definitely have a chance. But if they go back to the same old, you know, Kirby Smart, they knew exactly what was going to happen. And that outside zone stuff, that was so easy to stop. Ohio State, they're just as good, if not better, than what Georgia brought to the table because they're still playing while the Bulldogs are at home watching the game tonight. If you change it up, Sark, I think you have a legitimate chance to get these Buckeyes. I really do.
Yeah, the chess match between these four coaches, like I'm not even including Ryan Day here, but just the play callers for both of these sides, right? I mean, Steve Sarkeesian, one of the best, if not the best offensive mind in the sport right now, going up against Jim Knowles. Not the first time these two dudes have done battle against one another, but these are two of the best in the business. So the chess match there going to be crucial. And then flip it around. You talked about PK going up against Chip Kelly. Like Texas, they've got to do some things that Tennessee and Oregon could not do, and they got to do them early because both of those games were over after the first quarter, right? I mean, hell, Ohio State was up 21-0 on Tennessee like 8 minutes into that first round game. And that was the Buckeyes coming off that loss. A lot of people were picking Tennessee. That was kind of a trendy upset pick, and Ohio State punched the balls in the mouth early, and Tennessee couldn't get up off the mat. Well, against Oregon in the Rose Bowl, that game was 17-0, 10 seconds in to the second quarter. So, Texas has to bring it early. Those coaches have to be ready early, and they've got to do things that Tennessee and Oregon did not do. Otherwise, Longhorn fans might be finding their ways to the exit at halftime, which is obviously not what any of us want.
No, not at all. And that's what scares you. They just start off to such hot starts, man. Like Mecca Ibuka, I don't think he gets talked about enough. Like that dude's a first-round pick. He reminds me a ton of Chris Olave, and they wore the same number back during Chris Olave's Ohio State days. He wore 2 also. But with Jeremiah Smith being the headlines of this offense, which he should be, the dude's Megatron style good, but they just have so many different weapons. Hell, their tight end is solid, and G. Scott, like you got to watch out for him. He started the game off early against Oregon, first play of the game, a big 20-plus yard catch and run. Like they have weapons all over the place. And again, Chip Kelly's ability to change it up these last 2 games and go against the grain, like that's big time. And Ryan Day listening to that and being like, yeah, this could help us. And Will Howard, he's been immaculate. They're just a tough very tough team to deal with. And again, you got to catch them off guard on the offensive side and the defensive side. Hell, Caleb Downs, man, he's just roaming around like Ed Reed right now. Like, they put him in the center of the field, and they let him do whatever the hell he wants. Like, go sideline to sideline. If he needs to come up and stop the run, he can. He'll be waiting on those quick slants that Quinn Ewers loves to throw to guys like Matthew Golden and DeAndre Moore. You got to be very cautious with number 2 on the defensive side or being around, because he's as good as it gets. And I know he's still probably salty, as you mentioned about, Texas being the underdog last year when they went to Tuscaloosa. He was in that game, and he gave up a lot in that game. And again, he was a freshman. He's gotten a lot better since then, but I'm sure that's still on his mind. And when number 2's back there lurking, you got to be very aware of where he is if you're Quinn Ewers and Steve Sarkeesian.
Yeah, you talk about salty. I think Caleb Downs is salty that he didn't win the Thorpe Award, right? He was one of those finalists with Jahdae Barron. Obviously, we're happy Barron got the nod there, but Caleb Downs, I'm sure, is out to prove that he was the best defensive back in America this season. And I think they almost have 2 Caleb Downses on the field. Like, Caleb Downs is a monster, but Cody Simon at linebacker, number 0, that's another one of those guys. Obviously a little bigger, not quite as fast. That's a guy, it almost feels like there's 2 of them on the field because he's everywhere. He had a couple of sacks against Oregon. He's good in space, one of the best tacklers on that Buckeyes team. Like, that guy has turned into a star in the middle of that Ohio State defense. And that's a guy, like, one of those 2 guys will be going up against Gunnar Helm, I think, more often than not. Maybe Sonny Styles will get some run against him too, but we know how good Gunnar Helm has been. We know how much of a matchup nightmare he could be for opposing defenses. I'm a little worried about that matchup because Ohio State has a couple of guys. I'll throw Lathan Ransom in there too. They got a few guys who might be good enough to neutralize Gunnar Helm. So that goes back to the play calling part. Like, you got to scheme Gunnar Helm open a little bit. Some games against some teams, hell, hey, go do something. Like you're playing recess. Just get open, Gunnar. We trust you. You're going to win your one-on-one matchup against this slower linebacker or against this smaller safety. Today's going to be one of those days where Gunnar Helm absolutely has to be involved. And Sark has to make it a point of emphasis to get him the football because he can be a difference maker, but Ohio State has a couple of guys who might be up for the task.
Yeah, Gunnar Helm, he's just too valuable to this team not to be used the way that he should be. I mean, going back to the second Georgia game, SEC championship, he was barely used, and I thought that was a huge problem. You got to force feed guys like that, and I know we saw a really good tight end last night in Penn State, but I think Gunnar Helm is just as good as that guy, if not better. I mean, the dude is as versatile as I don't know what. His catch radius is crazy. He's a big body. You could use him in so many different ways. Like, I think you could put him on the outside sometimes and make him a traditional wide receiver. Like, you got to mix it up if you're Steve Sarkeesian. You cannot do the same old, the same things that you were doing where Arizona State was bringing the heat and making life difficult for you. And I'm with you. I think Arizona State is a really good team, a lot better than, what we gave them credit for. But I thought that the Texas team took them a little lightly. I thought that Steve Sarkeesian might have took them a little lightly. You can't do that against the Buckeyes. 85 has to get involved early, like a lot early than we saw last game. And yeah, he had that big time touchdown in the second overtime, but he's a matchup nightmare. I get Caleb Downs is a hell of a player. You just mentioned, the linebacker Cody Simon, number 0, which it's interesting him and, Ant Hill rocking the same number, both of those guys being the Mike linebackers for their teams. But, yeah, there's not many mismatches that you have with Ohio State, at all. So you got to use your big dogs and try to exploit them as much as possible. And I think that Gunnar Helm could be one of them big dogs.
Yeah, he's got to be. He's got to be a difference maker in this game today. And there's an interesting report. We'll see if our insider, Chip Brown, has some intel on this once we get him with the headset. But report out there saying that Will Stone might be handling the kicking duties tonight. So Steve Sarkeesian was asked about that yesterday. Didn't really give a concrete answer. Sark always has his players' backs. And he didn't really say, like, oh, Bert Auburn's our guy. We've got all the faith in the world that he's going to get it done. So we might see a little change at kicker, which – holy crap, with the spot in the national championship on the line, Chip, that's pretty terrifying.
Hey, my man Zay showed me Will Stone kicking on TikTok, and the guy never missed. So if he kicks as well on TikTok as he does in the college football playoff semifinals in front of 40 million people tonight, then everything's fine.
There's got to be some correlation there, right? Between TikTok and a national semifinal game. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, he wasn't out there dancing, like these other folks on TikTok. Like, he was showing that he's about this business. And he also said in the caption, doing what I love to do. So the lefty, Southpaw, he's meant for this. Let him. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of the Sideshow Bird. Like, that's old news. He had his chances. He smoked some of the biggest kicks that he could possibly smoke at the biggest times. It was a cute story, but the past is the past. Like my man Slim said from The Wire, the old days is the old days. Like, I'm not trying to see Bird out there. Will Stone, give him a chance. We'll see what he's about. And yeah, 40,000 in the house, so what? 100,000, so what? Like, he's meant for this. This is why you came to Texas, to play in these big games, to be the hero, to be like guys like Justin Tucker. This is why you're here. So, hey, let's do it. I'm with it.
There you go. All right. I'll bid y'all adieu. Y'all have a great show, and pregame show at 3:30 once you guys are done.
BK, you're the man.
Got you, brother.
The man.
Appreciate you, BK.
For the words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with Chip and Zay, and thankfully you've spent the first half hour with Zay and BK. Zay, how you doing, my man? Here we go. It's game day, Texas, Ohio State. I need to get a read from you. I need to get your gut feels. As my man X-Man is here. Love X-Man is the man.
Yeah, shout out to X-Man. I wish I was down there with you guys, Texas Live, doing it big in Arlington. Hella nervous, though. Not going to lie. Hella nervous. Like, I've been on the Buckeyes side when it comes to this game. I don't like it. I haven't been able to sleep at night because of it. But, hey, you still got to play the game. I love that Texas is the underdog. I hope they use that to their advantage. But, hey, we'll see. We've been waiting for this game for a long time, and it's finally here tonight at 6:30.
Do we need to slip you a gummy?
No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But right now, I think I'm good. Now, game time, that might be a little different. But as of right now, here on Chip and Zay on the great Texas Sports Unfiltered Network, I'm good. Completely sober, ready to go. How you doing, man? You look good. Got the all black on. Classic look for you on game day. Has any Ohio State fans harassed you like they did back in 05, 06?
They're here at Texas Live in mass. Damn. These Ohio State Buckeyes. So it's going to be a great showdown. I really think this is going to be a great game. I'll be surprised if it isn't. I think you've had the ultimate wake-up call for the last 10 days, the whole country, counting Texas out, all the prognosticators picking Ohio State to win. I heard Screamin' A. Smith today say that if Ohio State wins, he'll pick Ohio State to beat Notre Dame. If Texas wins, he'll pick Notre Dame to beat Texas.
What?
And I'm going, why wouldn't you wait to see how this team looks? 2 games ago, even Ohio State fans were ready to give up on their own coach and had kind of packed it in for the season. And now they're, riding around like they're on, a stallion, and everyone else is under their feet. So I just think, look, you can put it together. It's like anything. A streak starts with the first one. And Ohio State got on a nice streak, and now Texas, who I will still say to this day, they were not sharp against Arizona State because they just didn't respect Arizona State the the way they should have, they're going to respect Ohio State tonight. So they're going to be obsessed with the details. If they're not, they're going to get housed.
Yeah, I agree. And it's a shame that they didn't respect Arizona State, because Arizona State, Kenny Dillingham, Cam Scatterboo, Sam Levitt, those guys brought it. And, we talked about it all week, Chip. Sam Levitt, he brought just a different aspect to the game with his legs and being slippery and just having a fearless mentality. And Cam Scatterboo was just completely on one, doing everything in that game, from throwing the ball, running it. He had the big go route catch on Mookie Taft where Mookie, got a pass interference call and it didn't matter. Cam Scatterboo came down with it. So that defense being on the field as long as they were, that can't happen in this game. And it's interesting because Ryan Day, Chip Kelly, these Buckeyes, that offense hasn't been on the field very much either because they score so damn fast, and the defense, they've been money too. I mean, Nico, Dylan Gabriel, they had those guys in a bind. And, what Chip Kelly and what Jim Knowles showed throughout most of the season isn't what they've been showing here in the postseason in the last two games. I mean, look at Jim Knowles on that side. Usually they play a lot of cover one stuff because they're in the Big Ten. You got to worry about the run game, things like that. And now they're playing a lot of cover two and having guys like Caleb Downs as, roaming rover type of guy, just roaming around the middle, doing whatever the hell he wants, making plays when it comes to the run game. He's going to be waiting on those quick slants that Quinn Ewers likes to do. So that terrifies you that this team is that versatile and disciplined to where they can change it up at the drop of the hat. And then on the offensive side, like I was telling with BK, Chip Kelly, he's known for the inside zone running game, and that didn't work against Michigan at all. You've been talking about what they've been doing with the counter game these last two games and just playing off of that with Will Howard on the play action. You caught Tennessee and Oregon completely off guard, where Texas, they should be prepared for that. Now there's been film on it. You should be ready to expect that counter stuff and the play action off that. But what also scares you, they could go back to that zone run game. So they're as versatile as any team in the college football playoff, as any team in the nation. That's the reason why that they were picked by a lot of people to win the national championship before the season, like our guy Chris Hummer at 24/7 Sports. Like, he's been telling us all year long, hey, this team, this roster, it would be an absolute catastrophe if they didn't win a national championship. And now that they have everything clicking, it scares the hell out of you if you're a Texas fan. But being the underdog, playing into that, as you said, respecting Ohio State. Ohio State hasn't seen a defense like Texas either. So it should be a hell of a matchup, and I can't wait.
So I want to get your thoughts on this. So Texas, and I've kind of been talking about this all week. Texas needs to replicate their win at Alabama last year. Like, if you really drill down on that game, it was, they ran 37 times for 105 yards. It wasn't great, but they made some well-timed runs. Even Quinn Ewers had an 11-yard run that extended a drive. And Zay, I think Quinn Ewers is going to have to make plays with his feet today. Like 3 running plays that make a difference from Quinn Ewers. Obviously, you'd love to see Quintravian Wisner and Jaden Blue get loose. But look, let's say that it's tough sledding and it's 37 carries for 105 yards, which is only 2.8 yards per carry. That's you have to stay with it. You can't give up on the run. You can't become one-dimensional. And then Quinn Ewers has to see the field. If you're Texas, you got to hope that 4th and 13 did fill him with superpowers now, that he's going to see the field. He's going to make the right read, because if you go back to that Alabama game, people remember the 44-yard touchdown pass to Xavier Worthy. They remember the 39-yard touchdown pass to A.D. Mitchell in the fourth quarter. What they don't remember was Quinn finding Jatavian Sanders in the flat and Sanders running for 50 yards. Sanders ended up as the leading receiver in that game, 5 catches, 114 yards. That's easily a line that Gunnar Helm could have in this game tonight. Quinn has got to make sure that he is reading all the way through his progressions, getting a quick look over it. The flats, is Gunnar Helm there? Okay, don't just get locked in on that deep ball target, because he's been guilty of that, and he was guilty of it a couple times in the Peach Bowl, and it hurt Texas, including on that 2nd and 4 post route that got intercepted. Because there are guys open. He's got to see it tonight, and he's got to be on point. The Michigan game, we talked about this earlier. In the Michigan game, he was 24 of 36. In the Alabama game, he was 24 of 38. In both games, he threw for, 300 yards, no turnovers. That's the game, Zay. I mean, against the two best teams in terms of ranking, in terms of, that Texas has played this year and last year, Quinn Ewers was outstanding. He was outstanding. That's what I'm expecting tonight. That's what I'm expecting tonight from Quinn Ewers. And, his guys got to make plays for him. Can't be drops. Can't be the unforced errors. But I'm expecting Quinn Ewers to see the field. He's going back to the place where he was the Big 12 championship game MVP. He threw for more than 400 yards in that game. I think this is his time to shine. He's going to show those Ohio State fans what they could have had. He's got to outplay Will Howard. We know that.
Definitely. And you talk about going through your progressions. It's tough when you got a pass rush like Ohio State. I mean, Tyleik Williams, don't think that
think about this. In the Alabama game last year, you had Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell. Those guys had 8 and 7 sacks last year. You had a secondary full of NFL guys: Kool-Aid McKinstry, Terrion Arnold, Caleb Downs, Malachi Moore. I mean, very similar. And we've talked about how Texas has gone up against really good edge rushers all year. TJ Parker from Clemson, what'd he do? Nada. Nick Skuratin, Shamar Stewart from A&M, nada. I mean, Landon Jackson from Arkansas, nada. And they sacked Jalen Milroe 5 times in that game last year. They sacked Will Howard 4 times in the K-State game last year. Like, this is not some unachievable bar for Texas. They've been playing in these games for 2 years. This isn't some, Jack Sawyer, JTT. These guys they're good players. They're really good players. So's TJ Parker, Clemson. Mm-hmm. TJ Parker has better numbers than they do. He didn't do nothing. So I get it. Kelvin Banks, a little banged up. Cam Williams, a little banged up. But look, we saw Jake Majors play on a sprained ankle the whole second half of last year, and he got it done. If you're a warrior, if you're a competitor, you're going to take whatever pain management you're going to take, and then you're going to go out there, and the adrenaline is going to take over, and you're going to fight with your boys. It's funny, Pete Kwiatkowski is a big movie buff guy, and someone asked him, what movie, would you think of going into this game? And he said, Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, wow.
Which is a tough first scene.
That's a deep movie. Yeah.
Hey, in the end, the right team won, right?
Yeah.
So, Ohio State's been unbelievable in the first quarter. Everyone's like, Texas, they got to survive the first quarter, man. They just got to survive the first quarter. No. They got to play ball. they gotta line up their dudes against Ohio State's dudes and go at it for 3.5 hours. And if Texas's dudes show up tonight, this is going to be a great game. I still think it's going to be a fourth quarter brawl. It's going to be tough. It could come down to a field goal. I know there's, all kinds of talk about who's going to kick field goals for Texas tonight. And, I've heard everything. I've heard there was a kicking, I've heard there was a kicking battle during the league, and Burt Auburn won that. Now I'm hearing it could be Will Stone. Look, get in there with warm-ups, send whoever you're going to send out there, and be a warrior. Did you watch Braveheart last night?
No, I didn't watch Braveheart last night.
Hold. Come on, Zay.
No, yeah, I didn't get on my Braveheart
What
game.
do you think about that, though? I mean, they've been in these games.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Now, the kicking battle thing, I like that. A little old school, have the team around Burt Auburn and Will Stone, everybody yelling and screaming and move the ball back as much as possible and see who wins that. If that's true, that's tight. I like that. But, yeah, you're right. This team, they've been in these big games before. They've been the underdog before, especially recently going to Tuscaloosa. You mentioned all the big-name guys in that game, and it's all about communication. I mean, I don't think people think about communication enough when it comes to the game of football because, it's basically a war out there. Guys are just ramming each other's heads every play. But before the snap, I think that's going to be key to the game when it comes to Quinn Ewers and changing plays and making audibles like he did on the 4th and 15 call where he called the max protection. Hey, you got to be doing things like that. And for the offensive line, the communication has to be on point. Like, you got to seek out those blitzes, man, because Ohio State, these last 2 games, Jim knows he's been calling the blitzes at the right time. And guys like Cody Simon and Sonny Styles, when they're shooting that gap, shooting that A gap and stuff, it allows for JTT and guys like Jack Sawyer to make plays on the outside. So I like what you said about Quinn Ewers and running the ball a little bit. I mean, improvising in this game is going to be key. Like Quinn Ewers being able to improvise, and when things don't go as planned and you're still able to keep your head up and make those throws down the field like he did in Ann Arbor, I thought that was the best Quinn Ewers that we've seen when it comes to improvising, because we know how good that Michigan team is on the defensive side. Hell, Ohio State does too. Quinn Ewers was able to pick them apart and step up into the pocket. Now, that was Quinn Ewers as healthy as he's been all year long. That was before the oblique injury, before the ankle injury. And I think he's a lot better, dealing with those injuries than he was, going back to that first Georgia game. But yeah, he's going to have to make plays. He's going to have to run for first downs where it's maybe 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. I think in the red zone, he's going to have to make plays like he did against Arizona State, where he went into Quintavious mode and ran for that touchdown to make it 24-8. Like, Quinn Ewers, it's not rocket science. The dude has to be absolute money tonight, and everybody else around him is going to have to help him. And that's why I think putting in guys like Silas Bolden, who's a big-time player that deserves the opportunity at this point. If Isaiah Bond's ready to go, he better be ready to go. Like, this whole 50% Isaiah Bond, him gimping around with the ankle, no, we don't need that. Put Silas Bolden in, put Ryan Wingo in on the plays that he knows he could run, because Ryan Wingo, he could be a little all over the place. And again, it's not his fault. He's a freshman. He's going to learn. He's going to be that superstar player. We saw glimpses of it this year on end arounds and reverses. And he had a huge catch late in the Peach Bowl game. But you're going to need everybody's A game tonight. Like, that's just an absolute must. And again, Chip, like you said it, like sometimes that outside zone stuff, it's not working. You got to do some counter stuff. Hell, Chip Kelly's done it. Chip Kelly said, you know what, this zone stuff that we did against Michigan, we got about 3 weeks or so until Tennessee. Let's change it up a little bit. And with all the changes that they've had on the offensive line due to injuries, it plays into what those guys do best. And that's why Judkins and Henderson have been going crazy. And that's why Will Howard has been doing really, a good job playing off of play action of the counter stuff because, one, no one's seen it before, so it caught Tennessee and Oregon off guard. And two, it fits their personnel a little bit more, even though it's not Chip Kelly's philosophy organically. He's doing things out of the box that he really hasn't done throughout his time at Oregon and his time with the Philadelphia Eagles. So you got to do things like that. Like Steve Sarkeesian, change it up. That's okay. Changing it up is fine. And Cam Williams coming back into the lineup. We know Cam Williams is a really good blocker when it comes to the outside zone. So that's definitely going to be a big help. But the complementary football, the balanced football, that's what Texas needs more than anything. Catching this Jim Knowles defense off guard. You got to do that. Something that Oregon and Tennessee weren't able to do.
Yeah. I mean, here's the other thing. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Look, this could be a back and forth game. And the one thing that's kind of been amazing about Texas is that despite all these third quarter lulls, and they have been outscored in the last 8 third quarters, they have found an ability to reverse momentum and make plays when they absolutely have to. Clemson comes back, 31-10. Now it's 31-24. Texas breaks off a long run. There was a goal line stand in there as well. At Alabama last year, Texas goes down 16-13 going into the fourth quarter. What does Quinn Ewers do? Leads Texas on a 5-play, 75-yard drive to a touchdown like it was nothing. And it's hard to do. It's hard to answer. And I mean, my God, no greater example than the Arizona State game, for God's sake. Everything was collapsing. Offense was collapsing. Defense was getting tired. Special teams was making, missed field goals. And they found a way. Now, that was the absolute end of the line, and it'll go down in history, especially if Texas keeps winning. But this team, think about the goal line stands, Zay. 5 in the last 4 games at A&M after a blocked punt. A&M blocks the punt. They're deep in Texas territory. A&M has first and goal from the 4. Texas locks them out. Against Georgia in the SEC championship game, Georgia has first and goal from the 6. Texas holds them to a field goal. In the fourth quarter of the SEC championship game, Georgia has first and goal from the 4. And Texas, Ethan Burke, Alfred Collins, Anthony Hill Jr. make plays on first, second, and third and goal and force a 24-yard field goal. I mean, that stuff, talk about Texas fight. The Clemson one was unbelievable. Bill Norton getting that big 4th down stop. After they had first and goal from the 5. And then Arizona State, first and goal from the 6. Vernon Broad and Andrew Makuba stop Scadaboo for no gain. Johnny Barron and stops Sam Levitt for a 4-yard gain. So it's third and goal from the 2, and David Benda makes a great play to stuff Sam Levitt for no gain. And then, Vernon Broughton hits Scadaboo in the backfield, kind of wobbles him, and Andrew Makuba and Jelani McDonald wrap him up for no gain on 4th and goal. Like, these guys are confident in dire situations. The defense, a goal line stand. The offense, 4th and 13. So these guys they got battle wounds. They got scars. They've been in it. They've been in the fire. I think this thing is I don't, I feel like a little bit. And look, Ohio State's loaded. They're loaded. But Texas they're dangerous, man. They're dangerous. They're a team that's been in it. They've had to answer. And when they've had to, they've done it. So I look at this and I say, I'm not worried about Texas not showing fight. They're going to show fight.
Yeah, this team, they play extremely hard. They hold each other accountable. Me and BK were talking about that earlier before you jumped on, just the leadership that you have all around at every single position. And then, the defensive side, man, I think they took a lot of offense, the secondary, on how bad they were last year as a whole. You bring in Andrew Makuba from Clemson. We know the relationship that he has with Mookie Tav and Jale Barron, and the relationship those three guys have together, being ATX natives and working with Bam. And, they just bring a certain toughness and hunger that you need to get to this point. And then you look at the defensive line. I'm sure they had a lot of, things to play for when all you heard was, Byron Murphy left and Alfred Collins, Travondre Sweat left. And, man, they're not going to be the same. They're going to be a problem on the interior. Well, Bill Norton, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, they shed all that up. And I'm sure Kenny Baker heard the same thing. Oh, this young guy, he ain't no Bo Davis. We love Bo Davis. This guy be cussing out folks on the bus. And, he's an absolute legend when it comes to being the coach on the defense interior. And now he went off to LSU. So, yeah, they had a lot of personal reasons to prove people wrong. And they've done that with just high quality play in the right times. And the whole bend but don't break thing, that's going to be hard to do against Ohio State, and just how they've been, hitting those home run shots and having the explosive plays so often. If you can limit those explosive plays and, call blitzes at the right time. You mentioned yesterday, Jelani McDonald has slowly moved into that star position and taken over for Jalen Gilbo. And it's not that Jalen Gilbo has been terrible. It's just Jelani McDonald, he's been that good lately, and he's that versatile. And you're going to need everything that he brings to the table, which is how physical Ohio State is. So, yeah, I'm very eager to see what Chip Kelly tries to do against Pete Kwiatkowski and this defense. I mean, those little chess match games within the games, it's going to be so interesting. I brought this up earlier, the matchup with JT Tuimoloau and Jack Sawyer against Cam Williams and Kelvin Banks. Scouts love that matchup, I'm sure, because all four of those guys are going to be playing on Sundays. Hell, Chip, everybody, it seems like, on these two teams are going to be playing on Sundays at every single position on the field. The scouts are going to have a field day watching this one. And, again, that's why you come to Texas. That's why you go to Ohio State. But just that underdog role, this is unfamiliar territory for the Texas Longhorns, and I have a big feeling that they could thrive off it. Now, again, not picking them to win the game, which hurts me, but hey, there's been a lot of times this team's been the underdog. Going back to the national championship game against USC, you mentioned the game against Alabama a year ago where Texas won by double digits. You got to think that, with Double D said, what we saw last night, that Penn State Notre Dame game, it was good, but those teams don't scare you at all. So if you could get past Ohio State, then, hey, you're in a good position to hoist that national championship trophy up. And, again, even though I'm not picking the Horns in this game, I still think they do have a big chance of pulling off the upset.
Yeah, I looked at that game last night. I'm like, okay, that was the best, worst game I've ever seen.
Right?
I mean, it was just kind of watching a 12-year-old learn how to drive a stick shift. Forward, then back, forward, then back. Kudos to that backup quarterback, Joe Angelini or whatever, for Notre Dame, who came in and led them on that drive to the field goal, because that was huge. They needed momentum at that time, and great job there. But I think we're going to see a better game than that tonight. I think we're going to see two teams getting after it at the height, which is what you want. But look at all these individual matchups, like Anthony Hill Jr. Now, they're not going to be playing against each other. I'm talking about Anthony Hill Jr. and Cody Simon. Star linebackers, both lead their team in tackles, both wear number 0. Anthony Hill, 107 tackles, 16 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks. Cody Simon, 97 tackles, 11.5 tackles for loss, 7 sacks. When you look at the stat sheet at the end of the game, look and see who filled it the best, or made the most plays, or made the play. In the secondary, pick one, Taff or Makuba against Caleb Downs and Lathan Ransom. Who's making the plays? At corner, Jahdae Barron, that one is a direct. How does Jahdae Barron do against Jeremiah Smith? How does he do against Emeka Egbuka? I do think we're going to see Jelani McDonald in the nickel role going up against Carnell Tate. It's a better physical matchup for Texas. McDonald can do it. I mean, you're going to see Jalen Gilbo too. It's not going to be all Jelani, but I think you'll see Jelani out there to start the game and for a lot of the first quarter. I love this kind of game because you've got real dudes. And look, Igbinosin at corner for Ohio State, he's had some tough times. So's Malik Muhammad. Who plays better of those two? Obviously, the matchups on the offensive line, Texas should have the better performance from its offensive line. Even with 2 guys banged up, Ohio State has 2 starters out. They've had to juggle everything. Their starting center's out. Their left guards had to move to left tackle. So they've had to do all kinds of juggling. That's another reason I think that Texas's defensive line can get after Will Howard, and they have to. I mean, they absolutely have to. They have to do that from the beginning. So let's see what Pete Kwiatkowski's got dialed up, because he's got to – he BK said this, he could be the most important guy in this game. Mm-hmm. Pete Kwiatkowski. Is he dialing it up? Is he feeling it? Is he got everything just right? I don't know what his favorite thing is to eat for lunch, and does he take a nap at 10 a.m. on a 6:30? I don't know, but he's got to do all those things so that when he walks into that press box, he's seeing everything and feeling everything. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Like Pete Kwiatkowski versus Chip Kelly, that's a huge matchup, because Chip Kelly's been picking apart the defensive coordinators these last 2 games. And again, that's to Oregon and Tennessee's, defense. Chip Kelly changed a lot from that last game against Michigan, where they couldn't establish anything. Will Howard looked horrible. Michigan had them absolutely in a chokehold, to now just spreading it out, running a lot of that counter stuff, running a lot of play action off the counter stuff. And look, your communication on the back end has to be money. Like the secondary, when they play zone and stuff, and you got Emeka Egbuka, Jeremiah Smith on the same side, that's been a problem for a lot of teams, because both of those guys, you're worried about one and then the other gets wide open. Like, you can't do that. The communication has to be key, and they're going to attack Manny Muhammad. Point blank, period. They're going to attack Manny Muhammad. Like, there's not many weak spots on the back end. Again, I'm not saying Manny Muhammad's weak, but he has his moments. We saw the hold last week. We saw against Clemson when Kay Klubnik was going crazy. A lot of that was to Manny Muhammad's side. And even though Manny Muhammad's a hell of a player, if I'm any offensive coordinator, I'd rather attack him than the Thorpe Award winner. Please believe me. So that's a thing that Chip Kelly and Ryan Day are definitely going to try to take advantage of. I hope Manny Muhammad has his best game of the year, so he X's all of that out. But yeah, man, just the durability of this team. That's what also worries me a little bit, Chip, because those guys have played a lot of snaps, man. They were on the field for a long time. Like you said yourself, when you saw Mookie Taft, that dude looked like he was about to pass out, how exhausted he was. So just this offense for Texas, establishing ball possession, establishing the run and stuff, having the ball in their hands more. You cannot get beat like you did last week in the possession game where it was, Arizona State, 37-something minutes while Texas only had 22. Like, that was brutal, especially after that safety. Katravion Wisner gets the ball popped out. Quinn Ewers catches it. It's a safety, and here the defense is right back on the field. That can't happen against the Buckeyes at all. You cannot be put in those situations. You cannot shoot yourself in the foot. If you do that, you take care of the ball, you limit the penalties. 10 is way too much. And it seemed like in the games that Texas struggled this year, the penalties were a serious problem. Got to be clean. You got to play smart. If you do that, then the Horns have a serious chance tonight. But that's what scares me the most, just the self-inflicted wounds with this Texas team, jumping when guys are going in motion and stuff. X that out, Texas should be in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, that's a non-negotiable.
Yeah.
The unforced errors got to go. How about a over-under false starts of 2? Is that asking for too much?
No, it's not.
I mean, come on.
And that's the thing, like seeing before the ball snap, like that's what Georgia did against Texas. Arizona State did. Like, they were bringing it. They were bringing a lot of pressure from so many different sides and angles. Like, you got to be prepared for that with Ohio State. Quinn, that's big part of him being good in this game, seeking out what they're doing before the ball snap to where you might have to change the play up. You might have to go against the grain, and Sark allowing Quinn to do that and putting them in situations where he could do that successfully. That could be the game right there, because Arizona State, they were in the backfield way too much. Like 3 sacks, you don't like that, but also just all the pressures that they had, the 8 tackles for losses, especially on first down. Get rid of that stuff. Don't allow Ohio State to go crazy and, put you in those 3rd and 14s, 3rd and 16s, and you could be money, baby. But we've seen that a little bit too much this year from this Texas team, and that's what worries me a ton going into this Cotton Bowl.
Well, let's get a couple mentions for our incredible travel partners, for all of our good friends. All those sponsors you see, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, all those sponsors you see around our faces, man, give them your love, give them your business, because without them, we wouldn't be broadcasting to you each and every day. Domino's Pizza, man. I said this. I ordered Domino's for my daughter's party on last Sunday. Ordered it early. They arrived right on time. Perfect. Loved me some pepperoni and mushroom pizza from Domino's. McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes. If you're, we're in the new year, you're thinking about redoing a bathroom, redoing the kitchen, maybe expanding your outdoor space. Man, McCall Custom Homes, they're the way to go, because look, family owned and operated right here in Austin, not some national brand that, going to charge you a ton of money, and, they may not have the feel. Go to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out their work, and then give Mike a call. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes, and and bring them out. Let them show you their vision, and see if y'all can't get something figured out, because look, that's a big deal, and they want to come through for you. That's a beautiful thing. Cover 3, if you don't have tickets to the game, go to Cover 3. Check out the game there. Great place to hang out, have great food, get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, watch these Longhorns, and tell them Chip Brown sent you. Obviously, passes.com/Texas One Fund. They got a new Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast up with Quintravian Wisner. Check that out. If you're a Texas fan, you should bookmark passes.com/Texas One Fund. They got stuff going on all the time. Player engagement that you can't get anywhere else. You're helping Texas's NIL, but you're getting something in return, like that Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast, $25 a month. Look, if you're a Texas fan and you're like, wait, I'm spending $25 a month, I'm helping NIL, and I'm getting this podcast. Yeah, come on, man. But you got Rory Harmon, you got all the student athletes. They're selling their gear. They'll call a friend and wish them a happy birthday for you. Hell, maybe you want them to call you, wish you a happy birthday. That's the way to do it. And then, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Get yourself a great seafood meal. That's what it's all about. Best seafood in Austin. Great happy hour. 2 locations right there at Zilker and up north in Round Rock. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. And Zay, we got some Texas fight breaking out in here, Texas Live. And we've been joined by the one and only Eric Henry.
Chip Brown.
Henry, how you doing, man? Looking snazzy as always.
Listen, as I've always said, and first off, I appreciate this is my maiden voyage, my debut on Chip and Zay. Usually it's just a toss, but I have the privilege and the honor to appear on the illustrious show of Chip and Zay. It's an honor. It's an honor, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
Hey, man.
My dog looking clean, man. The head shining. You know what I'm saying? Everything just flies.
You see, it took him all of 45 seconds to get to the hair.
What do you mean? I said it shine. I say you look good. What you talking about, man?
Hey, Zay, I heard. So Chip Brown was telling me yesterday that you be getting on Marcus Freeman, talking about his hairline. You got you paid. Think it's not real?
Something's off, E. Henry. Something's off. He got that Carlos Boozer and stuff. Like he's done some serious work on that hair, man. That's not organic. Okay. It's okay. He needs to go Stephen A. Smith and just let that thing fall back a little bit. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And Chip, as I said to you last night, Zay Collier ain't too far behind, so you better watch it. They ain't too far behind. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Zay, I got to say this. I'm like, Eric, hey, you want to ride over to Texas Live? He's like, no, man, I gotta get my suit together. You know what I mean? So hopefully you found better parking than I did. But anyway, listen, Zay, what you got for Eric?
Yeah, E. Henry. I mean, you've been watching this Texas team all year long. You've seen the ups and downs. You've been to every single game. What will it take, Texas, to defeat the Buckeyes tonight?
Yeah, Zay. Well, I mean, first off, I heard Chip, and I'm going to try to get my mic here just so you guys can get a little bit clearer, but I heard Chip mention something that's a key to the game for me. He talked about Jelani McDonald. I know this is real granular, real minute, but I do think we see some of Jelani McDonald, Chip, to your point, in the star. Chip, I mentioned to you in the press box, and we talked about during the week. I don't know if that was a byproduct of the fact that Arizona State with Cam Scatterbo, obviously there's certain things they wanted to do, and it helps to have a bigger body there at the star. But I was talking with Jordan Scruggs. Speaking to Zay, you asked me, or Chip said I got a better parking spot. Jordan Scruggs actually gave me a ride over.
Oh, nice.
And he concurred with kind of my sentiments, which is Jelani McDonald looks really athletic in the star. And I think if you can get some coverage out of him, bring a different look, a different dynamic, I think that now it's a real granular piece that I just gave you, Zay, but I do think that is something. To give you something more big picture, big scale, I'll go one. I do think there are ways to cover Jeremiah Smith that are going to be beneficial for Texas. Chip, you had a chance to talk with defensive corner Pete Kukowski, as did I. PK is such a great defensive mind, man. I understand why Steve Sarkeesian doesn't make his coordinators and his assistants available during the year, but you wish you could kind of get once a week, once a month, a little something, because PK is such a bright defensive mind. Chip and Zay, people have thrown out the idea of bracketing, with the kind of the safety help over the top. Listen, you're going to have too high safety, right? Because you got to defend the deep part of the field. But I kind of like the idea, Chip, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, of allowing, Jahdae Barron to move around a little bit. I know it's something that they haven't done during the year, but I kind of like the idea. Hear me out. Occasionally, you go Manny Muhammad with a bracket over the top, some help over the top. You get Jahdae Barron on Egbuka, or to a lesser extent, Carnell Tate, and that way you're just mixing things up a little bit. I think if there's any game, Chip, you're now, 2 games left in this season, to try some things, throw things out there, I think that would be one. So I'll pause there, get your guys' thoughts, and I'll give you my second thing as far as offensive. I think Texans would get a win, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we'll see Jahdae Barron follow Jeremiah Smith around. We might, depending on what the confidence level is in Malik Muhammad. I heard BK talking this morning about how, why don't you have Jahdae Barron go one-on-one with Emeka Egbuka and then have, Manny Muhammad with the safety over the top of right. Jeremiah Smith at all times. That's not a bad idea either. Yeah. So they're going to have to mix it up. They're going to have to hit them. I mean, don't be surprised to see the, if it's Jelani McDonald, try and get a hit. Even if he's not covering Jeremiah Smith, if he can, you might double at the line.
Right.
And then have the zone behind it. And Jelani gets a hit on Jeremiah Smith in the first 5 yards. You got 2 guys right on top of him at the line.
Chip, my point is this. Jeremiah Smith's going to get 6, 7, 8 catches. He's that talented. Make him work for it. Zay, you're a basketball guy. It's like a great scorer, right? To use the Texas basketball analogy, if Wade Taylor, someone's a volume scorer, you want him to take 25 shots to get, or an Allen Iverson, I guess for a more broader reference, you want to take 25 shots to get his 20 points, right? That, to me, I think is one thing, to your point. Make him work for it. That's one thing. And on the offensive side of the ball, we've talked about the third quarter ad nauseum, but Chip, Zay, you guys know this. Quinn Ewers has looked his best when he is in rhythm early. Because, as the Georgia game was evidenced, when Quinn doesn't get that rhythm early, it snowballs, man. And I'm not saying that's a confidence thing. It just feels like this offense, when they don't get it in rhythm by that second drive, right? Because remember, there were times in the early part of the year, didn't come out and score a first opening drive touchdown until later in the season. But by that second or third drive, they don't get things going. It snowballs. And then you can't fall behind against an Ohio State, right? So that is my offensive key. It's not necessarily screens or shallow passes, because, Chip, you've talked about this on the flagship. When Quinn gets going in rhythm and you get, that 10, 12, 13-yard comeback route, get a couple first downs, that's a much different quarterback than the guy who's trying to play from behind and doesn't have the confidence, Chip.
Yeah, I've been telling Zay, how about the hook and lateral that the Lions use?
My gosh.
Hey, you throw that little hitch route to DeAndre Moore, and then you got Silas Bolden trailing. He flips it to him. Boom! Out the gate. See, the Lions have used it 3 times successfully this year.
NFL players. Those are NFL players for a reason. That's all I'm saying. Like, I hope they could do something like that, but I don't know if Steve Sarkeesian and Chris Jackson have faith in those guys to go and execute, which shout out to your boy Amon-Ra St. Brown, another first-team All-Pro for him, Chip. So congratulations to him and John Brown and obviously Amon-Ra. But, going back to the Texas defense, opportunity is everything. I was very nervous when Derek Williams went out earlier this year. Very nervous just because how deep this team is. Derek Williams has been good his first 2 years up until he got hurt, which meant more reps for somebody like Jelani McDonald. And then when Andrew Makuba got hurt and missed the Vanderbilt game, Jelani McDonald, especially against Vanderbilt and the way they were rolling with Diego Pavia at the time, that was a big task to ask for him to come in and be productive. And he's been all of that and then some. So for him to be so versatile where he could play the star position, and I'm with you, E. Henry, maybe they can mix it up a little bit and move Jahdae Barron around even more than he does now because, hey, this is Ohio State. Like, you got to throw the kitchen sink at them. They are that good. They are that talented. You don't want to waste anything. Like, you could worry about the next game later if you get there. But this defense, they're going to have to do things a little bit different than what they did the week before against Arizona State because you're dealing with a different beast with the Buckeyes.
Well, the task is it feels so big because of how well Ohio State has executed the last 2 weeks. When you know you've got to have every detail figured out going into a game like that, or you could be embarrassed, that's when you usually get your best performance, because guys, like we saw in talking to the players, Anthony Hill's going around quizzing guys. Hey, man, 3rd and 5 from the 30, what are we running? And if a guy doesn't have the quick answer, he's like, hey, you watching film or not? You know, that's the kind of stuff that you want. Plus, it helps that he's the sophomore, Leon Galafau's, you know, watching film. All these guys are watching film. Johnny Barron was calling Mookie Taft at 10 at night after the, what? Was that
Clemson
after
game?
Clemson? Yeah, it was after Clemson. Yeah, and he's like, dude, we got to get better. Starting tomorrow, 8 a.m., let's go. That's what you want, and I think that these guys understand the task at hand. Now, look, Ohio State, I mean, Chip Kelly, okay, yeah, he changed from the inside zone to counter in the college football playoff. Texas will be ready for that. Texas has the interior guys to hold up against that. You know, I want to get Eric's take real quick on the Alabama game last year, because I said this is a very similar game. I mean, Alabama had Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell on the edges. Those guys are productive players. Secondary's full of NFL guys. And Texas saw the field and ran just enough. And Quinn ran for 11 yards on a drive extender. And I think Quinn's going to have to run a few times tonight. But they saw the field. They ran just enough. It was 37 for 105. But they had just enough running game to trigger play action. And Quinn saw the field.
Right.
24 of 38. What do you do against Michigan? 24 of 36, right. 3 touchdowns, no picks. Those games were almost carbon copies of each other for Quinn. I just think that's the kind of performance we get tonight. What do you think?
Listen, you know, Quinn Ewers has proven himself to be a big game quarterback, right? Obviously, let's take this year out of the equation with the injuries, right? But outside of this year, showed up against Oklahoma State, and pre-injury showed up against Michigan, showed up against Alabama. I want to quickly touch on the run game point you made. I think it's key. Listen, I said this, you know, on the flagship. Texas runs for 200 yards, going to win this game right away, right? It's not my expectation. Can you run it when the moments matter? Can you get those key runs, 3rd and short, to keep the defense honest? Can you have effectiveness on 1st down, Chip? It feels like forever ago, but we go back 3-4 months ago, Steve Sarkeesian was talking about the Bill Walsh offense, right? And that's why they had to throw on 1st down, you know, to kind of get things going, and then coming back in the run in the second half, right? I don't care what you do. Having effectiveness on 1st down. What I do know is you can't average 1.6 yards on the ground on 1st down, which Texas had against Arizona State. So that is going to need, in order to set this offense up for better situations, staying down in distance, ahead of the chains, doing those things. That's going to be crucial. Now, Chip, I have not been shy about this. Steve Sarkeesian has said at times, the game kind of got away from us as far as the play calling. It was kind of a weird quarter. Well, that lays at the feet of Steve Sarkeesian. You are the play caller. I'm not saying you just give away drives, but Chip, if you see and you know that your defense has been on the field for 25, 30 minutes, all right, call a couple runs. At least say, hey, let's slow it down. Let's huddle up. Let's give our defense 90 seconds to rest before they go back out there. So hopefully we don't see a repeat of that. But to bring it back to your initial point with Quinn Ewers, I actually crunched numbers, Chip. Quinn has been really good when he comes back to DFW. He's thrown for over 1,600 yards, 11 touchdowns. Only 4 interceptions when he's played in the greater DFW Metroplex area.
Yeah, for the Red River Shootout, for the Big 12 championship game.
TCU, the return game TCU last year. So he's been well. So I do think we are going to get, if maybe not the best version of Quinn Ewers, a better version as he's further and further removed from those injuries that really hampered him during the year.
What do you think, Zay?
I mean, I definitely think that the team before the game needs to be listening to that Jello ball.
That's
you know what I'm saying? That's a must. We got to listen to that. Come on now.
I apologize. I'm a guest on your show, and it's rude of me to just interrupt you. Don't do that.
What do you mean don't do that? That's a hit.
Oh, my God.
I'm not swerving that corner. Whoa. I'm trying to put Chip on that, LiAngelo Ball.
Did you hear it?
No.
Okay. Don't. Okay.
No. Let Chip listen to it later.
Chip's rap tastes are good where they're at. He don't need to be poisoned by LiAngelo.
Wow.
Anything in his life to lead you to believe this is worth it? Anyhow, continue, Zay.
You're a hater. Y'all are haters. That's the hottest song of 2025.
Oh,
that's up there with Not Like Us.
Whatever it takes.
Continue, Zay. I apologize.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I need. I need that in the locker room before the game. You know what I'm saying? That Jello ball, he's bringing back the Cash Money vibes and stuff. That's an absolute hit. Anything it takes.
Hey, Vince Young played Mystical.
See?
Let's go Mystical.
I don't think we could do Mystical. Mystical kind of canceled.
That's actually true. You might have to do Mystical in 2025. That's good point.
Yeah, Mystical's canceled. He's
canceled.
I don't know if we can listen to him anymore.
Okay.
But
old school cancel. can't go old school cancel.
No, but really, again, being familiar with Dallas, all these Dallas natives on the team, that means something. You know what I'm saying? Like the home field advantage, that might be a huge key to this game. And I don't know if Ohio State's going to use that to their advantage by, trying to say, hey, this is an away game for us. It's us against everybody. Who knows? Like, as you all said, Ohio State fans, they are in the building. Like, they travel well. They're all over the U.S. And, yeah, they're definitely there. But
here at Texas
any
Live.
type of advantage you could get if you're Texas by being familiar with your surroundings, like a Quinn Ewers is, hey, definitely beneficial for this Texas team.
And I'll say this about Quinn. He seemed really comfortable in his skin the whole week. We interviewed him twice.
Yeah.
I thought going into the Arizona State game, he still seemed a little edgy and short. Coming out of that Arizona State game, I thought he was really comfortable in his own skin. I wrote about this immediately, that 4th and 13 could have awakened a beast inside of Quinn Ewers because he's never had to do that. And now he has done it. And now it's like, okay, I can do that. I can do the stuff that Vince Young and Colt McCoy did.
Chip, do you mind if I ask you one question, Zay? And I'd love your thoughts on it too. Chip, you've covered a lot of football. Don't you think there's something about a quarterback facing adversity for the first time in his life that brings out something in you? Because let's call a spade a spade. Quinn Ewers, before Arch Manning, Quinn Ewers was the number 1 overall recruit in the nation. At quarterback has come easy to him, as he said when he was at Ohio State. He's never been a backup before. What's this like? I'm curious your guys' thoughts. That something about, man, this is the first time in Quinn's athletic life that he probably hasn't just come easy to him, right? That there's something to that.
And think about all the noise. This dude's had unreal noise. I mean, if it wasn't, he's always had the Arch Manning noise, and he handled that great. Then he gets the oblique injury. Then he gets the ankle injury. He's not comfortable. He's not playing as well as he wants to be playing. Everyone's like, bench him. Go to Arch Manning. Then it's the rumor right before the game. Quinn has a $6 million offer to go play football at another school. Like, there's so much noise. And that guy has done such a good job of blocking out the noise. I mean, even getting benched in the Georgia game, he comes out in the third quarter, completes 7 of 10, leads them on 2 touchdown drives. Now, one of them was a 9-yard touchdown drive, but they outscored Georgia 15-0 in the third quarter. In fact, that was the last time. So, first 7 games, Texas outscored their opponent 69-3 in the third quarter. And then it was the Vanderbilt game where it flipped. And now the last 8 games, Texas has been outscored in the third quarter. And it's been a little bit of everything. We talked about it. In the Vanderbilt game, it was the 4th and 7 pass interference flag on Malik Muhammad that extended a touchdown drive to a 4th and 3 touchdown pass. So, again, block out the noise. And for Quinn Ewers, I think he might be getting ready to get on that Will Howard heater.
Listen, again, I think you talk about the accumulation of everything. Quinn really overcoming some of the adversity, the confidence, as you talked about, from converting that 4th and 13. Chip, Zay, I think that does something not just for a player, but for the offense, right? Saying, man, I talked about this in the flagship, Chip, and Zay, I have to talk about this with you as well. 4th and 8, and Kelvin Banks false starts. That's the thing that never happens. Kelvin Banks never.
That could have rattled you.
So to endure that and still convert, and still get the touchdown. I feel like that has it as an offense, if you puff your chest out and say, we can do this. Like there's nothing, it's like, when you convert a 4th and 20, it's like, man, we can do this, So I think that helps as well. And then last but not least, again, I think to your point about Quinn being relaxed, Zay, I don't know how many of Quinn's interviews that you listen to. Obviously, Chip and I, talk to Quinn on the regular. There's something that feels almost freeing about Quinn, and I hate psychoanalyzing guys. It's not my thing. But the calm, the ease, the comfort that he's speaking with is like, I've already faced 4th and 13. I've already faced Arch Manning rumors. I've already been injured. I've already been benched. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
there's a level of freeness that just comes with that.
Yeah, I said to Zay earlier, this team has scars. Like they've got scar tissue. They've been battle tested. Right, Zay? I mean,
oh, absolutely. Like one of my favorite things about this team, you hear from Quinn Ewers, Mookie Tab, John A. Barron, they talk about their faith all the time. All the time. They're so comfortable with themselves, and hey, they put everything in God's hands. So it takes a lot of pressure off of them because they know that there's things that are bigger out there than just football. Even though they love the game, even though they're always talked about with the media, have all these responsibilities, like being the quarterback at Texas, it doesn't get much tougher than that, especially with what Quinn Ewers has to deal with number 16 behind them and all the people that want to see him out on the field. But y'all talk about the comfort with Quinn Ewers. I think it starts with his faith and his family, and he keeps the people that actually mean something close to him so that outside noise, it's easier to block out. So, like you said, E. Henry, when you face things like 4th and 13, and like you said, Chip, when you have all these scars and have been so battle tested so many times, like it makes things a lot easier for you because you've been through the hard times. And it just makes, when adversity comes up, it keeps you at a very chill, even kill level, which I think that plays to, your advantage as a team. And when your quarterback's like that, your whole team's like that. And I think Sark's done a good job of embracing all of these guys and letting them be themselves. And I think Steve Sarkeesian at this point of his life is very comfortable with himself also. So that's big for the team as a whole. And that's why they've won so many games and have gotten to this point.
all right, let's get into our picks and whatnot. A couple more mentions from our travel partners, Audio Visual Consultations. Love AV Consultations. Our man Tom McKay, always getting it done. 30 years in the business. He's put everything audio and visual into 3 different houses for me. You know where to go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audio Visual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Yeah. Listen, let's get into the chip shot here. If I'm a Texas player and I got a coach who came to me and said, "Hey, I need you to be obsessed with the details of winning." My man Buck is here. That makes me happy. It makes me feel that fills me up with good vibes. I got my
legend,
Bucky Godbolt, the legend, in the house. But if I'm the Texas Longhorns, I got a coach who's done everything, obsessed with winning a national championship, asked me to be obsessed with the details of winning. And we've gotten all the way back to where we were a year ago when the sting and pain of coming up one play short has lived inside of these guys for a year. And now they got a chance to take the next step, possibly win a national championship. Man, it doesn't get any better than that. And everything they've done up to this point, all the goal line stands, the touchdown on 4th and 13, the ups, the downs, it's all come down to this, and no one's giving you a chance. It's like the whole season, all the impressive stuff that Texas has done. And I get it. They didn't play a bunch of teams that ended up finished the season ranked. But I don't care what anyone says. I was at Michigan, and that place was coming apart, and Quinn Ewers acted like nothing was going on. 8 of 10 on third down conversions. He is getting pressure. He's stepping up in the pocket. He's sliding. He looked like he was oblivious to everything going on in that game and was just dialed in. That stuff matters. His game at Alabama last year, his game at Michigan, his 4th and 13, him fighting through the injuries. It's not easy to do. An oblique strain, a rib injury for a quarterback is painful. The ankle injury. The guy is a special guy, and it matters to him. He wanted that Big 12 championship so bad because he wanted his season's year up in the stadium. Winning a national championship and his legacy at Texas is so important to him. That's why I find it a little funny that, all these other, and I don't even know what is true and what isn't true from other schools offering him NIL, how much, all that. I just don't waste my time with it because when the season's over, that stuff will be front and center. But it's kind of the last thing Quinn Ewers wants because he wants to be remembered by Texas fans. Like, he grew up a Texas fan. He grew up a fan of Colt McCoy and Vince Young. Those guys were special. They led their teams to national championship games. Vince won it. Quinn wants to do that. He's got a chance to do it against his former team. Like, this is almost, Andrew Makuba said after the interception to end the game against Arizona State that he said this whole season has felt like a movie. Man, it definitely feels like a movie right now because you got Quinn Ewers, former Ohio State signee, NIL, that whole story. Now the quarterback at Texas going up against Ohio State. He was roommates with Jack Sawyer, who's going to be trying to take his head off tonight. It doesn't get any better than that for a competitor. And I just think this team senses the moment. And I sure as hell hope it doesn't come down to both sides playing their asses off, turning in unbelievable effort, and a penalty or a missed field goal, plays a key role in the game. That would really suck. But you got to pick each other up. And the one thing Texas has shown is that they can get up, they can let teams hang around, but they've been able to gear it back up when it matters most. And that is not easy to do. It's not easy to reverse momentum like on a dime in the fourth quarter, but Texas has done it against Arkansas. They had faced some adversity at A&M with the block punt, and then they came through with the goal line stand. Clemson, back-to-back touchdowns. It's a 7-point game. Jaden Blue goes off. Arizona State, everything was going wrong. 4th and 13, Quinn with the play of his life. I think this team is ready. They're battle-tested. I like that it's ACC officials. They don't feel the need like the Big 12 officials did last night. I don't think. They didn't call targeting because I think they didn't want to have a penalty decide the game. Hopefully that's the case again in this game. But Texas, they got to play clean, putting the over-under on false starts at 2. I mean, hell, they only had 2 penalties against Clemson. Maybe they got that in them again. But I think Texas senses the moment. And the fact that no one's giving them a chance, Zay, it puts them right where they want to be.
Yeah. I love it, man. I hope you're right. I definitely hope you're right. Terrific chip shot per usual. Now let's get to some mentions before the right call. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it well, as you should know by now. And if you don't, my wife and I love our Buick Encore GT. Got it from Covert Bee Cave. It was an absolute joy to work with them, and the process was so easy. It wasn't stressful. My wife, she asked us a buku amount of questions, and I was just along for the ride, and they had every answer for her. And we didn't, again, feel pressure to have to buy the car that day. And now we couldn't be happier with our Buick Encore. And you could be like us too. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory, new, pre-owned, doesn't matter. They got you covered. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And if you're looking for a full service wholesale and retail plant, nursery, and landscape supplier here in the ATX, check out Leaf Landscape Supply. Both of their locations are absolutely terrific. The one up north off of Pond Springs and My Hood, or you could go down south off Monterey Oaks and 290 and BK's Hood. Both absolutely terrific. They got large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, and rare plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com to see what they have to offer. And remember, when you make a purchase, let them know you heard from your boys here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. You get 10% off. Can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, just a little quick rundown on the basketball game tomorrow, because Texas has the current, not for long, the #1 team in the nation coming to the Move tomorrow. The Tennessee Volunteers, Rick Barnes coming back to the ATX. The Longhorns are 0-2 in SEC play, and probably the toughest 5-game stretch that you could possibly find in the nation. Lost to A&M, didn't look good at all. Played a lot better against probably the new #1 team in the Auburn Tigers this past week, but still came up short. And Tennessee, coming off of that brutal loss to Florida and Gainesville, where they got absolutely curb stomped, they're going to be pissed off tonight. Absolutely. Or pissed off tomorrow night, excuse me, because that was embarrassing. And Rick Barnes, he don't play that stuff. So not looking forward to it, especially if Texas doesn't pull it off tonight against Ohio State. But there's some positive things going on with the basketball team. Arthur Kaluma, 34 points against the Tigers. I think he needs to be the #1 option. And then Trey Johnson, you got to get more movement with him. He needs to be more positive, needs to be a better defender, and you got to slow down Sakai Ziegler. Sakai Ziegler is the motor for this Tennessee team. That dude's an absolute star. I feel like he's been playing for Tennessee for about 12 years now. We know that he's a New York native and he plays with that kind of toughness. He can take you out of the game offensively and defensively. It's going to be interesting to see his matchup. Are they going to put him on Trey Johnson? Even though he's a smaller guy, he kind of has that Muggsy Bogues feel about him, where even if you're a bigger guy, Muggsy Bogues is still one of the best defenders in the NBA during his time. Sakai Ziegler has a lot of that, so you can't allow him to go crazy, and you got to stop their best shooter and scorer, Chaz Lanier, who kind of plays a lot like Dalton Connect. He's a transfer, played a lot of basketball, came from Northern Florida. He can fill it up, and he averages 19 points a game. So I think this is a better matchup for Texas than Auburn was, and Texas has a better chance of pulling off the upset. But if their game is still stagnant offensively, if guys aren't moving around, if the half-court game isn't good, and if guys aren't making stops defensively, then they're going to be 0-3 in the SEC and put themselves in a serious hole on trying to get to the NCAA tournament.
Okay. So, I mean, Rick Barnes let him hang around last year in the NCAA tournament. You know, look, the Texas basketball team's going to get they're either going to come together or it's going to be, you know, a year where it's just constantly trying to, you know, repair the culture. So let's see how unified they are. Let's see how connected they are. Zay, I want connection from this Texas basketball team. I want to see them connected.
Yeah.
And some better offense, some better movement.
Yeah. Got to get better point guard play, too. Julian Larry, Jordan Pope, even though Jordan Pope was solid against Auburn, it's just they don't have anybody to really distribute the ball. And like I've been saying about this Texas basketball team, it starts with the coaching staff. It's hard to distribute the ball and be a good point guard if you ain't running nothing. If all you're doing is playing ISO ball and trying to take your man one-on-one, and if that doesn't work, you pass it to the next guy, and then he tries to take their man one-on-one, and by the time you try to get a good shot off, the shot clock's winding down, and you have to force something up. Like, that doesn't help nobody. I've seen way too much of that this year. We'll see tomorrow when they got the current number 1 team in the nation coming into town, Tennessee Volunteers. But all right, Chip, let's get to these picks that I've been dreading for.
All right, I'm going to let you go first.
I mean, again, even though I like Texas' chances in this game, it's just hard for me to count out this Ohio State team of how they're rolling. And again, Texas, they have advantages that Tennessee and Oregon does not, especially with Chip Kelly changing his style of play calling, like we've been talking about for these last few weeks. From Chip Kelly going from, we're a inside zone running team to now a counter running team has really opened up this offense for Ohio State and really has made them balance. And the fact that Texas has film on that and they could be prepared for that, unlike the Volunteers and the Ducks were, I think that plays into Texas's hands. But just with all the stars and athletes and the way Will Howard's playing, it's just hard for me to go against them. I hate it. I haven't picked against Texas all year long. It hurts me to do that. I feel like, I feel like I'm about to throw up with what I'm about to say here, but unfortunately, I got Ohio State 27-24. I think it's going to be a hell of a game. I do not think Texas is going to get boat raced like Ohio State did the first 2 games of the college football playoff. I think Quinn Ewers still could have a really good game, but also the penalties. I just don't know what Texas team I'm going to get. The injuries on the offensive line with Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams and Jake Majors getting absolutely blindsided in that Clemson game. That worries me a ton. I think Jim Knowles has done a terrific job with his defense on Ohio State on figuring things out. And I just think that, they're rolling. They're on an absolute heater right now that any team that's in front of them is going to be hard to stop. Yeah, give me the Buckeyes 27-24. I know, Jeffrey, I'm a sellout, man. Call me an Uncle Tom, all that stuff. I deserve that. I really do. I deserve all that stuff. I do not feel good saying it. I do not. And me and Double R, we got you covered on the post-game show tonight, and hopefully you get a very uppity, cheerful, excited Zay Collier during the post-game because that means Texas pulled off the upset, but I don't got Texas in this game, unfortunately, Chip.
Well, I think tonight is a little bit of a referendum on these coaches. Steve Sarkeesian sees himself as the protege of Nick Saban and Pete Carroll. Ryan Day sees himself as a guy who wins and wins and wins, but loses to Michigan and has come up short. I think these coaches, who's got their team loose and ready to go? Yeah, Ohio State was loose and ready to go against Oregon. They had the revenge factor, whatever. They're playing at home against Tennessee. Nico Iamaleava, he doesn't have the experience that Quinn Ewers has. In this game tonight, you've got Quinn Ewers at the peak of his powers, I think, coming off of 4th and 13, getting healthy after the injuries that he's had this year. You got a big game guy in Matt Golden, and Gunnar Helm. Your offensive line has got to play better. I thought they took Arizona State lightly. I thought they were sloppy, and it cost them dearly. Cost them in the running game. It cost them in the passing game. And I don't know that Quinn was as sharp as he's been in a game like, say, Alabama last year. I think when you are pushed up against a team that you know can beat you, that's what drives you to be on point with the details. I thought we saw that at Michigan. No one gives that game credit. I do. Because we didn't know yet what Michigan was. And they were still the defending national champs playing at home. I think this game, we're going to see that same kind of back and forth. Ohio State is talented. They're going to make plays. They're going to score points. And your score, Zay, I think could go either way.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take Texas. And I said 28-27. I jokingly thought in my mind that Texas would have a lead, Ohio State would score and go for 2 to win it. And the Texas defense would stuff them on the goal line. And then someone pointed out, Ryan Day is too much of a weenie. He's too much of a wussy. He would never go for it to try to win at the end of regulation. But I'm staying with 28-27 Texas. I think this is going to be a great game. I think you got two heavyweights who are amped and ready to go. Is it the national championship game? I don't know. Probably. These are probably the two best teams left in the tournament, though, I would say. So it probably is. And I hope we get a game like that. I think it's going to be, one to remember. And if Quinn Ewers plays the way I think he's going to play, the whole narrative on him is going to change. And it's going to be, man, Quinn Ewers is one of the best quarterbacks ever to play at Texas. Remember that 4th and 13. Remember how he played against Ohio State and took Texas to the national championship. And, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I would pick Texas to beat Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's what you get tonight. And I hope that's what we see because, like I said, it would be so disappointing if we get this great game and it comes down to a penalty at the end or a missed field goal. That would just suck. But I think we get a great performance from both teams tonight, and I think Texas has that edge. Ohio State fans have said to me all week, man, I hope we can keep our edge. I hope we can keep this going. And Texas is being counted out across the board. I think they're going to have their edge tonight. So I'll be listening to that post-game show, Zay. I'll have a little earbud in as I'm writing.
Yeah, thanks, man. I mean, I hope have a lot of positive things to talk about with Double R. It's going to be a late one, but hey, love doing the post-game show. Love your take there. I hope you are 100% right here. And yeah, I mean, 6 of us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered have picked Ohio State. So it ain't just me. Don't give me all the heat, everybody. I ain't the only one here on the great Texas Sports Unfiltered crew that's picking Ohio State in this game. I've been wrong plenty of times, and I couldn't hope to be more wrong with this game here. But, yeah, the Bert Auburn thing, I still blame Bert Auburn for my shingles. Straight up. Like, he's the reason why I'm not in Dallas right now. That stress that Bert's put on me, him and the Texas basketball team, a little mixture of both. But, yeah, we'll see. Heard the rumors about the kicking situation. We'll see who trots out there to kick field goals in the AT&T Stadium. And is Sark willing to make that move to put Will Stone in the game? I don't know, but yeah, it should be a good one. Excited. I don't know what's going on here at TSU. Chip and Zay's over. I don't know what's going on in Texas. Or
we're done.
Unfiltered guys.
The pregame show starts at 3:30, so don't go anywhere. But we're going to sign off right now. But come back at 3:30 for the pregame show with Bucky and BK. I mean, can you feel it? Can you feel it? It's great to be back in games like this, talking about games like this, because, of course, when you get the big brands, the biggest brands in college football at the top of the game, playing in the playoff, man, that brings a big audience. We'll see. We'll see how many, and we'll also see how many braved I thought it was a little underrated, the weather. I think it was a little easier to manage. I don't want to speak too soon because there's still a lot of water on the roads, and if it gets cold again, it could be trouble. But hopefully all the fans who wanted to be at this game have been able to get to this game, because I think it's going to be great. All right, everybody, make sure you're right back here on Texas Sports Unfiltered for the pregame show at 3:30 for Chip and Zay. We'll see you on Monday to talk about it all.
Y'all be cool.